In my previous booklet, which just concluded, I wrote of a friend who had become a full-blown Marxist. It was an unfortunate thing, and about 7 years ago, from March 24th, 2012 to May 24th, 2012, I composed a very, very long letter. I used as a model Burke's letter to a friend. He began with this sentence: I felt that I must write to you, though I do not expect to be able to convince you of very much, or to dissuade you from your belief in the leading philosophers of the Revolution in France. And this letter to a friend became later what was known of as his wonderful Reflections on the French Revolution. Let me begin this booklet now with some quotes. The minor prophets, too, saw our day. This is my own observation. Each a various part. The law is slacked, grows cold, so that justice doth never go forth. And the wicked, rejoicingly, devoureth the man that is more righteous than he. Habakkuk 1:3-4 and 3:14. Therefore wrong judgment proceedeth. Note their rejoicing, their schadenfreude. When interviewed a few years ago on ABC's This Week by George Stephanopoulos, a Rhodes Scholar, one of the Supreme Court Justices, Stephen Breyer, a CFR member, said this, quote, a challenge for the next generation will be whether our Constitution fits into the governing documents of other nations, unquote. Other justices, Sandra Day O'Connor was one, CFR, speak similarly. So, do I need to ask my neighbors, which would be in this same illogical spirit, what I can do at home, whether it fits in with them? Most of them consider me and my neighbors around here where I live a foreigner, a gringo, being one of the few white people left on my street. They're all Hispanics or even illegals. Even Jay Leno is quotable in response to such thinking. They keep talking about drafting a constitution for Iraq. Why don't we just give them ours? It was written by a lot of really smart guys. It's worked for over 200 years, and we're not using it anymore. Shifting gears, here's some sobering doctrine. A man is saved no faster than he gets knowledge. For if he does not get knowledge, he will be brought into captivity by some evil power in the other world, as evil spirits will have more knowledge and consequently more power than many men upon the earth. Hence it needs revelation to assist us and give us knowledge of the things of God. After this quoting of the prophet Joseph Smith, Marion G. Romney said, there is no knowledge other than knowledge of the things of God that will save us. In April Conference 2012, Apostle Cook, referring to Lehi's prophetic dream, worried that some are proud, vain, and foolish, interested only in the so-called wisdom of the world. In 1979, I was weighed down by a wicked or an evil spirit, a host of them, it seemed. In the most realistic of dreams I've ever had, Marion G. Romney, in that wizened voice of his, cast them out. It was terrible, but I was freed. I love that man for that, for I know it made, as Robert Frost would put it, ages and ages hence, all the difference. From an article by Father James Thornton in the New American, Antonio Gramsci believed that as society's morals were softened, so its political and economic foundations would be more easily smashed and restructured. The revolution must be preceded by the long march through the institutions, such as the universities, schools, churches, arts, media, government bureaucracy, the courts, etc. Roscoe Pound, using Fabian caution, stated, quote, let us think of the problem of the end of the law in terms of a great task or series of tasks of social engineering, unquote. And Felix Frankfurter, another Fabian, who George Wilk called, and he is another CFR member, a conservative, admitted the truly subversive intent in establishing Pound at Harvard Law School. With Pound there, we could lug in a Trojan horse of what Judge Learned Hand calls our heretical thinking. It is a great job that has to be done. In other moves, Marcuse, Huxley, or Adorno sent to other campuses. Don't forget Keynes joined Pound. Boston was saturated. Burke said, "What causes wise men to tremble? These very things fill the thoughtless with security." Nephi said, "What some consider to be of great worth even to the body and soul, others consider as a thing of naught, and trample under their feet. Yea, even the very God of Israel do men trample under their feet." Augustine and Aquinas considered truth as existing eternally, unchangeable, and therefore independent of any of us, very remarkably similar to Doctrine and Covenants 130, verse 20. To paraphrase Benjamin Bloom, a founder of the disastrous outcome-based education programs first implemented in Utah, then through the efforts of Leland Birmingham and T.H. Bell, both members of the church, by the way, I'm afraid to say, brought like a plague spreading to the rest of the nation as of 1984, quote, "We realize that there are no set of ideas that are true for all times and all places." This would contradict the admirable Cicero, who said that, in fact, truth is the same at all times and at all places for all people. Bloom stated his objective was to challenge students' fixed beliefs, such as learned from their parents at home or their Sunday school teachers, as Brock Chisholm previously had categorized as mental illness. He attributed having acquired this worldview he held to Theodore Adorno. That's the man who my friend affectionately called Teddy, as I wrote in my booklet. Reading Durant's The Lessons of History, my son and I have seen Cicero, Augustine, Aquinas, and Joseph Smith's visions of reality validated. Let's commence now with the book. Chapter 1. These are the last days. Deception to be expected. And I should say on a grand scale. Dear, and I won't name my friend's name, dear friend, this concludes my very weak, unprofessional thesis that we should expose the extraordinary evil that a few men do. For what they do in private, secretly, has a bearing on what they will do publicly. Ideas have consequences. Taking the same proverb, which you partially cited, I would put it into context. Proverbs 28:11. The rich man is wise in his own conceit, but the poor that hath understanding searcheth him out. And Proverbs 26:24-26. When he speaketh fair, believe him not, for there are 7 abominations in his heart, whose hatred is covered by deceit. His wickedness shall be shewn before the whole congregation. Here we've just been admonished that certain men will cover their hatred, such as of God, of truth, of the family, of law, and that such kinds of dangerous men should be shown for what they are, lest we will suffer consequences. As I've written and rewritten this letter, I've had an anxious concern to so inform you as to disabuse you, hopefully, of some erroneous notions, without seeming to berate you. I'm speaking particularly of the Frankfurt School and its transformational Marxism. It has been a trying, difficult task. But you liking Proverbs, another has it that better are the wounds of a friend than the kisses of an enemy. And I am your friend. And Ben Franklin said, what hurts instructs. But these ideas you espouse are truly in the ascendant, and I'm afraid the world will lend you support. While there are few, out of timidity or fearing political correctness is straitjacketing, who would even attempt to counter it. Somebody said, however, Martin Luther King of all people, that truth will have the final word in reality. Right, temporarily defeated, is stronger than evil triumphant. And here is another, Tillich, who I'm not a fan of, but is quotable. We need a sovereign authority independent of ourselves, in order to know anything truly, since we can never know everything exhaustively. That was quoted from Unholy Spirits by Gary North. Hence, revelation is essential. I believed for about 10 years that it is literally the last days. Therefore, we would expect that strange things would be happening, or I should say even ominous things, and that we should mark these tokens, D&C 4265. Thou shalt observe these things, all these things. I thought Christ's second coming a long way off, as did my wife, from some class we took from a scholarly guy many years ago, 25 years ago. We thought it to be, and he did too, a very good long ways off, over a century or more. So much has happened so rapidly that I can no longer feel that way, nor my wife. I should have taken our modern prophets like Harold B. Lee, who said, "It is nearer than you think," at their word. I will quote Joseph Fielding Smith's words on this later on. Speaking of the malicious undertakings of the men about whom I will expose much in this letter, I again bear in mind D&C 4265, thou shalt observe these things. My favorite novelist, or one of my favorite movies, I should say, from the original in a novel form, I would like to quote now. Quote, "These are the last days," he said to me once. "We are like people in a trance. Even those of us who can see the danger ahead can do nothing to avert it, like the dream in which you drive a car toward a precipice and your foot is over the brake, but you have no physical power to press down. And we are doing nothing, caught in the net of self-delusion and self-congratulation. We don't realize the skill and magnitude of the conspiracy, the attempt to reverse by lightning strokes the whole civilized verdict of 2,000 years of civilization." President Benson quoted Joseph F. Smith that there were three dangers that threaten the church within, and that we need be warned unceasingly against them. Flattery of men in the world, false educational ideas, and sexual impurity. From James Hilton's novel, by the way, Random Harvest, again, I refer to the great movie which came, I guess the novel was in 1939, 3 years later. But that's a really fun thing to see as well. I think that hatred of our Deuteronomy's Mosaic law-based constitution, which is covered by deceit under the cloak of concern for the poor, is shown by the decades long intrusions by big government into health care. That's a communist objective since 1922, by the way. Or two, by Romney, who should know better, for he reads the scriptures, I happen to know, most unusually pledging a continuation of our warfaring ventures, and he really was the originator, too, they say, of Obamacare with Romney Care. He, flattered perhaps by prominent men, even wrote of this in the flagship publication of the CFR, Foreign Affairs, to my astonishment. I mean, we know who began that, Edward M. House, one of the four horsemen that I wrote about. But both of these fail on these counts miserably to support that principle of freedom in maintaining rights and privileges for the protection of all flesh. Inalienable, not conferred rights, I'd add. The only thing is policy justifiable before God. And again, I'm referring to Romney Care and his war venturing. For as far as the laws of man go, whatsoever is more or less than this cometh of evil. Neither party avoids doing more than this in these illegal measures. They even extra-legally issued their executive orders as though the Constitution were deficient. Then they make end runs around it in order to subvert the God-given law of the land. We become a welfare warfare state. The red decade of the 30s, of which James Hilton was writing, and from which I trace the origins of most of our political problems, was largely a Fabian export. No doubt the world wars they stirred up had brought about, as it always has, a loosening of moral standards previously held. See Rabbi Sachs and President Monson below. In Bernard Balin's book, which I sent you, was shown how any American visitor to England was appalled by the immorality prevalent there. And we're talking right after World War II. But America's general departure from religion, we have forgotten God, Lincoln said, after that war also, or of heeding the prophets, paved the way for what, as I will later show, Adorno, and the others would soon successfully conspire to do. We have to lament that in most of the late proceedings we see very few traces of that generosity, humanity, and dignity of mind which formerly characterized this nation. War suspends the rules of moral obligation, and what is long suspended is in danger of being totally abrogated. That was Burke. That was in England, not here in America. In chapter 11 of Jeremiah, verses 8 to 10, there was a similar lack of regard for the prophets sent to the people of Israel. Then followed, as night follows day, this consequence. Quote, a conspiracy is found among my people. Unquote. It was a natural sequence of events. I wrote in my Bible's margin, when the people are disobedient, conspiracies flourish, on that passage. So we always get the form of government we've degenerated into a democracy, against which very form the founders warned specifically we deserve. Read Federalist number 10 by Madison on this. So the secret society sent us, as we were ripening through never entirely rotted through in iniquity, though never entirely rotted through in iniquity, so to speak, the likes of Keynes, Huxley, and Adorno, in order to sow the seeds of our further destruction. It was to be done primarily, see article on Gramsci in The New American, through a capture of the culture. Even a sympathetic biographer of Adorno, a leftist scholar, Martin J. by name, who I've perused, offers ample proof of the fact of their subversive intent. Adorno knew that repetition in music and other areas could create popularity, that one could change the culture away from the authoritarian personality, belief in traditional authority, toward the revolutionary, liberating individuals from the traditional values. He also believed that the mass media, with a Rupert Murdoch-like monopoly over it, could be used for opinion management. His teammate, Horkheimer, believed that authority within the family structure was a serious problem to be eliminated. Those emphasizing their family, nation, or race actually had a psychiatric disorder, they said. Adorno also theorized that an emphasis on fractious music could help destabilize society. What a noble goal that sounds like, huh? In my copy of Huxley's The Devil's a Ludin, I read at the end this, quote, if exposed long enough to the tom-toms, I hear the bongos across the street as I write, and the singing, every one of our philosophers would end by capering and howling with the savages. Treat them, this he wrote in 1952, to amplified band music, bright lights, and in next to no time you can reduce them to a state of almost mindless subhumanity. Never before have so few men been in a position to make fools, maniacs, or criminals of so many. That couple I told you about on my office building's front stoop were such mindless subhumanity. How romantic. Where'd you two meet? In the gutter. Not likely to marry, as you suggested. To coddle and justify such maniacal indecency, illegal on many counts, is a sign of what the rabbi I referred to earlier and President Monson were pointing out, that this type of thing was once universally condemned. Before the advent of a revolution of epic proportions. And the Beatles had a role. They were the opening wedge. The fornicating couple, by the way, were blasting loud music. Gee, that's disturbance of the peace. I guess that had no correlation. If you continue to shrug your shoulders and see no connection, which reflexive response from you I was expecting, by the way, then you must think wet streets cause rain. We've always seen behavior between lovers like this, right? Just boys and girls being boys and girls. There's been a decline. It has been steep and rapid. To not notice would be only an adjusting to the increase of darkness. We're clearly slouching toward Gomorrah. It should trouble you. Roscoe Pound, lugging in that Trojan horse, to the secret delight of the Frankfurters, recall, the Frankfurt School. Eric Fromm, who calls to mind chapter 3 of Isaiah, verses 5, 9, 12, and 14. How? Read it. About women shall rule, of Fromm's desired matriarchal society. And I would add, what is that name? Maslow's hierarchy of needs. He was also a friend of this matriarchal society. Marcuse's make love on a doorstep, not war, and other names deserve unfavorable mention. Burke again. The existence of quite another system of opinions and interests is now plain to the grossest sense. It is the new fanatical religion, now in the heat of its first ferment. Today we called, in our time, the age of Aquarius, but he called the rights of man, which rejects all establishments, all discipline, all ecclesiastical, and in truth all civil order, which will triumph and which will lay prostrate your church, which will destroy your distinctions. The world will live as one, and which will put all your properties to auction and disperse you over the earth. Our Massachusetts Attorney General says that if violent thieves enter your home, turn and run. My son responded, re-enter and act criminally, yourself, violent towards them, yourself. Then you can regain possession of your property, as the law protects only criminal acts. He's read Clausewitz on war. And so they don't protect self-defense, just crime. This secular humanist New Age religion, which laughs at creeds, against this growing, see D&C 12.3 and 7.8, this exterminatory system, all of these churches have a common concern to defend themselves. How the enthusiasts of this rising sect rejoice to see you of the old churches play their game and stir up and rake the cinders of animosities sunk in the ashes in order to keep up the execution of their plan for your common ruin. Prophetic? That was over 220 years ago. Actually, 200 and almost 30 now. The Gramscian, from his prison notes, program of subversion and dechristianization, I should say. These I've named, all implemented past even his hopes, began an incredible assault on the Western tradition. Back to my son about go ahead and commit crime to throw criminals out of your own home. He realized that the insanity of our liberal leaders here can only be overcome by study and by faith, and reading from out of the best books, and logical application, and lastly, a sense of humor. All that we hold dear, bequeathed to us from our revered ancestors long and long ago, was waged by subtle warfare against all, as Pippin lamented in The Lord of the Rings, that was good and green. These philosophers hate any old, paraphrasing Burke here again, but true principles simply because they are old. Moroni held up a title of liberty in memory of our God, our religion, our families, our land, and for these very things we too should fight valiantly. I feel the craziest sense of your disagreeing that we should revel in the new order's coming. The tide of destruction? Let's bring it on. Down with happiness, freedom, property, which is the pursuit of happiness, place, or any other thing of the old order. Peace, I should say. You now may object. No, of course not. I want the gospel standards, but you're doing it by outing the authority of our leaders. Is downright curious and contradictory. It's like saying, burn the house for home improvement. It's baffling to me, for it does not add up. May I recommend what the Lord asked instead of us? His words, thou shalt receive, the prophets, even our day's prophet, in all patience and faith. Is that so extreme to you, so unthinkable, when contrasted to the so very dark counsels and subversive intents of the obviously wicked, whose words I've quoted? Expose them in their true light? Or I'm a fool, an old fogey, a geezer, so just call me a hog and butcher me for bacon, my friend. I'm just a Bible-thumping, over-preaching, intolerant, gay-bashing, bigoted buckaroo, whose ways are passé now. I'm the old boss, same as the new boss, and you won't be fooled again. That was The Who. I had their 8-tracks, and I'd blasted on trips to Spokane in my Super Beetle. But I didn't realize the lyrics went, "We'll be fighting in our streets with our children at our feet, and the morals that they worship will be gone." Now, on a subliminal level, perhaps that was how I was confused for so long. What was that, 45 or 6 years ago? Through cognitive dissonance. Fortunately, it was a passing phase. I was never into it deeply. Keynes epitomizes the depths of what Jeremiah prophetically termed the corruptors. See Jeremiah 6:28, also Isaiah 1:4, which would best be understood, Nephi said, in the last days. His immorality mirrors his economic program uncannily. I found a book, again for $1, by Gertrude Himmelfarb, who forcefully points out there is a discernible connection between the Bloomsbury ethos, which puts a premium on immediate and present satisfactions, in Keynesian economics, which is based entirely on the short run and precludes any long-term judgments. Keynes's famous remark, "In the long run, we are all dead," also has an obvious connection with his homosexuality, what Schumpeter delicately spoke of as his childless vision. All of these aforementioned were likewise mockers of authority. As an antidote, see Proverbs 14:34, 15:20-24, of traditional morality and of absolute truth. So it's a truth that there is no truth? And they were all members, unsurprisingly, of secret societies, which thing the Lord hates. See 2 Nephi 26 or D&C 117, verse 11. These are not formulas for freedom, nor can they be good from the standpoint of prospering in the land. For anyone intending to safeguard our families or even claims to care about them and to preserve our nation, the Constitution is set up for those purposes, with its guaranteed, I should say, protection of liberties properly understood, and what these men I named are, even privately or secretly, would be advisable to search out, as the psalmist declared. They sneer at us, you know, for they think we are made to be ruled, as John D. Rockefeller described the common man, credulous dupes, that we're too stupid to awaken and reveal what they plan under their cloak of maliciousness, the cover of the dark. The thinkers of the Frankfurt youth take them so, but they are corrupters, or change agents school, and their hidden promoters and financiers are not able to know the mind of God, who is but a superstition to them. They say, "Who seeth us?" Isaiah 28:15, 18, see the footnote, and 29:13-15. They cannot, of course, understand that the Holy Ghost is real, is a revelator, 1 Corinthians 2:10-14, to us, and a discerner of the thoughts and intents of the heart. Alma to Zeezrom demonstrating this in Alma 12:3-6, and we in our own right likewise may. So, as with Alma, we know that despite their academic language, no compliment here from me, and intent to pull the wool over our eyes by misleading expressions, they have found out. President Benson reassured us that time is on the side of truth, and that their day is coming. I wouldn't want to be in their shoes. I can only feel sorry for them. That's not Schadenfreude. Keynes knew, as they all do, full well what he was doing, in his case with the economy, which was his assignment, not in his brainchild, as later I'll show. I should say it was not his brainchild, that is his idea. Daniel has an interesting verse in chapter 8, 23-25. And in the latter time, when the transgressors are come to the full, a king, understanding dark sentences, shall stand up, and his power shall be mighty, but not by his own power. And he, and his type, I should add, shall destroy wonderfully, and shall destroy the mighty and holy people. And through his policy also he shall cause craft to prosper in his hand, and he shall magnify himself in his heart. And by peace, Keynes wrote the economic consequences of the peace, shall destroy many. He shall also stand up against the prince of princes. I forget who, but a famed Harvard professor, liberal I know, said, "I thought all economists were Keynesians," which is, happily, of course, false and presumptuous. As President Benson pointed out, but he shall be broken without hand. One can show by simply taking the very words of their own mouth, sometimes not for public consumption, but among themselves, what they were up to. Keynes was a cynical man, thoroughly hypocritical, and pledged to destroy wonderfully. Keynesianism, advanced now by both parties, strays far from God and the Constitution. He raised men up to give us the laws of the Constitution. You'll balk, but you're misinformed, are completely compatible with the laws of the Bible. They were actually derived from it, especially Deuteronomy. This morning's paper, a D.C.-based organization headed by a man by the name of Pike, was speaking on behalf of the UN's LOST, L-O-S-T, a sovereignty-threatening treaty. Yet he used the very denying with his lips device of the Fabians, for he called his organization the American Sovereignty Campaign. Interesting. Besides Keynes, Huxley, and Adorno, I want to quote another Fabian connection to demonstrate the utter contempt and disregard they had held for us. Nowadays, they refer to hard-working Americans with the traditional values in the rural heartland as inhabitants of the flyover states. I guess we could update that with Hillary's phrase, the deplorables, since this booklet was written 7 years ago. Only power centers count, like D.C., New York City, L.A., etc. I will merely repeat that we are at present working discreetly, but with all our might, to wrest this mysterious political force called sovereignty out of the clutches of the national states of the world, and all of the time we are denying with our lips what we are doing with our hands. See Isaiah 32, 6 and 7 in reference to such liars. That was Arnold Toynbee, 1931, noted Fabian historian. If that doesn't fulfill the words spoken by the Lord, Joseph Smith History 119 and Isaiah 29:13, to the youthful Joseph, I don't know what does. It fits the zeitgeist perfectly. You see the same thing, essentially, this bold lying and contempt in an interview 50 years later of Norman Dodd, given by both G. Edward Griffin or Dr. Stanley Monteith, both of whom I spoke to over the phone, available on YouTube. The important interviewee, Dodd, is speaking of what was told to him by S. Rowan Gather, head of the Ford Foundation, which Mr. Dodd was investigating under the Reese Committee back in the 50s. Oh, but aren't these tax-exempt foundations dedicated to peace? No. See the book Foundations, Their Power and Influence by Renee Wormser, or Tax-Exempt Foundations by Abercher McElhenney, who interviewed the head of my beloved Mass General, Dr. John Knowles. This doctor wanted to have control, former head of the Rockefeller Foundation, he boasted a direct pipeline to Washington. In a 13-minute Griffin YouTube segment, a guest of his talked much, like you did once. You wrote to me that as you walked down the street in Panama, all you saw was the glow of TV sets in every house. That was exactly the point made on the video, Media Control of Society, in which was said all homes tuned in to the same message from a bluish haze on a TV screen. You spoke, too, of opposition existing to the gospel back then. I'm talking 46 years ago when you were on your mission. Where was I? Anyway, this doctor, Dr. Knowles at the place where I used to work, Mass General, wanted to have control, which you say don't like, of what you do in your bedroom. The American family is going to have to be reduced to 1 or 2 children. And economically, we're going to have to make do with less. Their only peace is the absence of resistance to their goals, their plans for what you do even in your own house, in your own bedroom. Have I finally got your attention? I thought so. Under the pretext of peace, Can you hear familiar spirit whispering, not one shall be lost, no child left behind? Wherefore give me thine honor, my friend. See Moses 4, 1-6. The Fabians would give us a one-world socialist government, merging East, communism, with the West, capitalism, the great synthesis. Oh, joy, you say? Hold on a minute. Actually, this is alarming. Spiritually, it ties in with something quite satanic. In C.S. Lewis's Screwtape Letters, or perhaps The Great Divorce, I can't remember which, the devil is shown to have a diabolical desire of absorbing all individual personhood into himself, of forming ultimately one personality. The book of Revelations describes the conspirators as these have one mind. My reading here has been a little disjointed because there are footnotes that I'm going to have to just skip. It makes it too disjointed here. So going on, these have one mind. Walter Lippmann anticipated 100 years ago the forming of a collective mind. The New Agers say nobody is distinguishable from a tree or a rock, for all is one. How this has appeal, I don't even know, but, my friend, would we rather prefer to become ourselves, who we were created to be? This is alarming. These socialistic, groupthink, collectivistic, personality-destroying tendencies. Therefore, to know of these things, what's behind the slogans and songs is information. Wir müssen wissen. I don't even remember what this German phrase means. Not psychic voyeurism, to bring such things to light, and have shown before the whole congregation. With Keynes, as I will show, he would bring our Western civilization spiraling down into an abyss. Such men often find the spiral thrilling, as Neil Maxwell pointed out, and love the promise of the depths below. Boy, that's chilling. Kinsey, that modern Marquis de Sade, was another. More of him hereafter. Kevorkian was the third of these killers, all having names beginning with K. The K Triumvirate, the KKK called them. I guess I have a thing with naming enemies with similar letters, as my last book was The Four Horsemen, all beginning with H's. From a book by a U of Hawaii professor, R.J. Rummel, called Death by Government in Peacetime, Not Through War, which amounts to only 10 or 15% of the last century's death by government's totals, if I call it aright, we learn this, that these homicidal maniacs and their mentalities have been responsible for the death of 170 million or more, perhaps 250 million, during the 20th century. Considering their crimes against their fellow human beings, said the novelist Dean Koontz, you might suppose even they would expect to have their motives questioned and even insulted. Good for you, President Monson, speaking snarkily in his tone and pronouncing love on occasion. But no, many gullible idealists are too easy to dupe. Instead, they'll be found proudly wearing a T-shirt, "Love is the solution," in typical California dreaming style. This only enables them, the K people, for when they cry love is all you need, give peace a chance, there is war in their hearts. Or 7 abominations. A summary. Well, let me recap to this point. I began with utilizing the same proverb you did, Psalm 28, to show you justification for our rightful stance to take, that evil men must be exposed. I've referred to Gramsci's subversive influence in a long march through the institutions, as it has been called, carried on by the leading lights of your beloved Frankfurt School. At the close, I'll show that you are not only the only LDS to be taken in by these false educational ideas. So I'm not singling you out for condemnation uniquely. It was a problem that Presidents Joseph Fielding Smith and others have identified that would be the bane of our priesthood holders if they did not use caution. 2 Nephi 28 says that even the humble followers of Christ in many instances do err and would stumble because they were taught by the precepts of men. In other letters I've cited, Helaman 6:39, illustrating a situation descriptive of our own, that both parties have strayed far from the Constitution, which I've again alluded to herein. I've quoted the men behind the scenes showing their contempt whose hatred is covered by deceit of the common man. I've shown from Edmund Burke that we've got to be onto their game. We've got to be tough-minded, realists. But the Lord will assist us. I've shown a little of what threatens America, and that the Lord, too, has a plan for us. And as I pointed out the realities of secret societies, of secret societies as confirmed constantly in the Book of Mormon, and that the effects thereof are visible and poison. I recommend a beautiful book by Alan Axelrod, Ph.D., which is available for $1 used, Encyclopedia of Secret Societies. Chapter 2. To Hitchcock aficionados, these radical professors are for the birds. Are you not familiar at all with what biblical scripture tells us on the matter of what produced America's former unprecedented bounteous wealth? Our prospering in the land so greatly depends on the conditions of serving the God of the land, who is Jesus Christ, having obedience to his laws, as spelled out even more in the Book of Mormon. It is more accurate on the mindset of our founding fathers, for is it not the most correct book on earth, as Joseph told us, than what you've been absorbing from court historians? They carried a book, and it was of great worth unto the Gentiles, we read in 1 Nephi 13:17 through 23. Why reject this and supplant it with the secularists' view? One of them, Charles Beard, has a room here at Emerson. I guess I was working here at Emerson 7 years ago when I wrote this, named after him. President Benson said that he, Beard, regretted his writing an economic, Marxist interpretation of the history of the United States, ascribing ridiculously to greed as the main motive for those men who God raised up. But the damage done was considerable. And what's this footnote here? Having read it, I'm astonished at how it has become such a mainstay. Oh yeah, that's the book by Beard just referred to. But these foundations have rewritten history, imposing their one-world propagandizing views upon us. It is filled with error, lies actually, but the unsuspecting student takes what is given. And I just read yesterday that the CFR was the means through which funding for colleges was obtained through their foundations. So it was clearly a goal to steer the direction that they wanted college teachings to go. As I just said, but the damage done was considerable. So many fall for it without doing their own digging, you apparently among them. Again, David Barton's, you can get his books used for $25. Works are fabulous. I won't name my friend's name here. I keep writing his name. Let's call him John. John, it's not from socialism or the secret combinations behind it to which we owe thanks to God for our inestimable blessings. It's all in the very Bible the founders valued so highly. And you could, by being an independent thinker, rather than an acted upon dupe, be informed. Every president of the church has inspired us with their love of America, and of the blessed founders. I'm going to paraphrase him, but Patrick Henry had Isaiah in mind when he asked, "Are we then to be among those who having eyes see not, and having ears hear not?" The forged chains can already be heard clanking on the streets of Boston. We can attest of that, as my son and I have twice noted our present inside a D.C.-supported governor speak in Sabbatean-style code that we can no longer live on the fumes of the past, reminiscent of the ancient regime, which was the cry of the Marxist or Masonic-led French Revolution. A friend in the know informs me of the governor. I was talking about, his name will come back to me in a minute, former governor here. 33rd degree Masonry membership, not the lesser harmless degrees. The Latin phrase ab chaos ordem are the centuries-old watchword and dovetails precisely with your Frankfurt School's agenda of subversion. Deval Patrick, that's who I was thinking of. What a sinister character he was. At any rate, he was speaking over the applauding constituents' heads to his Washington, D.C. connections, saying, as I'll decode his meaning, "I will destroy Massachusetts, a model for what is to be done everywhere else." Bear me in mind for a reward of some high post later. In other words, he would institute gay marriage or follow what Romney had already introduced, illegal immigration and all those sort of things. It would make my blood boil to recount his, what most take for ignorance, studied attempts to subvert law here in our state. And as he did in the Randy Weaver case 20 years ago, overturn justice. Yeah, he's the one that got that shooter, Horiyuki, or whatever his name was, off for killing Randy Weaver. See Habakkuk again, 1:3. So I move on, back to Henry for inspiration. What is it that gentlemen wish? Do they wish peace? And love, as President Monson said. There is no peace. Else what do these entering of homes and confiscation of our arms mean? A big project of Deval Patrick's, by the way. This means war. It has already begun, but the God of battles is ready to assist us if we but appeal to him for his aid. I've since checked out Henry's words, and as I've said, I was paraphrasing, but what a person gets from a great speech is as important, if not more so, than the exact wording. Patrick Henry knew that reality is usually scoffed at, delusion is usually king, but in the battle for Western civilization, it will be reality, not illusion or delusion, that will determine what the future will bring. So, Patrick Henry desired not smooth things, Isaiah 29:10, 30:10, 11, or comfortable lies to be spoken. He majestically lifted his voice, give me the truth, even the worst of it, that then I can provide for it. Give me liberty or give me death. So reality is best, and I'm hoping to convince you. Still, in your most recently sent letter, you admitted you find utility and insight from Marxism. And you spoke to me only smooth things as to what a few Fabians allegedly did, that it wasn't anything to trouble my head with. Again, I hope to convince you otherwise momentarily. When Pahoran wrote to General Moroni of the Kingmen conspiracy in Alma 61, 2-4, who, after undermining Fabian-like and taking over the government, do take joy in our freemen's afflictions, that would be your schadenfreude, not this expose of mine. Applicable to Keynes' deficit spending, a German proverb warns that he that borrows sells his freedom. In a footnote here I wrote, the Weimar regime had the banks print 1 trillion marks after World War I. $1 worth 4.2 marks in 1914 could buy 630 billion marks within a decade. Krugman maintains Obama should have spent twice the amount he did in his stimulus package, which is wishful thinking, unsupported by history. Krugman lies for a living, though. Greenspan spoke in 1966 brilliantly, schooled in the Austrian School of Economics, till he was bought off to become a Keynesian, rewarded with federal post thereafter. His even more dangerous policy of inflating the currency, modern coin clipping, would be what Bastiat called legal plunder. That means stealing. We should study not only the professor's theories, but also the professor himself. That sage advice was given by Elder Boyke Packer. It applies even more to academics in bed with. You can take that any more than a mere figure of speech in Keynes' own case. Political rulers. I say rulers. The New Dealers and the cohorts, the corporate socialists, misnamed capitalists, and big bankers' sole object was to emerge, in process of time, see D&C 38:13, as rulers of us all. Google a prophetic speech by Congressman Louis McFadden, given in the 30s. Also the mayor of New York City, Mayor Hyland. Where Paul says that we should have no fellowship or followership with the unfruitful works of darkness, fairly descriptive of Keynesianism, but rather reprove them, that whatsoever doth make manifest his light, I take it as a citizen's patriotic duty to bring such things out to the antiseptic light. And now, as Moroni knew, no conspiracy theory, but conspiracy fact, the intention of the Lamanites that it was to destroy their brethren, He thought it no sin to use stratagem. Therefore he placed spies round about. He fought back. He used fire against fire, sensibly. Like General Washington, he resolved to conquer or to die. I want to interject something about our church's aim at building a tangible kingdom of God on earth, Zion, lest these bad things are too frightening. Apostle Quentin L. Cook said this conference, "Our doctrine is clear. We are to be of good cheer. We emphasize our faith, not our fears. We rejoice in the Lord's assurance. Zion will not be removed." Sections 100 to 105 or so, I think it is. That He will stand by us and give us guidance and direction. In 1958, in a similar spirit, Robert Welch sagely also warned, "We can never win unless both leadership and following have a positive dream, which is more important as a hope than the negative nightmare is as a fear. Unless the promise of what we can build supplies more motivation than the terror of what we must destroy. And unless this faith in the future is based on a deeper faith in eternal truths. That is in complete accord with all that our leaders are doing and leading us to do, as much now as ever, as much as in the wonderful teachings of the prophet Joseph Smith or the incredibly practical discourses of Brigham Young. In D&C 109-71, Joseph prayed for all of his successors, the future presidents of the church. Were Brigham and Joseph full of it pertaining to Zion? Were Joseph's prayers for Brigham on down to Spencer, Gordon, and Thomas upbraided, rejected, and not even deemed worthy by him who inspired the verse 109-71 to be fulfilled? Are you, in your saying that they used to be inspired, telling me that? That's crazy talk. Haven't you a testimony of Daniel then? How could you forget what you once knew, which facts have not gone away? The Lord was emphatic that in the days of those kings, His church was to be established, His kingdom to be set up, which would never be destroyed. Apparently, He reserved some of His choicest spirits to govern these things, some of whom you may have shaken hands with, to ensure this would be the happy result. Logic here. Back to Moroni's realistic approach and his most sensible stand. He searched out the obvious enemy. The communist puppet ruler, his boss, was in New York, Arthur Goldsmith. Khrushchev said of we Americans, "We can spit in their faces and they'll call it due. Not us if we have even a spark within us of freedom." See Alma 60, 21-27 and 61, 14-15. For we should never allow ourselves to acquiesce to an obvious enemy, to the destruction of our lives, so the Nephites reasoned, sanely. Alma 48, 23-25. I am an American fighting man dedicated to preserving our country and way of life. That was on the walls of our lounge where you and I sat before we had refueling runs, were those plaques of the Code of Conduct. Now, these pertain to only just wars from the doctrine of Vattel and Hugo Grotius, respected by our founders as classics, that I am talking about. I'm certainly not of the make love not war of Marcuse, pacifist camp, created by that Frankfurt School scholar for reasons that are obvious. That too is falling for the ancient tactic of Sun Tzu's Art of War, incorporated by subversives ever since, again manifestly obvious to be self-conquered, from within, without a shot being fired. But when I do and must fight, neither would I fall for the false perpetual wars right out of Orwell for perpetual peace, as a Romney would, unfortunately. They all would, excepting Ron Paul, who declares his principles regarding war so magnificently. Not to be confused with the half-truth stand superficially resembling Paul of a Chomsky, who tells the truth to support a lie only. See D&C 98-34, which Ron Paul understands in his noble heart. And again, this is the law, Constitution that is, that I gave unto my ancients, that they should not go out into battle against any nation, Grotius, just war doctrine, save I, the Lord, commanded them. 1812 was just, but that's 200 years since we last qualified, 100 years ago. Oh, you'll ask flippantly, but how do you know when he commands it? Unless there are flashing lights around the men in charge, right? But that deserves rebuking with, if you're in the tune yourself, you'll know. If leaders are led by the Spirit. So this is why in the law of the land, our God-given Constitution, as I mentioned on the phone, a Massachusetts senator wants to correct Congress must be the branch to declare war, not the executive. For it can get complicated and takes deliberation not by kings or kingmen who can become heated and too quick and hasty, and is a thing to be entered into as a last resort at that. But then, at that point, to win and end mercy decisively, as MacArthur knew, and the insiders hated him for it, and pulled him when it is declared. Ironically, he hated war, although he, MacArthur, was good at it. The insiders do not want victory in wars, but never-ending, no-win wars. I've been to Korea. We're still there, as any fool can see. Anyway, we must study and know the ways of war and politics, said Adams, that our children may be able to study mathematics and philosophy. Today's evil agenda of being the policeman of the world is far, far from the Lord's law that I gave unto mine ancients. In my 220-year-old copy of the French Revolution is Volney's Ruins. He had a footnote of the Abbé Pierre's words in 1713 that in some far-off day we will have a world army. Here's a footnote. I used German-English dictionary below. I looked up an article on Hitler's homeland security, finding it was actually called the Reichsheer. Oh, I can't read this. And Schutzstaffel, or better known as the SS. Anyway, these days are those spoken of by Daniel when the transgressors are come to the full, working on these three fronts. A one-world army, the enforcers, a one-world economic system, and a one-world religion. Is it so hard to see this? Okay, but trust me, they are forming under compulsion of the state. The reworking of the First Amendment by the Massachusetts senator has another God as part of its agenda. Then, besides the God we worship, no doubt. See Revelations 13, 5-17. Yet they're calling it the People's Protection of Speech Bill or something. That is like Homeland Security, which in Hitler's post-Reichstag fire, just like our 9/11 false flag op, he himself instigated. It was called by that very name, Inner Sicherheit. It's the exact opposite of its claim. The department was set up subtly to control us. As with Hitler's version, it's an old device they are using. See the American 21st Century Report. I looked it up. See Atlas Shrugged and Paul Williams' expose. This refers to a vision of Joseph Smith referred to by Dwayne S. Crowther, which caused him to weep, crying to the Lord, shut the vision. Create a problem. Propose a solution, as Richard Clark discloses, not fully comprehending it. The proposal existed to solve the problem before the threat occurred from the wicked terrorists gained greater control over the people. There are even larger terrorist training camps, the biggest being in New York State, where attackers are being trained with the blessing of our FBI and CIA, at least without their interference. But I'm not on that subject really, so I've digressed, yet it further makes my point. See Paul L. Williams and Islamberg. Recalling what Adams had said, a few of us even feel to study conspiracy, which is a war against us, against God even, and to even waste and wear out our lives to expose these hidden things of darkness, wherein we know them and they are truly manifest from heaven. D&C 123. Robert Welcher, in the spirit of MacArthur's hating war, admitted that such a task was beyond the normal expectations of our lives, dauntingly. I mean, who wants to consider the implications that we wrestle not with flesh and blood, as Paul prophesied, but spiritual wickedness, demons in actuality, in high places, the spirit world as much as in government seats, of the rulers of the darkness of this world. See Ephesians 6:11-13. Footnote, as secret combinations. It's not something to dwell on for most of us, perhaps, but somebody's got to do it. Someone like us, someone who reads the scriptures, that loves and understands them uncommonly well, as I think we really may, for I've put in the effort. I, for one, have seen the wicked in great power. Have you? They set their mouths against the heavens. They said in their hearts about you and your family, let us destroy them. There is not any more profit. Would you agree with them? Stop imbibing their thought. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people. They have said, like Toynbee back on page 20, come and let us cut them off from being a nation. But first let us transform the rot, weaken their culture within. For their foundation, see Psalm 11, 1-5, Joseph Smith translation, of Christian culture is too long established, too firmly rooted for an open, direct assault. This is, then, the actual reason for the Fabian-directed creation of the Frankfurt School of Transformational Marxism, of your such affectionate regard. Remove not the ancient landmarks which your fathers have set. Proverbs 22-28, Psalm 11, 2-3. See also Colossians 3:2, Proverbs 14, 3-4, and 15, 20-24. Do you see what you're into? Believe my words. Trust an old friend with whom you go way back. This should cause to well up the urge and inspire any American worthy of the name to cry, grant not, Psalm 140, O Lord, the desire of the wicked. Further not his wicked device. As for the head of those that compass me about, let the war and culture, etc., mischief of their own lips cover them. Let not an evil speaker or professor be established in the earth or with tenure in the university. This reminds me of the lack of patriotism, on the other hand, of President Wilson, who, with compromising cowardice, in his book, The New Freedom, What Was Wrong with the Old, I would ask, said, there is a power somewhere, so subtle, so watchful, so interlocked, so complete, so pervasive, that we dare not speak above our breaths when we speak in condemnation of it. In that CFR meeting at which its former director, Dick Cheney, the evil speaker, gloated, let's not allow my constituents back in Wyoming, a flyover state, to know of this, to laughter. That would be schadenfreude. Our foes have rejoiced when our sorrows they've seen. You can watch this performance on YouTube. I've referred you to Deanna Spingola's article on Cheney's visit in News with Views, and recommended former Senator from Arizona Karen Johnson's insights, again on News with Views, on why the church can't prevent such an unwanted evil guest's visit. They're both LDS and love the church and have knowledge of the way these conspirators work. Didn't the Jews expect Christ to overthrow their enemies? But his kingdom was not of this world. Even he then would not. You can be obtuse to any explanation, so I leave you to your own display of schadenfreude over our dilemmas, since you'd rather not be confused with the facts. D&C 3, 6-8, you should not have feared man more than God, and he would have extended his arm, and he would have been with you in every time of trouble. But Wilson, despite being much prayed for as our president, died a broken man, in an anguish of regret. He'd made his choice of which God to serve. Remember that even the President of the United States 100 years ago said that since I entered politics, I've discovered that men in industry and in government are afraid of something, that there is a power so watchful, etc., as I've just quoted. This is indicative of what perilous times we live in, which you ought to bear in mind whilst you so comfortably critique the brethren. My son said they've warned us, but it may be past time, too dangerous now to openly speak. But I think they still speak in couched terms to those who have ears to hear. David refused to do that, even to Saul, but he was the Lord's anointed, which principle is given as an example to us. That's how it is done in a house of order, not by Adorno's opposition to authority, or by sneak attacks as by Chomsky's sniveling, unruly anarchists. The right way is well taught to us by the chain of command in the military, or by this excellent verse of Hebrews chapter 13, verse 7. Obey them that have the rule over you, and submit yourselves, for they watch for your souls, as they that must give account, that they may do it with joy, and not with grief, for that is unprofitable for you. If you say not gonna happen, which you're fond of saying, have a hard time with this, just realize that in the unlikely event that you were damaged physically or emotionally by such deference to the bishop, it would be sorted out ultimately. And meanwhile, the Lord would bless you for it. There would be nothing to worry about. He will make things right. It would be accounted your David-like faithfulness to your favor, and besides, is a happier attitude. As Elder Soares confirmed this sentiment of mine, you literally can't go wrong in doing right in this April's conference. Easier said than done, but true. I guess what I was tutored in by my bishop, Mark Benson, a bishop's bishop, said Elder Maxwell of him, so lovingly that he had my undying trust that following orders or obedience is the first law of heaven, that when a prophet speaks, God speaks, and when God speaks, obey. Hearken, were lessons that hit home. But Adorno, couched in academic language usually, and his ilk, secretly, despise the idea of our being obedient to anybody, probably especially to righteous authority, for that would be stabilizing for society, and this shall be for the stability of thy times. Deference to constituted authority of any kind, whether to God or children to their parents, which I have a quote on later, or to our worthy leaders, would be anathema to him, except to his own authority of what he says being true, I gather. Well, to expose the anti-authoritarian teachings of an Adorno would be expedient, as would his plans of what we would replace orderly government with, under his authority, or to expose Cheney's plans, and for your information, his pederasty, or that of Foucault's or Keynes's homosexuality, contrary to the Mosaic Law as well as often enumerated in the New Testament, due to the implications of their inherent death wish for mankind to share, see Boyke Packer hereafter, or the incest of the Frankfurt School-approved Freud, or the serial adultery or even eventual chosen lesbianism of the very influential Margaret Mead. For her findings from her stay among the Samoans, which have been exposed as fraudulent, have nevertheless left an impact on society's mores. She lied, according to an authoritative, in my footnotes, even sympathetic scholar. Freud's Oedipus complex theory was a classic projection derived from his own guilt complex, for he had committed incest with Minnie Bernays, the aunt of Edward Bernays, I think. In one of my side readings, I discovered that he was probably a Sabbatean Jew. What would that be, you ask? Permit me to refer you to a book I sent you by Gershon Scholem, a formidable scholar on this subject. It began in Frankfurt in, get this, 1666, 666 there, and fits the false Messiah movement better than any event in history mentioned in the Book of Mormon. See 2 Nephi 25, 16 to 18. No small thing. I really believe this. It seems by all evidence to me to have continued its existence up to the present day. It could be circles within circles, the mainspring behind what Abbe Saint de Pierre in his plan of perpetual peace treaties at Utrecht was up to 300 years ago in 1713 with his socialist doctrines. Footnote, this is not anti-Semitism, which is a despicable thing. I want to emphasize, these Jews are not Jews, Revelations 3:9, and are in fact anti-Jews themselves and murderers of their own people. I grew up with and loved and respected my Jewish pals, and still have a great love for them as a people. Then in 1717, the Masons were formed. Voltaire was a young initiate of an anti-Christianity movement afoot by then, but I can't say for sure, seeing disconnected threads. But it's of interest that we know from the Book of Mormon that such plans of secret societies are handed down or revived as much as the devil is able to get hold of the hearts of the children of men. Really, you should see Helaman 6, 25 to 30, which comes after a decline through disobedience, as I've said, I've seen before evidence of Louis Brandeis. The school in Boston named after him was where Marcuse ended up, and Stephen Wise being modern Sabbateans. These two were quite cunning. They come across in conventional history as practically orthodox. They were masters of deceit, however. And come to think of it, perhaps all of the Frankfurt School Jews, see Revelations 3:9, footnote. As I said, the Sabbateans and to the modern banking system's fractional reserve banking under the Rothschilds began there. It was from Frankfurt that, was it Paul or Felix, Warburg I'm thinking of, the central bank idea came at least to be settled on. America under Warburg, finally the subversives of the Frankfurt School. The Lord had an agent of his set up a temple there, to think of it. On the other hand, and Frankfurt produced Monson's counselor, President Uchtdorf. Yeah, what I mean there is he was from that city. So, the movement conspiracy, that is, began in 1666, Frankfurt, which is the home of their school. Brandeis was led by men who were Sabbatean Jews, evidently. And as they say, birds of a feather, enter Marcuse. But this much I do know for sure, that they had an incredibly evil doctrine, according to Sholem, called the holiness of sin. It goes back, for I find the same heinous practices being done in apostate Israel in the Old Testament. See Leviticus 21:7 for an example. Sabbateans, out of deliberate rebellious mockery of God, performed the worst sexual acts they could think of. The mentor of Marx, and the date of this is uncanny, 1830, as Joseph said, when God undertakes to do a work, the devil simultaneously has a counterfeit. So, the mentor of Marx, Moses Hess, deliberately marrying a prostitute was another probable case of this satanic principle of reversal. Footnote. If homosexual marriage isn't the ultimate mockery, an example of it, nothing is. Or do you regard it as what God hath put together, let not man put asunder, that is holy matrimony? Like Wilson, let's not speak in condemnation of it, for who would dare, being a meanie, do such a thing? When the Lord is expressly prohibiting these bizarre things, bestiality, cross-dressing, etc., and other simply abnormal activities people just don't do on their own, I believe it has to be with reference to the satanic rites among the secret societies. That's manifest, no mistaking it. In the 20th chapter of Leviticus, occult practices are condemned. You think they were stupid and superstitious back then? Not as evolved as now mankind is, not as well educated, the evolution of mankind's thought here that some take it as. No, that's not it. Adam or Enoch, and that goes back, were as intelligent as we are, or more so. Jung and Freud and Mead, too, as Sabbateans, I believe, were both heavily involved with calling on familiars. See Isaiah 8:19 and 20. And that sort of thing, which is surprising, for they certainly were educated, to say the least, even incomprehensible unless you know they had an agenda. Unless you fathom the ways of these secret combinations, see 2 Corinthians 2:11, Revelations 2:6 to 15, and verse 24, largely hidden from view. That is the best explanation, fitting Occam's razor well. Are you looking up these scriptures? There's an amazing tale about the second. The Nazis reportedly sought one particular archaeological relic from the ancient world, an altar from the Greek ruins, and actually thought they obtained it, and the communists later pilfered it from them. This was an actual item, Satan's seat, no figurative expression merely, and it was, as an occult treasure, treasured by the devil-serving socialist ideologies these two systems represented. National Socialists in the Nazis' case, international in the Communists' case, if in case that was over your head. Footnote, I found last night on the internet that Crowley is the father of rock and roll music, Aleister Crowley. Some give Adorno the credit. What's fascinating is that the two met. Both strongly desired to overthrow the old order's morals, and both thought music a major means by which to accomplish it. Later I'll refer to Lord Bute and Sir Dashwood and of their involvement in such things in the 1740s, and of Aleister Crowley 1.5 centuries later, all of these more influential than you know in politics. Adorno's first association in Vienna under the wings of his original mentor, the notorious Karl Kraus, was a group they left in the hands of none other than Crowley. Later, Adorno corresponded with Walter Benjamin for 5 years, who was a defender of Satanism. Birds of a feather flocking together are all only just a coincidence. There's wisdom in the old sayings, and we have them for truisms for a reason. What do Crowley, Adorno, and the Beatles all have in common? A common connection, and they're all wanting to change the world after a revolution in morals, through music especially, to live as one. Footnote. She was rewarded by being appointed as a president of the World Federation of Mental Health. She and Brock Chisholm promoted a document of mental hygiene. Chisholm said, "Wars were caused by the poisons fed us by parents' prejudices and doctrines of right and wrong, inculcated by Sunday school teachers. Their idea of mental health was to prepare children for world citizenship. Doctrines of right and wrong." He actually said this. Pardon that albeit interesting digression. I can't help it. I've never had any classes on writing, although I had to go through some remedial courses to teach me how to read when I first entered the University of Utah under the GI Bill. And I'm rather apt to go on tangents. So, I was saying about Margaret Mead, she had an enormous impact, even after being discredited to many people's views on morality. And her third or fourth husband, Gregory Bates, headed MKUltra in its drugging the youth of America, flocking with Huxley as birds of a feather, with LSD, I just learned on my break. And what's more, their daughter, Mary Catherine Bates, along with another bird, New Ager Gene Houston, would help Hillary Clinton to write It Takes a Village. Ta-da! What a small world. I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer, but even I see a pattern here. Footnote. I lack space to cover this letter, but an organized SRA, satanic ritual abuse scandal, has been taking place in Boston for many decades. The Globe documented that Cardinal Law, who worked with MKUltra, covered for Paul Shanley after getting clearance from my own family doctor, well, I won't name him. He knew about my brother, I suppose, and I won't describe that here, but it killed him. And exposing all of this is quite germane to the proverb I opened up with at the start. And exposure of a monster like Kinsey, another morals-destroying figure, who, just like Mead's work, made scientific findings that have had far-reaching effects. He used stopwatchers for the useful discovery of how long it took 5 to 11-month-old babies to experience multiple orgasm, after scientifically yet torturously sexual self-abusing them for countless hours on end, up to 24. Today's court decisions show the disastrous implications. A Judge Maria Lopez in Boston, formerly of Cuba, who has been rewarded for her subversion with one of those judge shows, told the parents of a child who had been held by a pederast by being menaced with a screwdriver, look it up if you don't believe me, to his face to poke out his eyes if he didn't give in to oral sex. Get over it. Case closed. Footnote. On SRA, see Bostonian author William H. Kennedy. It takes place, these satanic ritual abuses, in every state, even Utah. They'd target such a religious community as that's what Satanists do. A general authority is assigned to the matter. Glenn Pace. Such court decisions, outrageous as they are, except to a communist like Lopez I suspect is, are regular events, creating a giving up. What is the world coming to? Shrugging of the shoulders. That's cognitive dissonance. Kinsey's legacies are these disgusting overthrowing of just verdict sentencing on sex offenders and revealing it. Oh, I can't stand to hear such things, but people had just better. It's not looking into things that are none of our business, or psychic voyeurism. Thankfully, there are multiple sources in and out of the church, such as Judith Reisman, a frequent speaker in Utah, where we gain information we need. From Reisman's books, I've learned, he's popping up everywhere this letter, that Kinsey was yet another acolyte of, guess who, Aleister Crowley. There are incriminating photographs. The New American 5 years ago or so was where I saw them, of Alfred's homage paid to the world's wickedest man, the Satanist, Crowley, when he made a pilgrimage to a shrine in England made in his honor. Kinsey collaborated in his sex research, quote-unquote, which continues today with Nazi pervert scientists as well, obtaining their files and records that were preserved from the flames. What flames? Well, those book burnings we've all seen from those black and white film documentaries, that was the evidence, actually, of the documents from their sex experimentation they sought to destroy before the authorities could obtain them. Many boxes of the stuff, and one of the Nazi scientists went to the lab of the great American doctor, however, for the continuation of that seminal work. Footnote, the newspaper clipping, Duvall Takes a Gamble, came on the following day. It was easily predictable for anyone knowing from a little history. These corruptors, modus operandi, will have their casino, bad enough, pervert-led. Maybe all you knew of him was from the secluded kind of reading you do, which would hold him up in a favorable liberal light, or from how he was so nobly portrayed in Hollywood by Liam Neeson. Pure propaganda. Aside, yet relatively, I caught this line from our governor in this morning's newspaper regarding an official's being temporarily unavailable to serve as head of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission, which hopes to add a large casino to Boston. That mission has been accomplished, by the way, since this was written in 2012. His alleged sexual assault on a boy in a steam room is under investigation by authorities. He expressed reluctance to continue to serve, but Governor Patrick, with warmth, smilingly as always, which irritates many citizens, said, I hope he comes back soon, as he's needed. I see no concern or consideration for the moral worthiness that was actually not long ago a prerequisite for government offices expressed. Here's a footnote. We should do the Christian thing, let down the gates, and even help the terrorists in their training to be really Christ-like, and turn the other cheek, even our posterior cheeks. Yes, Patrick, like Danton advised, practices the tactic audacity, more audacity. In fact, I detect a secret sneering, spitting in our faces like Khrushchev's, with his not mentioning any wrongdoing. And with the climate of opinion in the media so favorable to homosexual marriage, which gives me such forebodings that I moaned inwardly as I watched the news last night, oh boy, there seems to be signs of war on family, on God, on country. This morning's editorial called the marrying of men to men, or women to women, of not so great earth-shaking concern as war, ironically. Our governor is a warm, fuzzy fellow. As to the 9/11 attacks 11 years ago, he'd said it would not have happened if people were more loving. All we need is love. That expresses not his real thoughts. His hatred of our country and way of life is covered by deceit. See Proverbs 26:24-26. Well, I'm tired, so let's call it a chapter, after a brief synopsis. I recommend the Book of Mormon and the Bible, for they inoculate its serious students to the Professor Beards and their kind, who don't want you to know how faithful in their Christianity were our ancestors. In my state, Governor Patrick, I've shown, is up to something, evincing a design upon our liberties. I said the modern equivalent of the British have knocked on my own door threateningly, but that this Bostonian was able to send them packing, as did the former day Bostonians. I'm simply with the truth and right on my side. I mentioned Keynes and the other peacemongers, who are more to be feared than ever a MacArthur was. Henry said, Sirs, we must fight, for we are not helpless. God would raise up to assist us the means, would we but call upon him for his aid. The corruptors, cowards, many of them, can be successfully resisted, and as Henry urged, the war has already begun, and some are valiantly engaged in it, whom we may join. Our enemies are organized, so should we be. By the way, the children of this world are often wiser than the children of light. I wish that we were half so organized as the enemies to freedom. Here I think of Burke's words again, that when bad men combine, the good must associate, else they will fall one by one, an unpitied sacrifice in a contemptible struggle. And the first to go, the useful idiots. The governor, devolved Patricks of the world would shock and awe us into complacency, knowing gleefully full well that a Burke, they've read him for Trenchard and Gordon said such evil men study good that they may do ill, was also correct when he said that all that is necessary for the triumph of evil is that good men do nothing. So their audacity is a tactic in the art of their warfare. They would be only too glad for their opponents, good men and women, to have dissension in the ranks, so they covertly, or otherwise, where apathy prevails, sow discord among brethren, and try to disconnect the rank and file from their appointed leaders. There are men who deserve to be leaders, who, unlike the politicians, neither ask for it nor decline when it is offered, as Elder Packer put it. If obedience is the first law of heaven, then it seems all manner of disobedient behavior the opposite rules in hell, or, as we've seen to actually be so, in its earthly counterpart. It's uncanny how wicked, yet how smoothly persuasive, hiding well the thoughts of your subservience or utter destruction, conspiring men can be. How long and deeply laid their plans and secret combinations. Yet it is God's world still, and however much of a mess of it so far has been made, we have not a thing to be trembling in our boots about, for we will not retreat though our numbers may be few, when compared to the opposite hosts in view. For an unseen power will aid me and you in the glorious cause of truth. Fear not, though the enemy deride. We will be victorious, for the Lord is on our side. We will heed not what the wicked may say, for the Lord, our Heavenly Father, Him we will obey. Now, not having yet met our Heavenly Father, I figure I can't physically salute Him as my commander personally, but if I could find His alternates or aides de camp, that would be fine, for whether by His own voice or the mouth of His servants, it is the same. He tells me I can say I have heard His voice, see D&C 18:34-36, because that is in fact His, when in spirit led whisperings to us of what is right and true, we learn how to act. 2 Nephi 32:3. That's it for chapter 2. I'm going to sip on some lemonade for a while. Chapter 3. Remember, kids, never get into the car of a stranger. Jeremiah 5:26. For among my people are found wicked men. They lay wait, as he that setteth snares. They set a trap. They catch men. I would point out that these people I've been discussing have all had vast influence over our lives. In the areas of government, of education, undermining of law, of authority, of the family, in religion and public morals, and regarding the definition, ominously, of the sacred institution of marriage, which is the bedrock of society. From his opening words in conference, I keep President Monson's admonition in mind to continue to oppose evil wherever it is found. As Bernays said of an invisible government, they mold our opinions, form our tastes, etc. I want to know about it, and would ask, where are you taking us, before being a follower of anyone? It's not unlike the stranger with candy suspiciously enticing a little girl or boy into his car. Have some sense, and forewarn your child. Don't go into that car, ever. Avoid him, and report it to the police authorities. Footnote. Rabbi Entelman and separately 2 Jewish scholars at BU give the history of the creation in the late 60s, early 70s of violence and economic destruction in Boston's minority neighborhoods. Frank was an instrumental part of it, along with the Supreme Court Justice Lawrence Schuberbo, KGB agent, proven fact, and Thelma Lewis. Frank did the same thing as a head of a finance company on a national scale some 35 years later as a reward. Nobody in their right mind tells the child if he seems nice you should probably be able to trust him, so get into the car. Chomsky, to the best of your knowledge, is a faithful husband. Without searching him out, no questions asked. I say, by their fruits we shall know them. A friend of mine who had a radio show before he ran against Barney Frank, a modern Sabbatean, had arranged to see Chomsky, a fellow Jew, for an interview. He seemed nice to my surprise, quite cordial, Chuck Moore said, with a knowing smile, for he is a knowledgeable person, having written a couple of books, one on Sabbateanism. Now, Chuck never graduated college. We should start a club, he once told me. Yet you said, if I recall of these kind, liberal or learned professors, 2 Nephi 9:28, we should heed their wisdom. That's what they're there for. That would be naive. Studies done of these liberal eggheads from Professor E. Merrill Root, a noble soul, years ago, in his book Collectivism on the Campus and Brainwashing in the Classroom, in the estimation of President Benson about 50 years ago, up to Thomas Sowell's Inside American Education to Dinesh D'Souza's Illiberal Education, have shown how that a vast majority of them cannot be trusted and are taking us for a ride. Also see None Dare Call It Education by John Stormer, Revolt on Campus by M. Stetton Evans, End of Education by Postman, Closing of the American Mind, Alan Bloom, or Cloning of the American Mind by B.K. Eekman, etc., etc. We should have studied the professors and noticed their agendas from their over 90% of them as Root long ago documented, having extremely radical leftist biases. A couple of students from Holy Cross said to me a few weeks ago they don't like where they're being taken from what they are taught, and thanks me after seeing this journal and getting me to discuss it again and again for a refreshing outlook. I remember that occasion. That was, a long time ago when I talked to these students where I was working. If you would go to that aforementioned YouTube archived interview of Norman Dodd, you'd be informed that education, naturally having been targeted as suggested by 2 Nephi 28 again, has been under the dominant control of the Carnegie, Ford, and Rockefeller foundations for over a century. Let me continue after a small interruption. You'd be informed that education, naturally having been targeted, as suggested by 2 Nephi 28 again, has been under the dominant control of the Carnegie, Ford, and Rockefeller foundations for over a century. A good woman in Dodd's office, doing the legwork for him, upon discovering the words of the directors of the Carnegie Endowment for Peace, had actually stated the desirability of war from the standpoint of changing society's morals. This dovetails with Gramsci, Adorno, and those fellows. Suffered temporarily a nervous breakdown, and on it went about the need to control how history was taught in the schools. Very insidious stuff. Thus they paid off Charles Beard to produce his Marxist perspective of the Founding Fathers' motives. I saw a magazine at work upstairs here called Reminiscence, a nostalgic publication. It had nice pictures. One was of an optician's shop from some dinky town in rural Idaho 100 years ago. Things like that. The Midwest, Florida, everywhere, with feel-good stories and shots of the good old days. I actually have a soft spot, I confess, for that sort of thing, and was enjoying it. They meant well, no doubt, but whether you can turn the clock back or not, at least people were unafraid to wish one another Merry Christmas, one of the ACLU's targets. My father was making $35,000 in the early 70s, while his 6-bedroom house cost $18,000 in 1969. My first car, I would gas up for 18 cents a gallon, but I was wax nostalgic. But how come some of us, working 6 days a week, and their wife also, our mothers didn't need to work until they were liberated, can't afford a vehicle? It's been a while, 10 years since I've had a vacation. Under the gold standard in old Rome, a toga and sandals cost about $25. 2,000 years later, just before the arrival of Keynes' big ideas, big government, a toga, or I should say suit and pair of shoes, cost about $25. As FDR said, and he would know for having embraced communists into the White House and Keynes, when you see a thing happen in history, such as Pearl Harbor, you can bet it was planned that way. What has happened, unbeknownst to most people, ought not and needn't to have been. Let me show from that naivety this magazine demonstrates how these things were foisted upon us, whereby you say a person of my attainments in areas of some use somewhere should by rights be able to receive wage commensurate with that work, hard ability, and skill. I of all people would agree with you. But an enemy hath done this, not to grieve overly or fret much. Life is sweet still to me, but what it is, and ought not to be, was not an offshoot of capitalism or due to any inherent defect of our traditional American way of life. It was begun in earnest after 1933, although Henry, Randolph, a younger Lincoln in 1836, and Joseph Smith, the very same year, had identified the arrival of this envious enemy from abroad, and it is at the feet of these very illuminists you unfortunately too much take for being sincere problem solvers. We can lay blame for such crimes. They never intended to help. They don't believe as we do, for they worship another god, reason. I give up should you see it as you do with such an obvious enemy as a revolutionist, but it's not against the law to be a communist, as you say, that they're entitled to follow Lucifer in his work of destruction under freedom of religion. If they believe in sacrificing children, it is, see Colonel Aquino, who did just that on a base in California, their privilege to so worship whoever, whatever they may. Footnote. Read article of Charlotte Isbert or Dennis Cuddy. Incredible story. My associate in Boston, Sam Blumenfeld, is a scholar's scholar. He's written since the mid-60s this, is public education necessary? It's one of the greatest exposés ever. No hyperbole. He's since deceased, by the way. But the Lord never granted legal status to Baal worship or sanctioned placing children into the fire of Moloch's altar, to my recollection. Abortion worldwide, 43 million a year. But in reminiscence, it had one article on the Dick and Jane books, this magazine I was referring to. Weren't they nice and unsuspecting, baby boomer gushed? I loved those books. I got a hold of some of them and used them to teach my children to read. Without deeply delving into this subject, at which I'm fairly expert, it was from this series again, begun in the 30s, that the deliberate dumbing down of America began. The socialist Dewey said that individuality, or thinking for oneself, was a form of mental illness, and that collective decision-making in cooperation, socialization within the group trumped a child's ability to read. Reading? That's overrated. Yes, he said that. I could give a 3-day seminar citing first Orestes Brownson's testimony of the original purpose of public schooling. Began in 1830 in Boston, and really coming into its own a century later. Interestingly, Marx in 1830 was mentored by Moses Hess. Of course, the church began that year. This insidious thing, public schooling. Isn't it interesting, like Joseph Smith said again, whenever God undertakes to do a work, the establishment of our church, the devil seeks a counterfeit. I see that again and again. The Illuminati began in 1776. It took time, not the work of a day or a month or a year. It takes a century, said some fellow conspirators in another part of the world, Italy, to get where they are now arrived in teaching, I hardly want to mention this, fisting to Boston public school students. See a YouTube expose by a local whistleblower from an organization called Mass Resistance. If I remember, yes, it was Mass Resistance, led by a Mr. Kammerer, a good man, not a meanie as you'd tend to consider him. Families are imperiled. The reading skills we learned were in spite of, not due to at all to the clever, but veiling of an intent to curtail reading ability. Footnote, which is why, of course, more money for this programmed failure. The more money, the more failure. Also called whole world method. Nate, one does not look at the word and sound out, going from left to right, I should say note. But the child could start anywhere, just trying to memorize a shape of a whole word. That's the look-say method of Dick and Jane. In those books, one new word was introduced every 3 or 4 pages that were to be memorized by sight, not by sounding out vowels and consonants phonetically, by, so help me, as I lie not, the shape of the word. So, for example, the word boat and beat or even something as dissimilar as Tommy and Sonny, or as close in shape as that, but far apart in meaning. But you had the pictures to figure it out, which made up a good portion of the page. The skull and bones, and of course those educational principles of the foundations were involved. Our teachers in 1961, when you and I were taught to read, were the old school enough, thankfully, despite the books, to have drilled us in phonics. I was a sound champion in Miss Quain's class in 1962, second grade, I'm proud to say, knowing how my vowels were pronounced. There are only 5 of them, A-E-I-O-U. All right, footnote. See Bible Dictionary, War in Heaven, page 788. Therein it says, Lucifer and his followers wanted salvation to come automatically to all who pass through mortality, without regard to individual preference, agency, or voluntary dedication. As I said, A-E-I-O-U, as well as the rest of the letters, the 21 consonants. If you are taught that, you can read not only cat, but catastrophe, or dog, on up to dogmatic. Those words are too long to recall the shape of. Let's see, is it boat, or a big letter, a small, round one, another like that, or is it beat? A big letter, a small, round one, another like that. I can look at the picture, and I'm praised if I guess right. Well, I'm praised if I am wrong, for it's a good guess. And nobody's different from anybody else. Fast forward to adulthood. Nobody's morals are better than another. We're all equal. Nobody is different. Now, Habermas, who you like, especially those prepared by the early indoctrination in relativism, tells us through deconstruction of your text in college that nobody is different, no one interpretation is correct, but its only meaning is what you bring to it. All we need is love here. No judging, no meanies allowed. No truth, in fact, is allowed, permit me to say. I've said that the only possible way to learn to read in English, and I've said this to some who objected, what about Chinese? What about it? Yes, they do memorize whole characters, but that's for the Chinese language, not ours. Ours is to learn your vowels and consonants and then sound them out. You can go anywhere, as my kids early learned, in weeks, not, for heaven's sakes, years. If I say that feet is the only way to walk, some still object and counter with, you could learn to walk on your hands. Sure, but you can't get far. So I say, finally, to learn to read this way is the only way to do so. Just like our mouth is the only way possible by which to eat. But so many educated people just want to argue with you, saying, well, you could eat through your nose, theoretically. Tubes, NG tubes, what have you. I leave them at this point with bon appetit. Send your kid to the public school. God bless you. Good luck. And get out of my sight. From the likes of Dewey, Counts, Dare the Schools Build a New World Order, 1932, Bloom, and whoever else I'm forgetting for their legion, we have been taken for a ride by perverse strangers. Now, if they've been able to foist such a terrible thing on the elementary level upon us, you can begin to imagine what the corruptors of our day have intended for higher ed. By the way, some Latter-day Saint, probably on the homeschool front, very strong out there in Utah, did an interesting piece on the value of teaching children to read by using the intense concentration of phonics found in the Book of Mormon. Here's a footnote. We are literate, but let's keep it that way. Also, let's be reading out of the best books and not be so gullible, a common thing, Utah tendency, as to fall for the precepts of men. Right, this fellow was qualified as a linguist or something in his specialty, whereof he could speak with authority. I already knew, but as I will show, Utah was the target for some reason. Why us? It became the launching pad for OBE, or a form of Skinnerian conditioning. So it is needed there, as of course everywhere. How best to become a highly literate, thus better informed people. The idea that false educational concepts, precepts of men, would be an objective goes without saying, for we understand that in the war in heaven it had been a war of issues and ideas, and in 2 Nephi 28 it prophesies that the devil would rage in the hearts of the children of men. But judging from your usual tone, all is well, just be happy. I see that you are not aware of any particular educational threat at all. Again, that is as the Boston Herald Sunday paper, Governor Governor Prez stance on gay marriage from the heart, put it at the article's concluding sentence, gullible beyond belief. To not be wary, but to just enter their vehicle, for that's what they're there for, to lend you safe transportation home, children, would be as silly to me as to name your favorite pet elephant, if you have one that is, Fluffy, or your canary, who you take for his daily walk, Old Yeller. Well, in the latter case, perhaps that's a bit more understandable, as canaries usually are yellow. Anyway, use discernment. Our church's leaders have spoken voluminously all through the decades while these plans were forming. How interesting their words are to me. So unlike most other churches' spokesmen, quite prophetic. For they've been verified. I'll get to some later. Remarkable utterances. Not just a few warnings, but literally dozens. And the talks were longer, of course, when most people had more time in a slower-paced world. People had leisure time to read. American Opinion magazine had 20-page articles, now reduced to 4 or 5. Thankfully, I've inherited stacks of them, and I've got a thorough education thereby. We live in a world, presently, of no doubt engineered destructions, as well as taxation and hidden taxation through the inflation of Keynesianism, burdening us so very heavily, plus other factors, job outsourcing, etc., that we work more hours for less and less. We can't even pause sometimes to think and see. Alice in Wonderland told the Mad Hatter, Lewis Carroll had inside information, obviously, "You'll never get away with this, your evil plans." "Oh," he countered, "but we'll just speed things up." Yet, the Lord, knowing the calamities which should come upon the children of men, first section of the Doctrine and Covenants, gave us these prophets of ours, and as President Hinckley, well before Al Gore, and David O. McKay, as a young apostle in the 20s, if I recall, spoke of technology to come forth that would enhance communication in our seeking of knowledge. As anticipated by these two apostles, then, the Lord is extending the saints' understanding. See the Spirit of God hymn. Bringing forth the Internet. All inventions are inspired of God, said Brigham Young, whether or not that fact be acknowledged. You know, I see lots of modern technology mentioned in the Bible, in Habakkuk 1:8, Nahum 2:4, and elsewhere, D&C 93:29 and 33. Impresses me as conforming to the first law of thermodynamics, or the conservation of energy, I think it is, or matter. The earlier passages of Scripture warning us designing men would conspire, so should be searched out and exposed, however, back to them in a moment, that I've cited have got to be descriptive and applicable of some things, or situation, or zeitgeist, recognizable to the poor that hath understanding. Else, why were they even recorded in psalm after psalm, proverb after proverb, prophet after prophet? I would like you to open up your Old Testament and find where there are not such repeated warnings as fit what I've described for you, or for you to make a better application of them than I've shown. From the opening psalm, it declares that the ungodly should not be put into positions of power and authority. Psalm 2, that the rulers take counsel against God and Christ, the anointed, saying, "Let us break, by creating the counterculture, their bands, moral restraints, asunder." And every psalm and proverb continues along the same line. Every one of them. Why, it almost sounds as if a war is being waged, as Elder Ochoa said in conference. Yes, Aaronic priesthood holders, we are at war. And there is no better weapon against the enemy, the father of lies, than the truth that will come out of your mouth. The Book of Mormon is, about 40% of it, packed with political parallels, warning specifically in chilling detail of a secret combination that will be among you. See Section 38 of the Doctrine and Covenants, quoted at conference, and many other sections indicating that the powers of darkness prevail upon the earth. It's a time of testing. We should not be surprised at any of this, although it is daunting. But the Lord mercifully shows us a thing secretly done to bring to pass even your destruction in process of time. Again, we get the form of government we deserve, and ye knew it not. Further, that it seeketh your lives. See Deuteronomy 32:29, 46, and 47. I'm merely quoting what the verse says, and apparently this is no game. The fight with sin is real. I wrote this 12 years ago. President Nelson just said that this last conference, I think it was April of 2019, 2 conferences ago. But our favorite books and movie shows, do they not consist of plots involving danger, of heroes bravely facing them, of great adventures, as Frodo and Sam discussed, like this? There is an atoning one. We need to trust him, and a deliverer, not to fear. The degree of difficulty seems, see D&C 58, 3 and 4, designed both to show the futility of man-made solutions, firstly, and secondly, our utter dependence on the Lord, which actually is a good lesson, not a negative thing. It will have to be done His way, D&C 105, 5 and 6, or we must receive more training. But in section 101, there's reassurance, verses 11 to 17. Then, in verses 41 to 63, is a parable, really descriptive of how things are and will be. And finally, verses 75 to 80 suggest to me, and Brigham Young affirms it, that our constitutional form of government is so desirable that it even is a patent for Zion, from whence shall go forth the law. I mentioned in a footnote on page 43 how Joseph Smith, in some vision other than his white horse prophecy, saw future events so heart-wrenching that he wept and asked the Lord to close up the scene. Offhand, I have not the figures, but there are so many black men incarcerated, sometimes unjustly, in our country that exceeds China's prison population, speaking per capita. It's a vicious cycle, carefully crafted. And there are those that stir up strife and contention, such as Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton. See also Alma, 10, verse 27. Dwayne S. Crowther said it was involved with terrible civil strife, whereby black and white men were at each other's throats. I've just seen some videos of some terrible things going on in our country where blacks were really being stirred up to do some violent things. One to a young white boy. They had 3 of them pointing their guns at his head, and he was asking, "What do you want?" It is being stirred up. There was an appalling death toll in Joseph's vision. It had not to do with the instigated riots of the 60s, but bad as those conflagrations of Watts, Harlem, Detroit, LA, etc. were in the recent past, historically speaking, was on a far greater scale. The terrorist training camp in New York, state referred to by Paul L. Williams, noted author, expert on this matter, is comprised of mostly ex-prison blacks who have been stirred up, layman it like, who are implacable in their anti-Americanism, who are the radicalized version, Nation of Islam, Farrakhan of Boston led, of Muslims, and fit the threat's description of the prophet Joseph. As horrible as this may one day get, not far down the road, for white people, it is the black race who is the targeted object for destruction as part of eugenics. That is the expression that was used by an associate of mine, Tony Bryant, see Hijack, his book, who was a scary dude, as a former Black Panther long ago. He corresponding with me a couple of times asked me to tell the truth of this to blacks. Tell my brothers they are targeted for destruction. If you think this is all in the fevered imagination of we birch conspiracy theorists, I refer you to the 1996 title by the ultra-liberal black author and columnist Carl Rowan, The Coming Race Wars. He described it to our inherent racism, while I'd venture that the so-called systemic race problems were brought about, creating the poison and the antidote in the same laboratory. Footnote, in anticipation by H.G. Wells, he asked, what will we do with the black race? Margaret Sanger was of the same mindset. Tony Bryant knew that these, the Fabian, Wells, the founder of Planned Parenthood, the eugenicist Sanger, were the true racists. Neither do they love, as they pretend to, homosexuals. They are only used as tools, eventually, to be discarded. An incredible, insightful book, it's very simple, by the late Alan Stang, gives the true story of civil rights, supporting President Benson's contention of it having had a big government agenda, which it set some of the saints, by the way. So the unfortunate thing is that the members of the black race, outnumbered even if joined by radicalized illegals, such as La Raza, homosexuals, feminists, or whoever else is to be stirred up and used, will be the cannon fodder. We don't want that, for while they are promised liberation, are only to be betrayed, see 2 Peter 2:19, by those who stirred up and fanned the flames. I hate to say this, but what's boiling with a lid on it is more potentially explosive than anything we've ever seen before. There is no peace. It's a gathering storm. Men's hearts are growing colder now, with the several generations of accumulated removal from traditional beliefs. Footnote: look up the 29 Psalms military installation survey about whether soldiers would fire if given the order on fellow American citizens. They want those who are capable of it, who will without remorse. As I sit writing, I am right beside an angry, educated black who is as cold as they come. He's been psychologically evaluated over the past number of months by the Air Force and leaves day after day tomorrow for his training as an intelligent candidate. God help us. But he is a pitiless psychopath. Yet that's what's wanted today in certain circles. It's quite a claim to make, but if I had space I could easily prove it. For it's a fact. There is no goodwill coming from this character, as he exudes hostility and indifference. My friend, you are nothing like the fellow I just described. I hear your tone of friendliness each time I call. Even your mistaken liberalism is in your favor partially. You don't want anybody to be left out in the cold, I take it. It's just that you unwittingly are in the support of, well, to be quite blunt about it, killers. There is a way that seems right unto a man, but the way thereof is death. Proverbs 14:12. At the end, I feature you as the hero, prodigal son come to himself, in a novelette, to which I do not much justice. But some day I might tackle it in more earnest, hopefully. Maybe I'll keep you in it. The gargantuan adventures of, I won't name your name here, John, or whatever we can come up with. This letter, even before that fictional piece that I hope to write, I give an analogy of your status of being a well-meaning exponent of liberalism. Dr. Doolittle's song, A Reluctant but Sincere Vegetarian Am I, for some reason pops to mind. A mistaken but sincere liberal. Are you? Your ill-informed and ill-advised position, hinted at from that Limbaugh incident, denying care to someone or something, on health care, ours was the world's best. It was targeted in 1922 along with education. Created a Department of Education for that, and opportunities for blacks, because these were all too good for our enemies' liking. Is another pot stirred up and boiling over? Footnote: I have a book, Reds in America, 1922, in which the author refers to these three areas as targets for destruction. In light of history, we can say how right he was. He was from Boston, Whitney by name, Revere nearby. Don't you know history? I say we once were so excellent, beautiful, and affordable, but then came LBJ to push that long-held agenda of our enemies, and as Dr. Annis wrote in Code Blue, he was the head of the AMA in its formerly conservative days, the tinder was struck, the more tragically, for it was totally unnecessary. I've worked 10 years in an emergency ward and have seen the traditional practice of never turning away a patient who is indigent. Socialized medicine? It was never needed. I know what I'm talking about. I could debate with any scholar, for I have the facts, and could extensively back up my argument against federal intrusion into health care. Ron Paul, an MD, has credibility and would be an informed source. I believe even the liberal JFK, who was about to debate Dr. Annis at Madison Square Garden, was killed over this issue. Much to his credit, he tore up the speech, proposing a new bill for Medicare and Medicaid, being very uncomfortable with such people who came up with it and wrote the speech he was about to give, the ADA, an American affiliate of Fabian's. He was dead weeks later. LBJ rammed it through as Jack would have wanted it. What a lie. That wedge entered, we now have the problems needing so much fixing. The solution to the problem caused by socialized medicine in gradual doses is a larger dose, even, of socialism. You know, as Thoreau said, for every 1,000 hacking at the leaves of evil, there is only one striking at the roots. As in so many areas, such as public schooling and its failures, this is how it works. Make no mistake, it only works because people forget their history, having short memories. They've neither the time to study complex issues and so vote for candidates making the biggest and most false promises. This has led to a callous disregard for human life. The people who were attracted to medicine were the altruistic kind, of course. Not anymore. I've seen it. Once, for example, in a case of a man having multiple fractures, a real SOB of an EW resident started cruelly bending the patient's limbs awfully carelessly. A fellow resident said angrily, "Doctor, that's uncalled for. You didn't need to do that." The patient was screaming in agony, which this experimenting resident seemed to enjoy. Retired doctors advise their children now against going into the field, for its tradition of caring is far in retreat, and it is a bureaucratic nightmare. What with government forms and endless paperwork is free health care. It's not appreciated by lay people. Those who want to help universal care should listen to these my 9 most dreaded words in the English language. I'm here from the government and want to help. Now here's a newspaper clipping I have on this page. Doctors know best. Another survey by the Doctor-Patient Medical Association shows that not only are doctors pessimistic about Obamacare, as stated here, Obamacare diagnosed as quackery, May 29th, but more specifically, they believe that its linchpin feature, the individual mandate, will not improve access to actual medical care. And 2 out of 3 say it is getting more difficult to practice ethical medicine. And 8 out of 10 are thinking about quitting. Derek Dye, Frostburg, Maryland. The writer is a Georgetown medical student. Now, this letter came 3 weeks today, June 4th, as I send this letter to you after what I wrote on doctors. Those who want to help should listen to these 9 most dreaded words, as I just said. I'm here from the government and want to help. Dean Koontz, at the end of one of his novels, One Door Away from Heaven, said what he fictionally portrayed was actually happening. He recommended an expose of the frightening mentality behind modern bioethics. Culture of Death, Wesley Smith, see. There are not too many novelists outside of the classics, such as written by James Fenimore Cooper, or Sir Walter Scott, or a G.A. Henty for youth, certainly none of the 20th century's approved authors, who can tell a tale with a message. The library of Dean Koontz contains 50,000 volumes, and he often cites the Burkes and other great men, the classic greats I love. He, being so well read, knows where the truth is found. Undiscriminating consumers take him for another Stephen King, but there is no resemblance. His scary novels are not senseless triumphing of evil, but warm, family-oriented, and happy-in-the-end adventures, told with insightful commentary on the modern beast upon the path of soul-destroying socialism, liberalism. Stephen King, by the way, I saw in yesterday's news, this I'm stating as I narrate this 7 years after I wrote these words, was in the most foul-mouthed diatribe against President Trump to have him removed, and I can't repeat the language that he used. Now, there's your Stephen King. There's a footnote here. To be educated is to be able to look up what you need that you do not know. Now, please don't think I'm your partisan opponent on the side of Limbaugh and the Republicans who talk a good game but do nothing. If they do anything, it is but to anesthetize instinctively conservative Americans, which I'll take up later, and to thinking they offer an alternative, which they don't. Carroll Quigley said, quote, "The argument that the 2 parties should represent opposed ideals and policies, one perhaps of the right and the other of the left, is a foolish idea, acceptable only to the doctrinaire and academic thinkers. Instead, the 2 parties should be almost identical, so that the American people can throw the rascals out at any election without leading to any profound or extreme shifts in policy." John, that's not the person's name that I'm writing this letter to, but I'll use that name. Now I heard you when you said on the phone, yeah, but so-and-so acts quite differently as a person than so-and-so, but this is to get caught up in personalities and is all political theater. There is, just look at what's taken place through every change of administration, the same things, evincing a design upon our liberties. No profound shift in policy. Remember Edward House, He said in his novel in 1912 that he would control both parties, and my Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse showed the Democratic Wilson, controlled by House, whose mansion was in Magnolia, was right next to the George Herbert Walker mansion, which was the Bush dynasty. So they control both parties. No profound shift in policy, as Quigley wrote. It's hard to convince people of this, but it's true. If you step back, you can see it. I use a verse in Isaiah 51, 6 and 7, to look down from a higher bird's eye view upon the earth in order to be able to see it all from a larger, longer perspective. You could be a sort of prophet that way. Get the truth, project the lines, and bam, you've got them. Again, Isaiah 51, 6 and 7. Very beautiful verses. Like I was able to do with Governor Deval Patrick. When I heard his tongue let loose with a phrase from the conspiratorial French Revolution some 8 years ago, that would have been 2004, I saw we were in for trouble. Some think, most actually, him merely stupid, forgetful of promises, or incompetent. He's none of these. There are two churches. What is it in 1 Nephi 14? Yes, verse 10. The one is the church of the Lamb of God, and the other is the church of the devil. And it says, and she is the whore of all the earth. Or what Nahum calls the well-favored harlot, the mistress of witchcrafts. So easily identifiable, that selleth nations, see the Fabian Toynbee, to Richard CFR, former head gardener, through her whoredoms, and families through her witchcrafts. The culture wars against the family. This is fulfillment of that scripture. It's all in there. See, if you will look. These things are indeed happening, and as Joseph Fielding Smith said, the words of the prophets are rapidly being fulfilled, but it is done on such natural principles that most of us fail to see it. He also said we are living in the last days. Have we not heard individuals talk as Nephi said they would? Are there not those among us who are denying the power of the devil? Have you not heard these things taught? In this manner, Satan is raging in the hearts of the people, and members of the church do not entirely escape his cunning sophistries. These are not my words. These are the words of Joseph F. Smith. D&C Section 42. I know, is this to be all based on scriptures, which is all you fundamentalists know, you'll say? It will accord with them, I hope. Speaks of things that are coming on the earth, which expression is also found in Matthew 24 and the corresponding chapter in Luke, chapter 21. But the Doctrine and Covenants adds the key words and of secret combinations. I have to respect a speech of Jedediah Morse in 1799 in this regard, quite inspired. He took these verses in the New Testament and surmised correctly where it says that things that were coming on the earth, that it had to have been secret combinations, in fact, that our Lord was referring to. That's really impressive, amazing. He did it without benefit of the Lord in later modern revelation, spelling it out for him. Therefore, I'd categorize such writings along with Cooper, Burke, Scott, and the others, many of them, as being out of the best books. Surely, along with pure, unpoliticized science, say, of Velikovsky. He's great to know about, by the way, too, his books, but to his work another time. But again, please, see D&C 42, 64 to 65. You can Google a sermon exhibiting the present dangers by Jedediah Morse. You know, the Morse code, I think that was his son. And I made a attractive hardcover book of it from the download I printed. I downloaded likewise one of Adams's personally owned books from his preserved library at the Reverend Seth Payson, on the Reverend Seth Payson's expose. One of those many reverends, I guess it was the head of Harvard, David Tappan, come to think of it, 1798. Again, warning of the conspiracy. These are absolute treasures. I was, like McCulloch, the historian was, one of the very few, for none are that interested. Privileged to see alone, with a librarian standing nearby, who gave me space, Adams's books in an elegant room in an isolated chamber at the Boston Public Library. But at home on your computer, most of these books, 3,500, same size as my own, we 2 centuries separated by Bostonians, me and Adams, having something in common, can be pulled from the shelves, and you can even actually turn the pages. The one I downloaded looks like 18th and 19th century parchment paper and even has the water stains. Pretty cool. It sure is. You remember the book we both obtained by the head of the Boston Public Library in the early 50s, Prophets of Progress, where he records John Adams' critiques, those incessant underlinings of his, another trait we people from Boston Latin school tend to have picked up in common, of the Chomskys, Adornos, Foucaults of his day. Adams tried to tell Jefferson about it, but it took a couple of decades to convince him. Abigail believed what he told her, or already knew, that the conspiracy predated the Illuminati. They knew it was satanic. More on this shortly. He knew that you don't call a prostitute the goddess of reason, as at the revolution taking place in France, which Jefferson, the counterpart to you, John, thought wonderful, without it being an evil, subversive force behind it. Here's a footnote. Said the observant Lord Acton of the French Revolution. What was remarkable was not the tumult, but the design. Like myself, we would, compared to the brilliant Jefferson, who later admitted, you were right, John, at the revolution's evil, conspiratorial mechanisms behind it, unseen, be regarded as two plodders. Washington was apprised of the danger of the Illuminati. No one is more convinced of it than I, he wrote in a letter, and that was to Reverend Snyder. And we could add countless others, Joseph Addison, Morse, Payson, Dwight, that Harvard president whose name escapes me, David Tappan, Fisher Ames of Dedham, Patrick Henry, who was all over it, hence his tremendous impetus in his speech. I could extend this long list, but also, according to Balin, the majority of the God-fearing communist citizens, too, were informed of it. The existence of a conspiracy. See Ideological Origins of the American Revolution, Chapter 4, Note on Conspiracy. The true explanation of their motives, contrary to Beard's Marxist one. It was a case of the ministers having preached liberty, their being inspired and arising to the occasion that tried men's souls, that they became equal to. They would have accepted the truth of Moses 5:49-55, for they were seeing the quite ancient origins of the wicked doings of the Illuminati, from what scriptures they had. And in Moses chapter 6 we see that Enoch testified in his day against their works, and all men were offended because of him. Again, Bernard Balin documents that this conviction was universal among New Englanders. They even had in mind their equivalent to a Brzezinski, Kissinger, or Edward Mantel House in the person of the ubiquitous and iniquitous, in their eyes, Lord Bute. Look him up. Something Professor Balin doesn't refer to, but I've a sneaking hunch, D&C 1037, thinking he was a Satanist, and member, therefore, of the infamous Hellfire Club. Yep, he was. And reminiscent in almost identical fashion to the New York Times journalist Walter Duranty in London, taking a discouraged Aleister Crowley to a coven for sexual intercourse with one another involving black mass. See Stalin's Apologist by the author S.J. Taylor, a woman who recounts this event, even to her own amazement. Lord Bute has a session with High Priest Sir Francis Dashwood. He is found on my internet article taking a sacrament host on the tip of his erect organ, a Satanist manner of passing the sacrament, I guess. And it gets far worse, but I'll spare you. Before that, all hell breaks loose, orgy involving many others. Lord Bute says, or Dashwood, I think it may have been, Corpus Satanis. This is the body of Satan, in mockery of the words of the Mass, in reference to Jesus Christ. This was no lark, as court historians, whether Beard or whoever, may consider it and cover it up, but as real as the elaborate black masses of the homosexual brown shirt Nazis under Himmler. A documentary, Occult Roots of Nazism, quoting the book I have, covers it in great detail. Goodrich Clark, the author, who did an astounding work of scholarship, of course, what those New Englanders felt wasn't paranoia then. They were discerning and scripturally well-versed, astute in history, reading Livy, Tacitus, Suetonius, Cicero, Trenchard and Gordon, and others, and these wise as to human nature, and thus, I should say, wise as to human nature, and literate to a much higher degree, for look say Dick and Jane books hadn't been taught as yet. Ask a college senior to read what they, or even American children still 100 years later in their McGuffey readers in 6th grade read, and he'd fail by comparison. The Federalist Papers was serially published in the daily newspapers. An American in those days who could not read, it was said, was as rare a phenomenon as a comet, said Adams. One more point. Yes, the brown shirts, and Hitler himself, along with about every high commanding Nazi, was homosexual. You read some line about the Nazis persecuting the homosexuals. See online book The Pink Swastika by Scott Lively, Sexual Homosexuals in Prison. My brother said femmes are beaten to a pulp by their butch partners, and that's what was happening here. My brother was abused by a priest, and I believe, not being born gay, was kind of like brought into it at UMass, at any rate, and later it caused his death. The guards were butch masculine homosexuals. They were the dominant ones. The brown shirts were the supermen, butch homosexuals, or master race, the Übermenschen, the German word meaning, I guess, supermen. But that was exclusively homosexual, just like the bonding of the ancient Greek Spartans, the homosexual soldiers. It won't do to accuse Bible-believing Christians, as your sources do, of typical right-wing Nazi-like thinking, which they suppose to be as intolerant of these gentle people, as Clinton called them, the homosexuals among us. To equate them with that is so far from the facts as to be an absurd distortion of reality, and a reversal of the truth. Like my brother said, they beat to a pulp their partners. And my brother, I saw him with fat lips before. The former New Englanders, I have to believe, were blessed of God. What is your take? For their standing up against a formidable evil and rewarded with freedom, America, or the United States now of America. For their righteousness, we are the unappreciative beneficiaries of their faithfulness to their Christian religion. This includes their inspired leaders. Inspired by what? Secularism? No, God. Washington, Adams, Henry, Marshall, and Jefferson, too. Contrary to your mistaken rewriters of history, from David Barton's presentations, there are dozens of quotes given, such as John Adams' "This government is for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other." And Barton points out to our surprise, why were we not told that it was from Deuteronomy that many of the concepts and principles of our government were derived. From Jeremiah 17:9 we got the doctrine of separation of powers, or Scripture upholds it. The three branches of government are found in Isaiah 33:22. Even Locke, considered secular, cited biblical verses in his two treatises on government over 1,500 times for support of sound principles. The reason there's a cover-up of these facts, which you've soaked up, it seems, is someone does not like for you to discover, unless the Lord build the house, they that labor in vain who build it. Even deist Franklin put it, but I don't believe he was a deist. That the Lord is, as our Book of Mormon plainly says, to be the God of the land. Don't learn of that, please, for it would undo them if you were to stop listening to the Marxists and began calling upon God for your preservation instead. The Lord always seeks to prepare his chosen servants and people, such as D&C 38, 11-15, 28-31, 42, 61-65, 45, 61-69, ahead of time, for their sakes. Also as a benefit to the residue of mankind, such as Acts 15-17, Moroni 7:32, D&C 101, 53-60. We need such revelation, or we are lost, for we know not the hearts of men in our own land, D&C 38. And it is not easy on our own, for you cannot always tell the wicked from the righteous, D&C 10. Yet, when the wickedly immoral, these Marxist professors and their unseen promoters behind them rule, the people mourn. For sin is a reproach to any people, but righteousness exalteth a nation. I need not recap, since the highlights highlighter does the job just as well. The main point was this chapter: to not be so trustful of strangers offering a lift. Go not in the way of them, the car. Avoid it. Pass not by it. Turn from it and pass away. Proverbs 4:14 and 15. Chapter 4. Such propagandists accomplish their greatest triumph not by doing something, but refraining from doing something. Great is truth, but still greater from a practical point of view is silence about truth. By simply not mentioning certain subjects, totalitarian propagandists have influenced opinion much more effectively than they could have done by the most eloquent denunciations, the most compelling of logical rebuttals. Huxley. Again, chapter 4, treating us like mushrooms, keeping us in the dark and feeding us manure. Hosea said of his time, and prophetically, by extension of our own, that because there was not any more knowledge of God, a famine of hearing of the word of the Lord, the people were doomed. He wept, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge, and that where there is no vision, the people perish. Nor were we to tell prophets what to speak, or to listen only selectively. I think President Benson is right morally, but he should keep his mouth shut on old age assistance or civil rights. From time immemorial, prophets have spoken out. One thing I agree with these sort of saints about us is our leaders are not, in the sense of forcing compliance, going to tell us what to do. They may admonish, point out dangers, help to see, and in countless ways be good and kind, but never force the human mind. God even himself will force no man to heaven. They realize you don't do for somebody what they have got to learn to do. Act in obedience, which can be done while retaining one's freedom for themselves. It's a paradox here. We all know D&C 58:26-33, not commanding all things. It's not readily apparent, I admit, but just do the doctrine, and you'll know whether it is true. Here, the Savior smilingly and knowingly gives us a test. The Lord taught that truth may be known through obedience, saying, if any man do his will, John 7, he shall know of the doctrine. He that speaketh of himself, an agenda, seeketh his own glory. See, those who claim to not want to be told what to do actually do, wanting to be commanded in all things, which is for a slothful servant, or they won't comply. They'll seek loopholes, such as God's only law is love, say, with regards to human sexual behavior. Homosexuality is not against the Ten Commandments, I hear, which is untrue, by taking it in isolation and not turning a few pages from Deuteronomy 5:5-21 to verses 29 and 32-33, then forward a few chapters to see even marriage outside the faith, never mind the sex, was specifically commanded against, chapter 7, 2-9. And if you are really diligent, the next few beautiful chapters takes you on further to be able to reach greater and greater heights. In verse 14, thou shalt be blessed above all people. But in verses 15-18, 26, a warning not to follow the ways of Egypt, that is spiritual Egypt, for that way would bring but a curse. Chapter 8:11, beware, lest thou forget. For verse 18, it is he that giveth thee power to get wealth. Or Moses testifies, next verse 19, ye shall surely perish. Then Moses, he's not finished yet, with just 10 commandments, says, in such beautiful language, now Israel, what doth the Lord require of thee but to keep the commandments and statutes, what is made law? I command thee this day for thy good. And in the next couple of chapters he promises blessings predicated upon the law, irrevocably decreed in heaven before the foundations of this world, I might add, and a warning to take heed to yourselves, that your heart be not deceived. For there are deceiving spirits abroad, we could add in modern scripture, in the earth going forth to deceive many, D&C 50, as my brother-in-law quotes. Then before he lists in great detail, much more than in the 10 specific thou shalt nots, comprising 15 chapters, 13-28, he said that whatsoever thing I'm going to tell you, observe to do it. 12:32. Then those 15 great chapters, full of commandments, not a few, of thou shalts as well as prohibiting, of bestiality, homosexuality, cross-dressing, the kinds of things done by false religions, Mystery Babylon, and other abominable practices. done too as rites of initiation. But the most thrilling verses to me are the ones like this. Keep, therefore, and do them. For this is your wisdom and understanding in the sight of the nations, which shall hear all these statutes and say, Surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people. For what nation is so great, who hath God so nigh unto them, as the Lord our God is in all these things that we call upon him for? Then, and what nation is there so great, that hath statutes and judgments as all this? I think of Blackstone and Marshall and our American common law, which I set before you this day. The early Americans read this often, no doubt, and were struck with the parallel, which would apply to themselves. This was the culture and climate favorable to the birth of a Joseph Smith and the restoration of the gospel. Yet did you say they looked at the problem in the old world in Europe caused by religion and decided we'd best steer clear of that? It'd be godless and secular? I'm curious, what author was it you picked up that superficial falsehood from? Let me read this footnote. The problem was obvious to them, as they remembered the Puritans, their own ancestors. Religion was essential at the very outset of the Massachusetts Bay Colony, but it was as essential that it be free. In Europe, compulsion reigned. That was why they came here. I sent a remarkable book, The Puritans, to read for you. All right. Is he one of the learned professors we rather should beware of, lest we be robbed of our religious, specifically Christian heritage? Do they not want you to take advantage of the privileges of so blessed a nation as ours was at its most unusual beginnings? Another footnote here. See Writings of America's History by Catherine Millard. At Plymouth, the Pilgrims are under attack, where the latest reenactments depict them as dirty and uncouth. And I've seen that down there at Plymouth. They're undermining our origins there. Something's rotten here, for I have a 200 years old book in which the miracle of Washington's preservation is documented by his personal physician. Barton's The Bulletproof George Washington covers it, but I have a primary source material. The fog engulfing the British ships is another instance of God's marvelous protection in answer to the prayers in the Old South Meeting House, a block away. Things they don't want you to know. My primary source is a 200 and, let me think now, almost 20-year-old book by George Washington's personal physician, in which he said he was miraculously preserved one time when he was shot at by Indians. This was a moral and religious people. That includes their leaders. Do not suppose without the indispensable supports of religion, Washington said in his farewell address. Back to the Pilgrims real quick here. I see my footnote. The Puritans were not dirty and uncouth. Actually, they were educated, devout, and spotlessly clean. So they're doing the big lie there. Again, Washington said in his farewell address, it is possible to maintain our freedoms. And later, Jefferson opened a courthouse for religious services of various denominations, telling the Baptists in Danbury, there should be a wall of separation between your right to worship and any interference from government. This has been in our time twisted to the separation of church and state, with an exact opposite meaning, more in line with the ACLU. Its founder of Boston's Roger Baldwin wrote Liberties Under the Soviets. That was the title of one of his books. And it was done by the Supreme Court judge, reminding me of Alma 10, verse 37. 407, if I recall, being Masons with an agenda. In my copy of the writings of Thomas Jefferson, he said near the end of his life, he awaited a restoration of the original gospel, which had been to his dismay so distorted as to be shocking to reasonable thinkers. Another footnote. You can get for about $1 the excellent book, The Myth of Separation of Church and State by David Barton. And he also waited, back to Jefferson, for new apostles, for whose coming I seek. Well, he didn't live to see it, passing away on the 50th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, along with Adams, too, that same day, July 4th, 1826. But was close indeed, as 1830 was just around the corner. And of course, the very next year, 1827, Joseph was visited by an angel. So even so-called deists, if that's what you could call them, I don't. Most were even stronger kinds of Christians, judging by the dozens of professions of them I have in old books, like he, were religious and wanted for America its indispensable supports. Jedediah Morse recalled didn't need to be told in all things what to do, but diligently sought and found the Spirit, for the letter of the law killeth, in the limited words of the Lord as found at the time in Matthew 24. Speaking of miracles, Moroni said that the Book of Mormon shall come forth at a time when it shall be said that miracles are done away. This could be called his farewell address, more important even than Washington's. It shall come in a day when the blood of the saints shall cry unto the Lord because of secret combinations and works of darkness. A part of this was spoken, the part on pollutions, although he means morally more than environmentally, at the Spokane Expo, remember? At the end of chapter 8, yea, why do ye build, that today we could call it vote for, your secret abominations? Behold, Jesus Christ hath shown you unto me, and I know your doings, to get gain. Then I want to use the next chapter's continuation of his message to point out the necessity of our all needing not just the heinous sinner, the miracle of forgiveness. Again, for all have fallen, are lost, and save there be an atonement, the plan of mercy cannot be brought about. But this escape plan exists and is available to all. Alma 42 citing, but there was a punishment affixed and a just law given, which brought remorse of conscience unto man. Of course, that's guilt, which is a gift from God, contrary to all psychologists, and that's a good thing, a part of this plan of happiness, strange as it seems. Repentance could not come unto men except there were a punishment and a fear of it, which was also eternal as the life of the soul should be, a fixed opposite to the plan of happiness, which also was as eternal as the life of the soul. It explains further, concluding, and thus God bringeth about his great and eternal purposes, which were prepared from the foundation of the world. Back to Moroni, who puts it another way, but supportively. And because of the fall of man came Jesus Christ. And because of the redemption of man, which came by Jesus Christ, they are brought back into the presence of the Lord, which would be really a God of miracles. And he that denieth these things, the Frankfurt School, somebody out of it even saying there was no fall, knoweth not the gospel of Christ. Do ye suppose that ye, scholars, shall dwell with him under a consciousness of all your guilt, which ironically can be removed if his authority is submitted to? Behold, I say unto you, that you would be more miserable to dwell with a holy and just God under a consciousness of your filthiness before him than you would with the damned souls in hell. So, this is the worst thing, to deny people the truth, even the worst of it, if you care enough about people to consider God's great and eternal purposes for them, amounting to their best interests, for the very happiness we all seek. To deny them the dynamic of opposition under free agency in all things. I mean temptation, sinning thereby, but also of the discovery for themselves of a happy ending. Jeremiah 30:12, 13, Joseph Smith translation, and 31:17, through a blotting out of their inevitable transgressions in Christ's atonement. But as I've said, the schools are following a destructive path. Bloom, following the worldviews of Adorno, teaching that truth changes, Moroni otherwise saying, and now, if ye have imagined up unto yourselves a God that doth vary, and in whom there is shadow of changing, then have ye imagined up unto yourselves a God who is not a God of miracles. This is unbelief's greatest cruelty, in denying children the truth of their potential for eternal salvation and exaltation, in short, joy or true happiness. Isaiah twice says it, in 3:12 and 9:16, the leaders, mostly political, of this people cause them to err, and they that are led of them are destroyed. And every one of them is a hypocrite and an evildoer, which reminds me of another Cambridge communist, Elizabeth Warren. Wow, I wrote this 7 years ago? Boy, has she ever shown her true colors in the ensuing years. For today it came out that way back in 1984, she contributed 5 recipes stolen from Betty Crocker, New York Times, and to a Pow Wow Chow cookbook. She signed Elizabeth Warren Cherokee. More on her another day. Just pointing out the brazen hypocrisy of these leaders of this people. She's running, of course, here it is, 7 years later for president. And I might add, she campaigned up in Lawrence and announced her candidacy for the presidency at a place where a communist strike took place, which she called a great event there 100 years ago. I think she was signaling her higher-ups like Deval Patrick did to them. Reward me later. I know I haven't got a chance to win the presidency, but remember me as I steer the dialogue of the candidates in the direction that's acceptable. More on her another day, just pointing out the brazen hypocrisy. I was validated when I said about the percentage of our educational leaders, over 90%, by an admission from a liberal columnist, Marjorie Egan as well, who is honestly disgusted with Warren. Marjorie says that of the 100 top colleges graduation speakers this year, only 10 were invited conservatives. See her column, Lefties' Views Applied For Too Liberally. Parents who send their kids to college, she only half joked, end up with their coming home communists by Christmas. Now really, that really is sad, but I don't know. I don't know too many people who are aware of the disastrous state of our higher education, it seems. At least she has an honest, though she admits at the end, brainwashed from ultra-liberal Smith College mind. And as I've quoted her opponent, though she be, I respect her as she's fundamentally decent. Isaiah has referred to leaders of this people, destroy them through their rationalizing away sin and denying of miracles. He sees, I believe, I know, America and its rich heritage in unprecedented bounties. Isaiah meant there pre-Robert Owen and Francis Wright's free love and socialism. For that blessed condition came not from the socialism of the power elite. Brownson says he and Owen belong to a secret society, so he's not merely a reformer, which has strapped us, pinning us down Gulliver-like, as Isaiah also foresaw in those verses you misapply to capitalism. Ye have eaten up the vineyard, the spoil of the poor. That's confiscated wealth. And eaten up the vineyard, that's killed small business. Made poor, such as through inflation, is in your houses, such as houses of Rothschild and the big bankers, and ye grind the faces of the poor. Similarly, see Daniel 11:20-24, Amos 5:10-12, Micah 2:1-4, all describing a Marxist type destruction of private property, wealth's confiscation by excessive taxation, and methods of conspiring against liberty, all in the name of the poor, hypocritically. These Warrens and Kerrys and all the candidates running right now against for the Democratic side of the presidency, with their millions and yachts, join house to house, concentrated it in their own greedy power-seeking hands. Some statesmen in England over a century ago said, through their largesse coveted, the poor ignorantly cast their votes to their own destruction. It's worded better. Google largesse and English statesman for that quote. No true scriptorian missed it. What this is all describing, it's not a commandment-keeping free people with an economic system based in accord with such laissez-faire principles as America was, formerly pre-Owenism. The riches of the Gentiles, Isaiah 61:6-9. The wealth of the Gentiles, Isaiah 60:1-5, 66:10-12, has to refer to our founding fathers, who in the Book of Mormon it says that they carried a book of great worth unto them, and it wasn't Karl Marx's writings, and with it and its Christian message, that choice land's freedom to invent, to create, to produce, to buy, to keep the fruits of one's labors, that is, to own private property, to sell, to trade. Certainly there's referred not to Owen and his ilk, who crept in, as Wilford Woodruff pointed out in the Journal of Discourses from abroad. And President Woodruff considered such teachers of anarchy dangerous. All of our leaders, besides, said so. The founders knew well of these words of Isaiah, although they didn't have the Book of Mormon. They exclaimed to themselves in astonishment and humility, great as they were, as J. Reuben Clark said of them, listing their incredible attainments as lawyers, doctors, etc., that the ancient prophets were being fulfilled before their eyes. I've read the comments of Adams, Henry, Washington, peering over their shoulders, as it were, upon their pondering the meaning of Isaiah 2:1-3, Micah 4:1-5, of these scriptures. They were utterly awestruck with the sense that America was God's business, not theirs. Here's a footnote. These three each paused at these verses, so cherished by Latter-day Saints, that in the last days the mountain of the Lord's house shall be established in the top of the mountains, that they shall sit every man under his own vine and fig tree, for all people will be free to walk after his own God, and we will walk in the name of the Lord forever. Writing to Abigail, Adams could scarce contain himself about it. It was so inspiring to him, about how that they each had a feeling at the convention of being but instruments in the Lord's hands. It was a work beyond their own. And as we see from Doctrine and Covenants 101, they were raised up by him, even better than they knew, to be his instruments. I have the conviction now, even, of the truly major purpose in light of our nation's duration of existence in its original intent form, being from 1776 to 1836, a mere 60 years, of our establishment being for the necessary conditions of the restoration of the church. This is amazing, but I'm sure that it's the case, even as prejudiced as it seemingly may sound. I make no apology. The church is true. It is going to break in pieces all other kingdoms and fill the earth. Why be timid within about it? Of course we don't know the political aspects of it yet completely, but there is no doubt it will be similar, expanded, and improved, albeit carefully by inspiration, to the constitutional way. For Brigham Young said it, the political part of the kingdom of God will be under a republic. Res publica, rule of law. What's this footnote? Later, I bring temple work into the equation. See Isaiah on this. Unto Zion shall go forth a law, not to be mistaken for any parliament of man, as it's sometimes called. These more noble law schemes are, by the way, nothing but the counterfeit. Of course, we see that our founders were religious. Contrary to what demoralizing propaganda or disinformation Beard's duped followers and you've unhappily, or is it happily, eagerly, been absorbing. So what Isaiah described of bounteous riches, we have to believe specifically of America, had not to do with abolition through utopian schemes of private property, under whatever pretext they're using, LBJ taking it to give to the have-nots, but its sanctity, which is what made our country so great. D&C 134 in the opening verses said, we hold the rights of property inviolate. In fact, the phrase, looking into some background information, the pursuit of happiness, is in some early drafts of it was called the rights of property. The words were synonymous. The phrase chosen implying it was more artistic was all. But that was exactly the thought. Still in mind, in Christ's parables, no socialist was he, this frequent reference made to property, never with disfavor. Bastiat says our property includes, as part of our pursuit of happiness, the thoughts of our mind. It should not be hampered by the rampant political correctness of this present-day Orwellian thought crime or hate crime world. The Frankfurt School, I believe on Wikipedia I read it, are the modern-day originators of political correctness straitjacketing. Well, I've learned a lot since I wrote this 7 years ago. They certainly are. Jefferson swore eternal vigilance over any tyranny over the mind of man, so would have opposed the Fabian dictates, albeit created in Germany, or I should say Fabian-directed school. Orwell wrote 1984 as a warning that if the Fabians lasted 100 years, they were created in 1884, so he was marking their 40 years to the future anniversary. It would lead to the destruction, as we know it, of our world. Congress shall make no law for the establishment of religion, as the ACLU would do, while dismantling Christianity's various adherents, to inhibit the right to worship as each sees fit according to the dictates of conscience, to prevent the free exercise thereof. But people have soaked up Gramscian plans to do just that. Oh, but what lies in support of it that plan have been told, and incredibly believed, for they love to have it so, Jeremiah at the end of chapter 5. And shall not my soul be avenged on such a nation as this? That also in chapter 9 he says, will deceive everyone and will not speak the truth. They have taught their tongue, rhetoric, to speak lies. What cover-ups of history, historical events, like the divine intervention that has occurred to preserve us a nation? In the Book of Mormon, 1 Nephi 13:18 confirmed it. The chapter I refer to talks of the Illuminati's doings and that many plain and precious things were going to be taken out of the Bible in our history. In 1776, they formed a committee to abolish Scripture. How nice. I've learned, interestingly, which lasted until 1826. That was 50 years of duration, after which a half-century of evil work, they felt that they had satisfactorily accomplished their task. It had to do with some obvious references in the Apocrypha containing some error, but pretty valuable, to America. I'll discuss it another day. Suffice to say, 4 years later, the Lord does exactly what he said he would do. See, please, 1 Nephi 13:34-37. Supply the deficiency of these things with the restoration of even more of the proof of America's being not only a choice land, but his very base of operations. Here's a footnote. 1, 2, 3. Notice how the battle lines have been drawn. First, we have plain, precious truths included in the Bible, and secondly, their destruction. Then, thirdly, to supply what's missing, the Book of Mormon comes forth. Back and forth it goes. We should know that fact, as President Benson is so enlightening to read on this, and many other wonderful things that were plain and precious unto the children of men. I could add, have you fallen for this one? There has been a campaign waged, of course, on the discovery of America, Columbus. This is back in 2012. It's even more. They tried to abolish it this year, just a month ago. If you simply believe the Book of Mormon, you'd not doubt him that he was in fact led by the Spirit of God. Faithless and acted upon minds swallow the debunker's words as more gospel than the gospel itself. How or why is it? Laziness, I don't know. Each must choose between active, diligent research and repose. Now, I have to interject here that Columbus in his own diary said, "Who could doubt that the Holy Ghost inspired me?" I've got his diary. It is from a noble soul. I can count to the debunkers rather easily. An author not of our church, John Eidsmoe, has done excellent work in this matter of Christopher Columbus. In Elder Marky Peterson's The Great Prologue, we see the Lord had this land set apart, held in reserve for his purposes. He is powerful enough to inspire a man to be a Columbus, who said in that diary, after many tribulations, I just said, which school boys and girls used to be taught regularly, again, who can doubt that the Holy Ghost inspired and led me? I don't. Knowing the agenda of those rewriters, to the more easily facilitate their restructuring nearer to their heart's desire, the Fabian motto, our world, I am not surprised at such concentrated attacks at the head. Laman and Lemuel didn't believe Nephi could build a ship and come to America either. But after recounting all of the Lord's matchless ways of preserving the records of Laban, of being sustained in the wilderness, of their being steadily led to that point, he scolded them, "Wherefore can ye doubt?" The key was, they would not that the Lord should rule over them. That would have been having to be bowing to an authoritarian, restrictive personality. Lehi's contemporary, not far away in Jerusalem, was saying, I guess that would be Jeremiah, "I set watchmen over you, hearken." But they said, "We will not hearken." Sort of like you, my friend, not going to happen. Jeremiah chapter 6. "Return ye now, every one from his evil way, and make your ways and your doings good." And as their excuse by the throwing a self-pity party, they said, "There is no hope, but we will walk out to our own devices." I guess depression gives people an excuse to behave ill. "And we will everyone do the imagination of his evil heart." Do our own thing. In case you feel that all these exposures of mine are negative, psychic voyeurism, delving into what are private matters, the sexual misbehavior of these otherwise great leaders in thought, I have a response. That first, we did not create this kind of world that they would have us to live in under them, and their nightmarish plans for us. But after all, it should surprise no one in the church that there would be such a great opposition in all things, that the poor that hath understanding should realize that in the nature of things, being in for battle, with evil men in charge, he naturally needs searcheth him out. I sense also that my veneration for the discoverer of America, Columbus, for the Puritans and Pilgrims, for the Founding Fathers, you'd consider to be dated, as you stated, and unsophisticated. So did the FBI recall, who flagged me for such old-fashioned views. As the lady in They Live said, speaking into her wristwatch, we've got one who can see. Our government's massive surveillance abilities include monitoring books we purchase online, and all of our searches, conversations even, which is apparently how they took notice of little old me, for I've bought books on how to homeschool and others speaking of the Constitution, making me an enemy of the state and of concern for America's decline. But I'm not afraid. What can they do? As Joseph Smith said. I've joked that if only I'd been in favor of a decline, I would have been not considered a domestic terrorist, as they gave me a letter labeling me. Actually, a New England Occupy participant was nabbed over the weekend for having planned to throw Molotov cocktails at a place where our president was to be speaking. He was a convert to the Occupy movement who, here's a footnote, I only glanced at the first episode, but there's a new TV series, Person of Interest, such as I apparently wouldn't be, starring Jim Caviezel, which depicted their database fusion centers. That happens not to be fiction at all. Yeah, that was a good show back then. Who Warren takes credit, and Chomsky too is an admirer of, for having created, or the movement's intellectual positions. Back to that a bit later. Now, Gage, my friend, your essay on Nephi's error in slaying Laban. It wasn't a case of the spirits commanding him, no such thing. He made it up out of our own thoughts. No, I don't know what that footnote's about, but apparently my friend had written that Nephi did wrong in slaying Laban. Stop. Something just hit me like a veritable ton of bricks. You're casually mentioning in your letter where Paul got it wrong which I just as nonchalantly overlooked. So it seems you don't even regard the scriptures as revelation. What do you think? They're just thinkers? Oh my. And profitable. 2 Timothy 3:16. For reproof, correction, exposure of vain and foolish doctrines, etc., but merely as the best thought of this or that man. Now I understand. Now I see how you have the cheek to write an essay critical of a president of the church. And here's the point. Would publish it. It is not of their being as God's prophets with you in your higher criticism to which you subject them, but as, for example, the man Monson's thinking, wow, but this has damaged you, your testimony, as much as if you picked up a grenade and bit into it, thinking it was a pineapple. I guess I wrote this 7 years ago to him, and he's since announced on Facebook his leaving the church, that he could no longer tolerate it. It was predictable. The man my daughter visited MTC training called me to say that he and his wife never felt the Holy Ghost so strong. In a speech she practiced, she had said truly, now I'm not here to argue with you. Joseph Smith was a prophet, and I'm just here to share that with you so that you can know it too. And that we have a prophet today. Scripture confirms the position's certainty. Sarah takes, this is my daughter, she's got her second kid on the way now, 7 years later, and she is sent to teach, not to be taught. It's true. Time's short. To argue, debate, and beat around the bush is to waste valuable time. Surely these things are all true, or Scripture lies and God lies. Footnote here. That's what the Lord said, which is obviously, at least to me, it is true. Truth exists. It can be apprehended. It isn't arrived at through debate and reaching of consensus. It can be rejected by the whole world, yet be the reality of things independently. But the problem with yourself, how do you regard even Scripture? Let me add, you're saying in one of your letters that intentions are regularly misread, either from Derrida or Habermas, these cultural Marxists. That's convenient. If there's no absolute truth, which most now accept as true, which is self-contradictory, then all truth claims are mere power plays, truth to power of a folk cult. Like I was just giving as an example, President Monson or Paul for you. So all these deconstructionists make their living by denying that words have any meaning at all. Sarah's certainty, my daughters, for example, I'm not comfortable with that and can't see how you can be with such a lazy doctrine. This higher criticism John Taylor warned us about, Journal of Discourses 7, page 325. Well, to me, that's straying off track pretty far, my friend, mein Freund, and I'd beckon 1 Nephi 8:15, 32-34, you back, for that road leads nowhere. Canon and Talmage, not to mention the well-known Joseph Smith statement, too addressed it. I don't mean to beat you over the head, but consider how things are. I don't think you can see it. We're into increasing darkness of mind, as could easily happen to the best of us. It leads. See Alma 12, 9-11. Well, the rest of practically the whole world, Revelations 12, 9, 18-23, is going to be deceived and this should not surprise any who believe the Scripture. Let's not join them, that multitude of lemmings. Somebody has got to stand in the gap. It could be you and I with gifts we possess. What a shame it would be to take this true church for granted, neglecting that gift that is within thee, and to let go by the wayside. That's what John Taylor said, and he was speaking truth, not just by his great intellect, which he had, but by the Spirit of God put upon him. You go and start critiquing the prophets, and ere you are aware, you are left to kick against the pricks and to fight against God to persecute the saints. There's a footnote here. Dewey wrote for the purpose of creating a global citizenship. I just found from Larry Hickman, a friendly biographer in praise of his Democracy and Education, 1916. In 1928, he praised the Soviet Bolsheviks' marvelous development of progressive educational ideas and practices, and their counteracting the influence of home and church. The next year, Dewey, in Individualism, Old and New, proclaimed we are in for some kind of socialism, and only individuals receive revelation. That is why it's targeted. We're able to set forth clearly and understandingly the adversarial agenda and the cover-ups that confront us. A paper I just picked up of an Emerson student does not agree, for it blames all our woes predictably on capitalism. It rationalizes away the violent revolutionary burnings that took place in France. They, and mark my words, this Occupy movement in due time will come to this, have the mentality of all democracies, that of the mob. They quote as words of wisdom Foucault, your favorite. They warn of the radical right. It's also trite and predictable. These will all someday end up as the cannon fodder. Considering the source, this bodes not well for you, considering the intellectual company you keep. Chapter 5. Art's Comet. Joseph Smith quote. While preaching in Boston, Joseph Smith was continually interrupted by a heckler. "Show us a sign, you so-called prophet." Joseph, turning to him, said, "A wicked and adulterous nation seeketh after a sign. You, sir, are an adulterer." It proved true. After going into the city of Boston and warning my neighbors in meekness, then what awaits them? If they do reject these things, I'd like to get out of Dodge and join you in Randolph, or St. George, perhaps, as you now tell me, where Bruce Hearst is. As bad as you claim it to be, it has to be better than this place. Please read these clippings and try to picture what I'm telling you. Why did the Lord specifically refer to Boston in a future forecast of its wickedness in that Revelation D&C 84 at the end? I do see things coming that may be bad. Heck, 10 teenagers had a rock fight on my own street this past weekend. Emerson students would foment it. I'm not being fanciful, for they are Occupy's vanguard. I'm stuffing my fingers in my ears. See opening scene of Pilgrim's Progress and getting ready to flee the wrath to come. The other week I even saw, no kidding, a blazing comet, green with a red tail, headed right for Beacon Hill, it seemed, the seat of corruption, and where so much criminality reigns. It is openly acknowledged, only joked about in those roasts. Recall Clipping's last letter. I've seen hundreds of shooting stars, and 45 years ago a similarly spectacular comet, so that's how infrequent these kind are, where I spent 10 days in the Escalante wilderness with an LDS Bostonian buddy, the summer of '79. But never have I seen anything recently like this. The men in Psalms 73 and 74 who plotted, let us destroy them together. We see not your signs. There is not any more prophet. These in our hard-hearted, some have a hardened look, mafia-like, politicians all would have brushed off as significant of nothing, my comet. But to me it was inspiring, yet portentous, just as these increasing earthquakes and things are. There I was on my watch in the middle of the night, as still as can be, see Habakkuk 2:1. To a simple fool such as I, it evokes David's Psalms. For God is my King of old, working salvation in the midst of the earth. The day is thine, the night also is thine. Aren't I religious? Thus, so dismissible, Timothy Dwight, while president of Yale, gave a famous sermon of which I have an original copy in 1797, in which he refers on the last page to John Robeson's Edinburgh's Proofs of a Conspiracy, just out, as recommended reading. It is still worth reading, which you can do online. He would seem to have been anxiously engaged in exactly the same sense as President Benson was 170 years later. President Benson, in an excellent talk at conference, held up a book, None Dare Call It Conspiracy, by Gary Allen, who I'll quote later on that music as reading he recommended. Of course, today President Dwight and President Benson would be hooted off in Emerson or any other campus. They'd be regarded as politically incorrect. Interestingly, I learned online that PC had its genesis with the Frankfurt School. Emerson welcomed Elizabeth Warren recently, however, and Chomsky flattered them, praising them for leading Occupy, of the perfect right we have here in America, apparently, for revolution. I say read D&C 134, which speaks of sedition as unlawful. To me, that's the Lord's words. They marched on May 1st, Illuminati's founding day, the day of communist parades, and for Satanists, their biggest day of celebration, to Copley Square here, staging a mock funeral over capitalism. Communist leaders have vowed there would be a funeral dirge sung over it. The relatives of the young man who was arrested for his Molotov cocktail plans said, "We just can't understand it of him." I can. When you join a mob, you lose your ability to think for yourself anymore. As Madison said in Federalist 10, democracies have ever been turbulent and are as short in their lives as they are violent in their deaths. He also referred to their incompatibility with the rights of property. Do you still like to call America a democracy? It may be that now, but Franklin, upon leaving the convention, was asked by a woman, "What have you given us, sir?" Said he, "A republic, if you can keep it." Why aren't we told any more? Dwight based his remarks fittingly on Colossians 2:8, which reads, "Beware, lest any man spoil you through philosophy and vain deceit, after the tradition of men, after the rudiments of the world, and not after Christ." From the very sort of infidel that Dwight apprised his students, today's spiritually neutralized Emerson students are receiving their sustenance. It is woeful. I found, as part of their dumbing down further, that a goal of the Frankfurt School was to replace the curriculum of classics once taught with mediocre books, more politically correct, such as I, Rigoberta, Gabriel Marquez, whose disgusting novel someone got me to read, etc. The old, therefore no good, dead white men were judged either racist, homophobic, undemocratic, elitist, or chauvinist, so to be dispensed with. Mission accomplished. Scene of Thomas Sowell, who was out of Harlem, led to Marxism, but grew out of it into independence, or Dinesh D'Souza's brilliant works to learn that this has occurred. We have instead even witchcraft, see Barrett Kojos, to replace the classics in college curricula. Absolutely anything goes. In California, a professor engaged in an anal intercourse in front of his class. I'm sorry to speak of such things. Here, while I attended Bunker Hill Community College, we had a professor who wore women's clothing, a surprising sight. I went night, so missed it, thankfully, at the urinal. That same school also went ballistic, for it is all PC, when I put up a flyer advertising a Phyllis Schlafly speech, next to all kinds of flyers for other events like gay activities, I recall. Upcoming at Lesbian U Wesley College, Hillary's alma mater. A black security guard got their reaction back to me. Well, I took my wife and kids to the speech of that fine woman. It was an educational experience. The black leather brass-studded, spike-haired lesbian crowd shouted hoots of derision at the dignified lady. She was only giving a recommendation to the advantages to marriage and the rearing of children. This was about 10 years ago, so let me think here. That would have been 17 years ago now. I've seen some wild, strident performances from this school over the ensuing years thereafter. My daughter couldn't believe it. Their rage. So, my goodness, she would have been about 12 or 13 at the time, and weeping as we were walking off campus. Schlafly had referred to either Betty Friedan or Gloria Steinem's confessions of sad regrets in their later years, as loneliness caught up with them, from denial of family, a place in their own lives. The students were not able to cope with that, the simple truth, even from one of their icons. Now, on your letter's reference to in-house argument and debate between Adorno and Heidegger, or whoever it was, that is but a classic example to me of controlling the parameters of the debate, wherein the full truth is never permitted to be aired. Chomsky, as I've said, excels in this role, that of gatekeeper. It may cause you to issue a humph, but I say that the whole lot of them can be round-filed. I don't even need to bother with one Marxist improving upon another Marxist's theories. Some cry low here, others low there. I would join to none of them, for they are all wrong, and an abomination in God's sight. They can't be considered of good report or praiseworthy, who descend from a man who vowed to make war with the one above. It was a practicing Satanist, although that's certainly not widely known. Even if there could be some insights scrounged around for from the Marxists, it is mere bait, I say, a case of telling the truth to support a lie. Tony Bryant, the Black Panther acquaintance of mine, put it so. He'd been tortured, beaten for 12 years in Cuba, witnessing not 10, 20, 50, 100, 1,000, but thousands of beatings and atrocities with his own eyes. That's Marxism. And he thought one day, experiencing an epiphany, this is evil. For that which detracts from the human condition is evil. And as a corollary, that which enhances and embellishes the human condition is good. There's a God, he concluded. There's a backward, there's a forward, there's an up, there's a down, and he goes on with his logic most eloquently. For I didn't graduate high school, thank God. What a great man he was, and he actually wrote me after I'd met him in Ogden a couple of times. He had street smarts, plus a great spirituality. When Jesse Jackson came into a town where I was, he hot-tailed it out of there because he couldn't take the heat, he said. I've come to do battle. I'm a warrior. A warrior. These Marxists all sing, we shall overcome. What are they going to overcome? God? I quote from memory, for he was dynamic and memorable. One more, as he opened his speech, he'd say, some people like a Jesse don't want to listen to an Anthony Bryant. I'd say that there's nothing more effectual than a door. And a few who thought they'd be able to heckle him sneak out. I will speak the truth all the time, for I, this may offend some, believe in God, and I'll therefore speak the truth, no matter whose head I step on. My friend, I'm telling you, I've met some great noble souls. C.G. Edward Griffin's interview with him on YouTube, if you dare. It was called, Message from Hell. For he's been a practicing, back it up with his actions, what his mouth said, Marxist, when he was one, only to be betrayed by his comrades and to find there was a beast upon the path that was spawned from the depths of hell. And like a Paul, when he went from cold to hot, he had the same integrity for a better cause, and put his money where his mouth was. He said, some people want to make me a reverend. Let Jesse call himself one. I tell the truth, and so don't need to hide behind a title. And for some weak word, which I'm not able to recall, of some communist, like Brzezinski, a Marxist anyway, he said icily, shut up. You tell a truth only to support a lie. When he speaketh fair, believe him not, whose hatred is covered by deceit. His wickedness should be shown. Especially detestable is Foucault's will to power, or truth to power. The man was persuasive and spoke fair, but could be seen through for anyone having such discernment as these proverbs spoke to. From his sympathetic and admiring biographer, mind you, which I picked up, he rebelled and argued with everyone. It had to be admitted, hating individuals, loving humanity, as Marxists tend to do. He joined, we learned further, the Communist Party and was a strident opponent of order, naturally targeting, as did the New Hampshire Occupy protester aforementioned, local police. This is a familiar ring. The term fuzz, accordingly to former Salt Lake City Chief of Police Cleon Skousen, long ago originated with the Communists, to create a bad smell with them. After the 60s, it got nastier, the epithets, for they were the pigs, by the time you and I were in our teens. What's his footnote here? What else can I suppose from an admirer of Adorno who wrote to undermine all authority? Fond memories, that, and the raucous music associated with it. For you? I respected the police myself. They are delegated authority to do what we as individuals have the right to do. Which is, as Bastiat eloquently, unassailably reasoned, to defend oneself and property. They constitute the thin blue line, or did, between order and anarchy. Whether the theoretician was Babeuf, I don't recall, but in my copy of Chomsky's writings, he nonsensically makes a philosophy out of some long-ago communist principles of anarchy. There was some sugarcoating to make it sound palatable, intellectualizing for the lefty professor, whose hatred is covered by deceit, for he has a gentle smile and speaketh fair. Limbaugh may have started okay, as when I heard him 25 years or more ago for the first time, he spoke some truth, and I was impressed at that time, but he chose to be bought off. Here's a footnote. If you have any nose for truth, this story will make plenty of sense to you concerning Limbaugh. I ask, in light of all that's been said to this point, does it not, the fact that he poses a threat and in his vanity, or posed a threat, and in his vanity had a weakness to be exploited, have a ring of truth? And like I say, he chose to be bought off, coming to New York, the big time, and becoming the gatekeeper for so-called conservatives, with whom I don't want to be associated. On the right, recalling Professor Quigley's words, approved talk show hosts on radio and TV, O'Reilly, Hannity, etc., allow venting of frustrations and to mollify fears of the leftward trends of our elites, reassuring your fellow Randolph rancher, too bowed down to take a deeper look, not having the leisure time, that he is still free and has real political choices. You get Skull and Bonesman Bush or Bonesman Kerry, or Ian Brzezinski campaign managing McCain, or Mark Brzezinski campaign managing Alinsky schooled Obama. Phyllis Schlafly explained it nearly 50 years ago in her first book, We Need a Choice, Not an Echo. And it had been going on a long time by then, she showed, from heaven knows when, at least 12 decades by now. This is a lot like the false controversy between your Heidegger or Adorno, these election options, for they are always within the limits established by the power elite. It is also happening in every hamlet in America with the insidious Agenda 21, which we would update to Agenda 2030, which poses as town meetings but is rigged, being controlled in advance to reach predetermined outcomes of consensus. Then their rapacious programs against property become implemented. And as I've learned since you first put his name out to me in my lack of knowledge at the time, saying he's not a major player, but is he ever? Thanks for asking. He may be a conservative in your eyes, which is what makes him one who wears the bad guy black hat. Rupert Murdoch, I mean, if you being an ideologue strictly partisan. But he is a pusher of pornography. In his papers he controls in Europe and plays up socialism there. He's a Bilderberger, so that, read a book by Daniel Eschelin, a Spanish with much information, a Spaniard I should say, shows he's up there with them, at the power elite's top of the pyramid status. All of the chief executive posts at the Wall Street Journal are held by members of the Council of Foreign Relations, but so are the liberal publications headed, you guessed it, members of the CFR. George Will or Charles Krauthammer, Wall Street Journal conservatives, are both CFR. Time, Newsweek, really I could just save time and say all of them are headed up by CFR members. The Boston Globe, Washington Times, ad nauseum. Just probably Google CFR and the media. As suggested by Haleman 639, they control both sides of the ball. The referees and the team's owners, lock, stock, and barrel. So the game is fixed. And thus we see the secret combination of which I, Moroni, speak. They did obtain sole management of the government, and I would add the media. And President Benson asks, why did Moroni include such information in the Book of Mormon? He was greatly exercised over these matters, and the Lord so molded the book through his prophets, like Moroni, that we would be able to recognize the similar false educational ideas of socialism and other doctrines of the devil in our day. If you use that line you did with me with an expose of Kerry, give me a break, I will give you instead these timely warnings, so amazingly descriptive of our awful situation. Moroni would that we would awake to, all around us today, in so-called prosperous Zion. A phrase, flush-faced, God bless him, President Benson gave 50 years or so ago today. Hey, when my dad was angry at a juvenile delinquent, he rushed out after him, leaping over fences in his hot pursuit, who had pulled my sister's pants down. We sure respected and revered him for it, the flared temper he showed that day. We should listen to these authority figures, as that's what they're there for. Here are the earlier verses of chapter 6 of Helaman, with such astonishingly uncanny details as to what is now happening today. Filling the judgment seats, having usurped Roscoe Pound, legging in that Trojan horse, the power and authority over the land. Habakkuk 1:1-3 gives an assist to this prophecy, laying aside the commandments of God, creating separation of church and state since only the 50s, and not in the least a right before him. Gay marriage, planned by a New York cabal, brought to my state, first time in human history, doing no justice unto the children of men, as I've demonstrated from Boston newspaper. In Roger Baldwin's ACLU and Pound's sociological jurisprudence, impartiality, as in the Mosaic law, is replaced with that thou shalt favor a poor man automatically in his cause, in exact accord with justice in the Soviet Union, where kulaks, property holders, were starved or shot. I mentioned Pound's sociological jurisprudence, but in my last booklet that I just finished last month, I referred to the role played by one of my four horsemen of the apocalypse, Supreme Court Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr., and he was pretty sinister too. Condemning the righteous because of their righteousness, hate crimes against pastors who preach biblical doctrines on homosexuality, letting the guilty and the wicked go unpunished. Mattapan massacre a month ago. The murderers going scot-free, shocking Bostonians because of their money, free legal counsel, and moreover to be held in office at the head of government to rule and do according to their will. Pederasty involving George Bush Sr. in the very White House. Don't believe it? Just Google the Washington Times and Franklin cover-up and read the headline, short-lived as the story was, that they might get gain and glory of the world. Out of these troubled times we can have a new world order, and we will. George Bush on September 11th, 1990. To Crowley, 11 was of occult significance. 11 years to the day of another September 11th. And moreover, that they might the more easily commit adultery. Herman Cain, we know for sure, did. But did you know that he was the recipient from that satanic pentagram in its basement where they sodomized boys? Franklin savings and loan of $40 million embezzled by Lawrence King, with which he bought from the Pillsbury family, an elite old family, skull and bonesmen in the males, too, the Godfather pizza chain. We must include Democrats here, lest you are gladdened at all these hypocritical Republicans involved. Barney Frank received some of the pimp being from Boston who died of suicide at the Ritz-Carlton boys, and JFK, LBJ, and Clinton were all serial adulterers, as everyone knows, and to steal legal plunder, a product of socialism, lining all of their pockets but not detected, and kill. Obama's new executive order enabling association of citizens accused of domestic terrorism, and so broadly worded as to include myself, yours truly, as President Benson said of such treason that it was fantastic, I said to my family, that such things could be happening in America, and do according to their own wills. Crowley's do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Doesn't it sound like that? Pretty chilling, I know, but it is still God's world. It is reassuring to know, as once again President F. Benson, a man who was filled with courage, a man whose soul, like Moroni's, did swell with thanksgiving to his God, as was respected by many admirers outside the church. Update, I just read last week, a wonderful woman, a Texan, who quoted George Washington, and then an equally wise man named Ezra Taft Benson, former Secretary of Agriculture. This is 7 years after I wrote this. Many admirers like her outside the church, even those who were his foes, once reminded us. It is a great deal of comfort, enough even to know that, and at least of some consolation to see, as Gage, that British general, put it to Lord Dartmouth, the true situation, even though awful, of our affairs. Alas, my master, how shall we do? And he answered, Fear not, for they that be with us are more than they that be with them. And Elisha prayed and said, Lord, I pray thee, open his eyes that he may see. And the Lord opened the eyes of the young man, and he saw. 2 Kings 6:16-17. Also see 2 Chronicles 32, 7 and 8, or 1 Samuel 17:47, Judges 7:7. It is never anything to be afraid of what the wicked may say or try to do. We are to obediently do all within our power with the help of the Lord and leave the results with him. He allows Amalek, the wicked, to do their wickedness, that their judgments may be just. And Daniel 12 also says, the wicked will do their wickedness. Stand in thy law to the end of days. We are free always how to respond, even if it mightily challenges us. But I consider that to be a great privilege. I'll look at these two prophets as an example. Like Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, faced with an awful choice. They made it to trust the Lord. If he delivered them from the fire, that's fine. But if not, they were good with that. We can't trust obvious enemies, yet a majority of people take their false leaders who destroy all they believe in and hold precious at face value. We should hold them accountable and not be credulous sheeple. Thomas Jefferson wisely said, "Speak not to me of confidence in man, but bind them down for mischief by the chains of the Constitution." People nowadays lack the formerly widely understood proper role of government, to be primarily a negative force, not some provider. The original clause saying promote is consistent with all I'm saying here, of the general welfare. They meant that our government should protect us by punishing wrongdoing, and then get out of the way, allowing people in freedom to flourish. These senselessly wicked rulings in Boston begin to make sense when we realize the mentality of the left is to rehabilitate, not to punish the criminal, which is plainly the same as Lucifer's plan that not one soul should be lost, regardless how either valiantly or disobediently individuals perform. A positive force, that is, of government involvement in our affairs, would hamper our prospering in our endeavors. The pursuit of happiness becomes restricted when government tries to do even good because of its short-sightedness, yet it tries to play God. I only began to read on these things at the age of 25. It has been a rewarding journey, opening my eyes. I mentioned Anthony Bryant and Thomas Sowell, the former Marxists, who turned completely around. Tony was a much in-demand speaker for our Speakers Bureau in the John Birch Society. Many consider Sowell to be the greatest American economist, with which I could possibly agree. To be really wrong about something is not without some potential advantages. Alma in the Book of Mormon and Paul in the New Testament had dramatic conversions, but most of us evolved slowly through phases and stages, as Jeff Holland put it. I recommend his great conference talk, citing a parable of the Lord. He said, "Those who were last employed as laborers for a certain householder received the same pay as the ones who worked all along, or all day long, for their employer. For his concern is for the faith at which you finally arrive, not the hour of the day in which you get there. And it is never too late, so long as the master of the vineyard says there is time." If you should take all of the whole words of the scholars you have imbibed, a thing that could prove useful someday, look, Tony was an assassin for the Panthers, having never carried one out, but you shouldn't slay living prophets, having not done harm yet either, and use your knowledge for good. It would constitute going from cold to hot, a real conversion, I'd say. Please, don't take offense, for I'm saying to you, with I hope a little credibility, how wrong you have been hitherto. But it's not for me to pass judgment, for it is not within my power so to do. That you have been involved is a good thing. To now enlist the same gifts in a better cause is a thing, and you can and probably should take all of your knowledge with you, just reinterpreted slightly. It is considerable and quite extensive. When we were kids, we played a game called Hide the Belt. The one who hit it would shout, "You're getting warm, warmer," and if we got really close to it, "You're scalding, boiling." Those who weren't so close, he'd tell, "You're cold, colder, freezing." Those who were only lukewarm took a beating, got the worst of it from the finder of the belt, since they were so close yet so far from the winner, who gleefully dished it out all the way home to ghouls. It's probably a very old New England game passed down, but it's like the Lord said, isn't it? I would that you were either cold or hot, for if you are lukewarm, I have no use for you. So it's okay for now for you to be what have honestly to consider to be way out there, to be in fact just freezing. You may later, upon some epiphany of your own and insights gained thereby, get your turn to hide the belt, the winner, the leader, which is so fun, such a privilege to be in a position to do, chasing around the other kids who haven't got a clue, needing your instructions. You should be belting these guys, such as at the Franklin School, Frankfurt, and their false hints, which is not playing fair, and dishing it out, not taking it from them. I said that Boston's wickedness is great at this chapter's beginning, and that it was specifically singled out in section 84 of the Doctrine and Covenants. My wife and I are just holding on, but it's really getting to her, she said this afternoon. Update. We're doing pretty fine, and I think we will be out of here within a year. Here 7 years later after writing this. After encouraging her, we were later laughing, acting goofy, and having fun. She's got a very bizarre sense of humor, similar to my own, off the wall, which helps us to cope. Most of the time we tread water, but we were still cutting up as a release as I got ready to come here to work. On a break just now, I walked to 7-Eleven through the brick alley, which features a couple of bars. The buildings housing them have been there for a long while, but are excellently preserved. Edgar Allan Poe would frequent one of these establishments in his day, under another name, obviously, but the outside looks the very same. But even his most opium-soaked imagination could never have concocted this bar scene tonight. As I reached the swinging doors at the end of the alley to cross through a food court, I was suddenly staring at an Adam's apple. The chiseled pecs below it exceeded NFL receiver Terrell Owens for hardness and definition. I looked up and into a heavily made-up female face, then down to the mini-skirted, only enough to cover her crotch, lovely legs. Neither this specimen of Huxley's subhumanity nor any of the 6 or so others that soon followed were below 6'7". I asked a campus policeman, a black powerlifter himself, who presses 580 pounds, what was this, a tranny convention? No, they're going to that bar, the Estate, where it's gay night. PC rules. Give 'em an inch and what? The most revolutionary thing in my lifetime, or probably anybody else's who ever lived, is the marriage of homosexuals or lesbians. Boy, this is old hat by now, 7 years later, isn't it? Will the trannies be next? This had never been accomplished, if even attempted, except by a Marquis de Sade, maybe, in the history of planet Earth. No threat, you say? For as you said, I look around my house and nobody's bothering me at all. Were you serious or just being flippant? It's the concept gauge, which deviates down the commandments of God, whose whole purpose for sacred marriage was to multiply and replenish the earth, so as to raise up his spirits, sent to be trained to serve him. The idea that the earth is overpopulated, see Stephen Mosher's books, another lie. As the Lord says, unless he is miscalculated, oops, his bad, there was enough and to spare for all of his children to come on the earth to dwell and prosper. It takes a man and a woman, and that is the only possible pattern. Voltaire said, and he would know, for he was a master at it, that your witty rejoinder proves nothing. All right, so you may not live in Sodom, where fornicating is brought to your very doorstep. My neighbor and I sometimes have to sweep up used condoms off our front walks. But your tolerance is not loving to me. Homosexuals do not brook any opposition here in Massachusetts. The author of The Pink Swastika lives here, Scott Lively, and they've smashed his coffee shop's windows and tried to ruin him financially through costly suits for damages they accuse him of. He has a great, kind heart, wisdom, and knowledge of history. He is an authority on the subject, probably the best in the world. You safely lend them, the violent, intolerant sodomites, support from afar with some of your blogs or words you print. But as Lot felt, vexed by the filthy conversation or conduct of the wicked in Sodom, so do we, residents of the Bay, or I should say gay state, here. Another symbol besides the wolf in sheep's clothing used by the Fabians was their tortoise emblem. It represents society being gradually degraded, or as 2 Nephi 28 put it, are being carefully led down to hell. But it's on the path to your house, too. You're just not recognizing it. You may anticipate a time when they are able to make good their boast of, we shall sodomize your children, which involves some subtle planning. We should awaken to the first instances of abuse. Thus, by denying the principle, said Madison, avoid the consequences. Lot sought to protect his angels from the sodomites who banged on his door. Send out these men that we may know, a euphemism for engage in sex with them. You should now, before it gets late, seek to protect and correctly teach your young angels from this. But your current wishy-washy stand, confused as to who are being truly victimized, may not be able to abide it that day. They will sing for you to come open the door. Come on, bring out your kids, that we may know them. Or grandkids, perhaps. And to just give peace a chance and love, because the world will live as one. Therefore, we hope you will join and support us. We need missionaries for such a time as this. The liberal isn't conscious of any sin needing to be repented of. If Joseph Smith even could say, I feel to repent upon looking inside myself of all my sins, then we all need of it. Oh, sure, of course. They who are more broad-minded, insisting that biblical morality is so unloving, are needing our help, actually, through missionary work. For it is their kind of broad-mindedness that could kill us. Broad is the way, yet straight, no pun intended, is the way, and narrow that leadeth unto life, and few there be that find it, unfortunately. I may be called fundamentalist, so be it, or preachy, but shall we not tell the old truths any more, even if sometimes the truth hurts, because many did not want to hear it. The novel and a few more items, as on music, as promised, to follow. Continuing, a letter to a friend, June 5th, to whenever. Having only after written my letter to you looked up Burke's exact words to his own friend, I saw he was actually much more concise than that paraphrase I offered. And he'd written it at the end, not the beginning of his letter. It went to pretty fairly quote this time, for I just read it a few days ago. I have candidly given you my sentiments. I do not expect them much to alter yours. He even added, nor shall I try to, perhaps, for he respected another's agency too much to force his conclusions upon them, as it was France's affairs, his friend's experience, to look forward to himself. And I looked up Bastiat's audiobooks online, which also I so highly recommend. It's not even funny. The blurb says, Bastiat made ideas on liberty so clear that even the unlettered can understand them and statists cannot obfuscate them. Clarity is essential, crucial, to persuading our fellow men of the moral superiority of personal liberty, which, sorry to say, my friend, socialism does not provide. If you are looking for a single book that once read will provide you with many hours of thought, it may perhaps change the way you look at life and your interactions with others, this is it. Again, very short. You can just listen to it. He wrote voluminously, but I'm only speaking of just his little The Law. Bastiat's The Law. Wrote to Tocqueville, the Americans combine the notions of Christianity and liberty so intimately in their minds that it is impossible to make them conceive the one without the other. All right, whatever chapter number this is, let's call it 5, I guess. Plain and simple truths. Why, it's as plain as a pikestaff. Josiah Quincy, quoting a saying of Joseph Smith, I glory in plainness, Nephi. Lord doth nothing save it be plain, 2 Nephi 26. Religion and Capitalism, Allies, Not Enemies, Edmund Opitz. That's a great book, 1970. Dear friend, I was just reviewing one of my favorite books by a great Christian and economist by the name of Opitz. He points out that the colonial churches played a significant role in the American Revolution. I just discovered something. This is the very first chapter. I should have started with this. Well, so be it. It's a little out of sequence, but let's just finish. He points out that the colonial churches played a significant role, recall Balin did also, in the American Revolution, that the framers and people were end products of the long religious and cultural heritage of Christendom. Get the book. A buck, I imagine. And I have an excellent book by this title, Many Ministers Coming from Lynn Area. They preached liberty. And after hearing such sermons as given by Morse and Dwight, the people were aflame with righteousness. That was how Alexis de Tocqueville was so admiringly would describe them, even in 1850, for he observed that with Americans, religion was not separate from politics. Like we believe, if we are followers of Brigham Young's description of Zion, these subjects merge, coming under one heading, truth. The myth of separation did not come about until the 50s, explained last letter, recall. But to susceptible, uncritical minds, separation of church and state, it has been accepted as fact. Many have been acted upon, molded like the potter's clay. They universally read the scriptures, including Isaiah, and we see, such as from the Mormon Pioneer Museum, they carried Pilgrim's Progress. They pamphleteered most voluminously. Bernard Balin of Harvard has examined the pamphlets. They likened the prophet's words unto themselves. Isaiah's words justify the great things done and spoken at our nation's founding. His prophetic words justify again today these concerns of mine that I'm sharing with you. In 3 Nephi, even the Lord said, great are the words of Isaiah. They must be important, not a vain religious item, but highly pertinent. All things, even temporal or spiritual matters. I need to refer to something in your letter with which I beg to differ. You implied, it appears, that the young guard, he didn't, last, by the way, snitching on me was the sort of activity we would see under capitalism. The evil of competition, Chomsky so thinks. Actually, I believe the kid will be punished for his own sins and not for capitalism's transgressions. Article of Faith number 2. And actually, too, if you think the surveillance state under big government won't involve snitching, I'm telling you, you've seen nothing yet. That is just an old Marxian cliche, then, of yours that is quite a shallow charge to dart in and quickly back out with. No argument, typically, is even offered, either. But this and all such cliches are dealt with by the Foundation for Economic Education capably. It had our own J. Reuben Clark, the best brains of the church, they say, on its board, serving with other excellent economists. They had one book, Cliches of Socialism, in which many of the slogans, about 76 of them, and superficial nonsense of that kind that appealed to uncritical thinkers, which is too commonly held for thought, which are effectively repudiated. But it takes apprehension of sound principles, faith. I'll take exceptional work to exceptional brains. It has to be mined, dug for, winnowed. Joseph Smith taught that when a man exercises faith, he works by mental exertion. These TM, New Age, so in vogue exercises are all so passive, and to my thinking sometimes exceedingly dangerous, actually. You open yourself up. When 1/3 of the hosts of heaven are out there, that has to be in the billions, right? They're in opposition to us, which should really be taken into some consideration. Not all ideas are acceptable that pop into our minds. Joseph also said of our pursuit of truth, whether it be spiritual or mundane, economic, historical, or any other, thy mind, O man, must stretch unto the heavens. In all human affairs there are efforts and there are results, and the strength of the efforts is the measure of the results. Bastiat, in 1850, 2 years after Marx's swinish Scheiss, as he called his own theories, even, was able to expose and rout the many weak as water economic fallacies gaining common acceptance. I found 3 400-page volumes of his at a library junk sale. The Foundation on Economic Education, archived online, was the modern counterpart to the great Christian economist. I regard him as even a minor prophet. Bastiat is so beautiful, so simple, as Nephi would put it, plain unto the children of men, and is oft quoted by President Benson. Henry Hazlitt's 1940s classic, Economics in One Lesson, was an imitation of that style. The essence of brilliance is simplicity. Habermas's corrections of his fellow eggheads' positivistic expialidocialism resolved into transsubjectivistic disestablishmentarianism or some such complicated jargon does not compare. But a sucker is born every minute. Step right up, say these con men. Neither is von Mises or von Hayek or Rothbard or Ron Paul or Sol, all brilliant men, difficult to comprehend. For truth cuts its own way, as Joseph Smith said. It is sharper than a two-edged sword and cuts right through all the phony excess verbiage. Unlike the so absurdly complicated Scheiss of Das Kapital, Keynes's economic phony baloney Consequences of the Peace, Hazlitt effectively rebuts him in another book of his, Economic Principles Are Able to Be Understood. And why not? To economize, the very word connotes, means to save, to simplify, so that vast schemes of economic planners is a great contradiction in terms and against common sense. Auto mechanics, more trustworthy than they. Beware of experts. When Robert Welch took economics and history, he began in college at age 12 at the University of North Carolina, for he had been schooled at home by his mother at Harvard under the Fabian Felix Frankfurter, appointed to the Supreme Court by FDR. Young as he was, he saw through the sophistries taught by lying, false men. And so he held up a little sign to his classmates under the nose of the wicked professor. Hogwash. I had a similar experience of my own when at the University of Utah, standing up to Professor Clayton, about 1979, I think it was, or 80, who was on loan from, of course, Columbia. Just yesterday I saw a person from Romania who he left Columbia because he says it reminded of his communism that he fled from in Romania. And I see Germany fled Frankfurt scholars being a seedbed of crypto and outright communists. To the relief of my slightly younger fellow students, this professor had been trashing our traditions and way of life, saying, for example, of opportunity for success in America, that there are no Horatio Alger stories to be told in our country. Von Mises, well, let me get to this footnote. This may become true in a self-fulfilling prophecy of such liberal professors, as with the public schools failing, as with health care becoming prohibitively expensive. The intervention by government into these things caused the problem in the first place. Yes, it is hard to rise from rags to riches now. Whose fault is that, though? Von Mises regarded our Americanist author Alger quite highly. I vowed to look into Alger's famed books for myself someday, realizing they must be good if singled out for this guy's pointed reference. in opprobrium, that is. I lived in Revere when I came back home, ironically down the street from Alger's own 1800s home, and bought about 100 of his novels, teaching them to my kids. Pure, simple, economically sound truths are therein found, and they are a delight to read. Well, the classmates I had included girls from, say, Bountiful, Utah, or wherever, and some were actually in tears. There were some returned missionaries, appreciative of my standing up to the counter to counter the professor's diatribes. Let me read this footnote. Tearing down the faith, subverting the traditional culture in accord with the Gramscian strategy. For the majority of our educators now, that's what they're there for. I'm not exaggerating and trying to be facetious. Clearly, this is their not-so-hidden agenda, and how you've missed it, I don't know. And their look showed a sense of relief and a sort of high five in the eye. I got a better education out of Desert Industries, where I bought books by the score, used and devoured, than from so-called higher education. Of course, it's critical to obtain a degree, often. Hey, what's wrong with radiology? And also, I think the more practical the field, the better. The social sciences, President Benson put it, are a major investment in era. Of course, there are a few exceptions to the multitude of scamming professors, for I had a couple. There are a few bail-ins now and then. But I had some terrible ones at the U. One departing from his subject constantly, history, I can't remember, to go into discussions covering sex and drinking, how the beer had nutrients, and chuckling over the lives of prominent men. Yes, it was history, then of the Middle Ages, making sexual innuendos of their most innocuous remarks. I tried to approach this guy to feel him out, what he thought he was doing, what he was about, but all he could do was laugh, laugh, laugh. He couldn't tell what I was thinking, I know, for I smiled along. What a loser. What was he doing up there teaching history? A footnote. I naively anticipated covering the roots of the common law and other classic traditional thought of the inspired architecture and God's moving behind the scenes in history, the breakthrough of the printing press, etc. But all I got was let's party, licentious mentality, and rap sessions from this tenured goof. This is when I began to learn from Desert Industries what was up. As Sherlock Holmes, who you steered me to, remember, many, many years ago, put it to Watson, a game is afoot. Well, I steeped myself aside in the classics. I drank deeply from out of the best books, dropping out of the U so I could pursue an education, and tried to learn something, although not necessarily to make a living, unfortunately, but yet for the sake of my happiness. In doing this, I was being a capitalist. All right, footnote. This admittedly was when I was suffering severe depression, so that was as big a factor in my confusion at the time. But it was fortuitous in a way, for reading was, along with basketball, a great outlet. And frankly, I believe I got a foundation under me from such intense study, done out of the pure love of learning. And if we do obtain such things, we can then bring forth our strong reasoning, if by our formal schooling we are not ruined by brainwashing. Coolidge said the world is filled with educated derelicts, and I so avow it is true. Where our heart is, as it is put, there our treasure will be also. And again, out of the abundance of the heart the mouth speaketh. I just happen to actually believe that a great purpose of our existence is to seek truth, and it will be well in the end for us if a truth we labor here, while on the earth. Really I do, for we brought nothing with us except our formerly developed talents into the world, as Paul declared, and it is sure that we shall bring with us nothing out of it. An hour ago I was reading online a guy who has a column and is paid well for his having acquired a knowledge of history, but I have to say he wrote not too well and showed areas of surprising ignorance. On atoms he was greatly mistaken, on the mechanisms of the conspiracy, etc. It was a consolation to me, for I realize that I have my own attainments that nobody can take from me. See D&C 130, 18 and 19. What comfort! All right, where was I here after I read that footnote here? Except our further even developed talents. I can even admit to partially flawed thinking here, for I'm lacking in many respects, especially earning. But I'm good with it, and doing the best I know how, which is all anybody can do. I'm not regretful of anything, of these choices I've had to make for just myself in my pursuit of happiness. As a capitalist, I made choices for goods I prized. At least it makes me happy, as my brother Bob, so well off financially as others I know are, who look in vain for peace, yet said, which I often recall, I'd trade places with you in a minute. He was well to do, but he died, as I earlier said. He'd shown great fondness and affection for my kids while he was dying, and he was looking at them as he said that. A girl seemed to have loved him, following him from Boston to Chicago to be near him, he told us, ruefully, but he was trapped in the addictive gay lifestyle and did not know how to love her back, apparently, as desirable as it might have been to him, deep down. I talked to a guy on the street recently like this, trapped, he admitted, into his bisexuality. I asked, were you abused as a child? I'd gained his trust first. He sobbed I was, sexually molested by both parents. This dual tragedy, characteristic of Satanism. I gave him $1. He wasn't a street person. I had $1 on me. He wasn't a street person or homeless, and more, my brother's story. He sympathized. I'm sorry. All right, let's see. There's a footnote here. Of course, there's no such thing as being born either bi or homosexual. It is really only the unfortunate case of having probably been early abused, in the ensuing confusion, learning a self-duty behavior, and finally rationalizing it as what you from birth always were. On that author, page 11 footnote, he called Shakespeare worthless because only an intellectual moron would quote such dribble, that the verbiage doesn't make sense to him. He goes on to tout our democracy and to vilify Adams beyond his limited depths or understanding some of his actions. Literature? Give me Edgar Allan Poe, or better yet, Samuel Clemens, Mark Twain, for those who don't know. He assumes we didn't know that, yet he is an ad exec at Washington Times, etc. Shakespeare, again, was liberal tomfoolery. That footnote goes with something that I'm about to read here below. I was needed to return to work, but he thanked me for listening, at first making a blooper. Thanks, honey. I mean, sir. Hang in there, my brother, I urged. Let me too mention your saying about one's intentions are regularly misread. Then, as I think I already said in the first volume, words have no meaning at all. How convenient for these deconstructionists. Again, how can such lazy doctrine be satisfying to the mind, seeking truth? At Boston Lab from 67, I was given Shakespeare, about which my father was excited. Okay, and this person didn't like Shakespeare. The footnote addressed. He entered my room once saying, let me have fat men about me. Lazy. Yon Cassius has a lean and hungry look. Was avidly ambitious, hard at work thinking, and I was loaded down with Dickens and poetry and Cicero's orations. While you say, Kunin, the radical strawberry statement, was required reading in California schools. Were they preparing you for Cal Berkeley? That's not, of course, your fault. I sure was lucky. Our headmaster was Dr. Wilfred O'Leary, one of whose books I found in a local used bookstore run by lesbians who put the classics outside on the dollar racks, but which I see these 45 years later, to my delight, he was a standout, a student, I should say, of the conspiracy. That's a good old Boston Latin School old-fashioned New Englander. We may be Isaiah's remnant, or a part of it, for the saints surely are, too, of the remnant. Albert Knox said, it is out there and will find us. So we shouldn't too much even try to convert others. This was in his late 20s, classic, Our Enemy, the State. That's speaking of statism, not anti-government per se, understand. Of course, Kunin's is on my shelf too, as you knew, you having purchased it for me. He discovered that the so-called conservative establishment was funding the very radical movement he participated in, supposedly, to oppose them. And he mentioned their Insider CFR and Bilderberg memberships, Bohemian Grove. As I'm just finished these first 14 pages, I have to pause to say something, that most of what is being said was said weeks ago, and that I'm transcribing it into this journal. Therefore, it must lack some of the freshness of my present feelings and insights. I well realize my recommendation of a book to most any well-educated person these days with the title Religion and Capitalism, etc., will be followed instantaneously by a gag reflex, to their own loss, if not outright vomiting. But were you, all of you, steeped in anti-capitalist sentiments, actually steered into them, to your self-defeat, to set aside your very instinct, and false at that, a moment, I could absolutely promise a feast of digestible truth that would sing within you. It's hard to convince another of what we see ourselves, so I could but practice utmost patience. Don't judge a book by its cover, as the title doesn't do it justice. Whatever. And earlier, another favorite, Burke's Reflections, etc. I had to check to see how near my paraphrase of him was. It really wasn't even close, yet what I said, strangely, on the other hand, captures the spirit of him amazingly well, at least, the same as I did with Patrick Henry. So these great spirits of the ages, no doubt foreordained, have I so deeply drank from, I'm pleased to say, that they've become a part of me, more than I knew. This is exciting, to have something as a result of my arduous efforts actually to possess inside for myself, which although I may have hoped for, didn't expect. But all I'm trying desperately to convey is, if I recommend a book, you can trust me, it will be a good one, an eye-opener. Here's a footnote. Said Gibbon in some of his contemporaries, most of them quite sympathetic to the French Revolution of Burke. I cannot agree with him much, but oh, he is so great. Gibbon joined the Illuminists, sort of selling out, as Limbaugh, I wrote, did. So of course he couldn't agree with Burke. He'd realized really he relinquished his agency to buy fame, I guess. So the books I recommend: A Converter, A Pearl of Great Price. Just the insert to quote the first page of Opitz's book in the preface here. The confusion over terminology, referring to the Fabian Tawney's 1922 deliberately misleading language on capitalism, and Demant's continuing like manner in 1949, is well as illustrated by a letter which Demant received from Fabian's also George Bernard Shaw when the 1949 lecture series was announced. Capitalism, far from decaying, writes Shaw, has been carried to unprecedented magnitudes in the Tennessee Valley and elsewhere. What? It is culminating in state capitalism, alias communism, socialism, Fabianism. Intelligent discourse is impossible if words may be twisted to mean whatever the speaker wishes. Shaw, it may be inferred from the above sentence, understands capitalism to mean large-scale enterprise, whether carried on under private or state auspices. So there's a few notes here. Is this what you're led to believe, my friend? Isn't this ridiculous and astonishing? Adam Smith's another, by the way. If these choice spirits' writings would rub you the wrong way, are uncongenial, do not accord with your feelings, I would suggest there's some unlearning to do on your part. You need to be deprogrammed. Tawney and Demant. Frankly, this is 7 years later. I don't remember who this Demant is. I know the name Tawney. Both of whom are in the British socialist tradition, Fabian, accept this dubious terminology and add some thoughts of their own. Capitalism, in their view, is the secular world outlook that has spread over the West since the Reformation. It is the factory system. Sounds like what you soaked up to me here. The overweening pursuit of material advantage, the erosion of community ties, popular government. It is a rehearsal which sets the stage for socialism. Capitalism, in short, is the sum total of the impediments which prevent man from building himself a heaven on earth. Now, to make no mistake, the Antichrist, and as its overthrow is infested with religious sanctions. Indeed, communism is a religion, my friend, not an economic system. It is Satan's close counterfeit. My Opitz continues, understanding of capitalism is quite different. Oh, a footnote above here. Opitz and I would say, I share Wilhelm Röpke's dislike of the term capitalism. He writes, as coined and circulated by Marxism, the term suggests has retained up to the present so much of its hate-filled significance and class struggle overtones that its usefulness for the purpose of scientific discussion has become extremely questionable. In addition, it provides us with only a very vague notion of the real essence of our economic system. Instead of promoting understanding, it merely rouses the emotions and obscures the truth. And if I remember reading that the word capitalist means you capitalize and you take advantage of people. I understand capitalism to mean the free economy, the market. Economics has to do with the efficient allocation of the planet's scarce goods so that human wants are met in the order of their urgency, and with a maximum wastage of time. Desert industries for more economic far more economical for my goals than the U of Utah, and with a maximum wastage of time, energy, and resources. I should say minimum. People's buying habits provide the clues needed by entrepreneurs to tell them what to produce and in what quantities, colors, sizes, and so on. Economic habits will change, be altered as these several factors change for better or worse. Their unfettered, laissez-faire interplay constitutes the market economy, provided, and this is a critical proviso, the society is free. I'm here to tell you, and ours is not. Put on the glasses and see. This pattern is capitalism, the posture assumed by economic actions when men are free. This is the free economy, and it doesn't have to be made to work. But shouldn't the government do something, I'm asked? No, I'd say. It works of its own accord unless it is prevented from functioning. The free economy, or economic liberty, is an idea at the same level of importance as free speech or freedom of the press. Now, no one accuses the believer in free speech of endorsing gossip, slander, or demagogic oratory, nor is the champion of freedom of the press accused of endorsing everything that appears in print. Unintelligible poetry, bad novels, uplift literature, socialist tracts, pornography. But the believer in economic liberty is often accused of defending every evil, illegal, tasteless action that occurs in the business sector of society. The accusation is gratuitous. In point of fact, economic liberty is justified by the same arguments, mutatis mutandis, that justify intellectual and religious liberty. It's a wonder I can think at all. Paul Simon. That was fatigue behind last chapter's poor handwriting. Bear with me, as it's in the books again. The majority of it was a transcription of what was written a month ago. It is June 6th, as I take up pen tonight. The Celtics' pride last night prevailing for a 3-2 series lead. Last night's shot heard round the world was Paul Pierce's three-pointer in the face, as they say, of LeBron James. I don't know how much farther their tradition, know-how to win ability can take them, but they've sure been a pleasant surprise. What a great tradition. All my life. It caused me to reflect on being a Bostonian, a part of history. Sports is not what is most significant about this place. April 19th, a shot heard round the world, as opposed to Paul Pierce's shot, is more significant, as I've been showing. But your having baptized me, let me say, has given me a key to a greater heritage than most enjoy. Also, you set off a chain reaction affecting hundreds of souls. For with our spiritual gifts bestowed upon us as members of the church, we can find out who we really are, as has in great measure happened to me of late, for which I thank you ever so much. April Conference One Talk treats this chain reaction idea. My son ordered this timely gift that comes out, I anticipated, and in confirmation of what I've been saying to you these last couple of months, for Father's Day. Father's Day would have to be abolished if Adorno prevailed. But Darrell P. Romney, whose firm began this American tradition, that was my stake president in Spokane, still wins out. Do you remember that? Anyway, he started Father's Day at his company in Spokane. I think it was in the 20s. I took a week off. It is the 13th tonight. It drained me somewhat, seeing the Celtics eliminated. Oh, I guess they lost that year. But all of this writing probably to little avail is what is not most tiring. So I needed a recharge of batteries. I may have it, as I hope, with a fresh insight just gained and with a new DVD on the Frankfurt School, or cultural Marxism. It helps to be professionally, I mean not myself, but the contributors to the DVD, G. Edward Griffin, Ron Paul, Pat Buchanan, etc., vindicated by good men. The idea that helps me in alleviating some feelings of frustration that all I say will enter your otherwise good noggin, not at all, was an answer to a question I had that had been bugging me. I wrote the question to Google something up. It was, why is truth often not able to be received? Knee-jerk reaction. It gave me a religious source and a secular. The first was surprisingly good, using many scriptures I'd considered, but pulling them all together. The other was more of a scientific study. yet quite interesting also, a new angle. What it postulated was this, that the way our brain works is to seek pattern recognition. It takes in information and matches that with patterns formed previously. I have a little parentheses of D&C 93, 24 to 38. But beware of what next verse says, the 39th verse. We can seek truth, of course, but perhaps few are independent at it, most accepting what is presented unquestioningly. They have a knowledge base, so they suppose. 2 Nephi 9:20 again, 28 I should say. And the contributions of the information the world has to offer continue to add and confirm what is accepted as quote-unquote facts already. Do you not see that there's a problem here? You know the 82nd section, verse 10. I am bound when you do what I say already. I'll bet you've not familiarized yourself with the 6th and 7th verses, though. And if true, then yes, we've a problem unless we heed God and do what he says. A few verses after. Here's the 6th and 7th verse. Watch, for the adversary spreadeth his dominions, and darkness reigneth. For all have gone out of the way. And D&C 38:11 prevaileth. For as I said before, reality is usually scoffed at. But reality, not illusion or delusion, will determine what our future will hold to our so threatened way of life of Christian Western civilization, which so obviously to me for one has been targeted for subversion and overthrow. Oh, but ultimately we win, for I've peeked at the last chapter, but we need to join Zion's side now. Now that excellent aforementioned minister was on the battlefront, or watchtower, as several places in Scripture put it. I think of D&C 101, 43 to 65. Ezekiel, chapter 13, I believe, and chapter 2 of Habakkuk, and also Ezekiel 33, chapter 2 of Habakkuk, verse 1. He was on the money, insightful, and on to the adversary Burke warned us of, game. One point of his I'll cite here, that if our worldview is contrary to the Scriptures, it is obviously in need of correction. If he had only had the Doctrine and Covenants, he could add many verses in confirmation of a point of his, that vast numbers of opponents spiritually are in array against the mind of all of us, seeking the will of God. But even the Bible sufficed well. I'm just glad of specific modern updates, even as to refer to places and conspiratorial events of our day. In fact, this being the last days, an acceleration without question has taken place. No? Things are getting better and better, not worse and worse, as Paul said. Do you care that you live in a time in which events seen by Nahum and Habakkuk, important enough for them to record, even though it would apply not so much in their own as in a far future day, are described that pertain to this? So interesting to you and I both, Frankfurt School. The well-favored harlots, selling, enslaving, deconstructing, of nations, Toynbee recall, and families, Adorno recall. Either Maslow, a connection having with the Frankfurt School, or some other humanist psychologist made that famous line of telling ourselves things are getting better in every way every day. Paul sounds like not only a pessimist, but a downright sourpuss at times. But it is by heeding prophets, not pop psychologists, that Zion will flourish, and so then finally dawns Polly P. Pratt's brighter day. You know the hymn. All right, these families being destroyed by recalling Adorno, I just said, spoken of by Nahum. In such a brief message, why was it included? In the subversion, Felix Frankfurter recall, of good law, and I should add from my last book, Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr., and other details in Habakkuk's vision, engineered food shortages. All are about current events, not of things they claim that happened at the time they were speaking. By the way, I found Paul, not his thought, but his speaking forth eternal truths as prophets are inspired by God to do, perfectly present the natural law principle of our own founders, Anglo-Saxon, Blackstone, etc., who knew Locke, back to St. Augustine and Cicero, expostulated the same. In 1 Timothy chapter 1, he says, "Truly, that the law is not for a righteous man, nor to create one, such as the Soviet new man, but for punishment, strictly." We just had this in Sunday school last week. A negative force, but I couldn't speak up about this. It was a little over complicated to most people's reading of the scriptures. And he lists kidnapping, violent assaults. Again, that's first chapter of 1 Timothy. Violent assaults, homosexuality, the crime against nature, as Blackstone categorized it, and all such obvious criminal activities, as the conscience would convict us normally. And Paul, see 1 and 2 Timothy, is referring to the eternal, irrevocably decreed, so they can differ from generation to generation, I ask, laws, the same as Moses did. So if you miss it, what Moses would have said by selective isolation as calling the 10 Commandments all of the Mosaic Law on truly perverse sexual behavior exceeding adultery, just do some stretching of your mind, like Joseph Smith asked us to do, into the eternal heavens. You'll come into accord with the reality of what marriage is about. It is grand in scope and purpose. And if what is going to be had potentially for every soul in heaven is what is bound or contracted into back on the earth, how can two males be so joined together forever, inseparably? And Paul says rather humorously, some fruitlessly, missing the mark, verbally desire to be teachers of, understanding neither what they say nor whereof they affirm. In other words, they don't know what they're talking about. He says to shun their vain babblings, as they will increase to more ungodliness, what is falsely called knowledge. These, in the latter days, these kind will wax worse and worse. In the heavens, a parent single or reproduced of the same sex? No, the thought makes reason stare. Truth is reason, truth eternal, anyway. Tells me I've a mother there. Not Heather has 2 mommies. So against reason. Now, the minister mentioned verses I am about to, so I'll not be redundant in quoting from him, as he and I agree in every way. But one I find myself is more obscure, but still powerful because so true. It is in Habakkuk. In another place, Isaiah, if I recall, see Acts 13, 40 and 41, 3 Nephi 21, 7 through 10, the same utterance was made. It was that these things, such as deception, subversion, calling good evil, etc., are going to come in a day when a man would not believe it, though it be declared unto him. This fits the thing I was talking about above, that the brain seeks pattern recognition, rejecting that which is no match, the truthfulness of the information notwithstanding. But if the bulk of our information we receive happens to be false, currently, fitting in with what we've been taught largely in public schooling, which has been false, woe be unto us. That is, unless we have some guide outside us, beyond our own capacity, so limited. Thus it needs revelation to assist us, as this letter began a couple of months ago. But would we need to even be concerned that there would be information that was not reliable, untrue even, being taught from schools? Why, they are institutions of learning. Isn't that what they're there for, after all? Actually, no, they are not. Neither our church's leaders, nor the scriptures, nor the brightest men I have come across, Burke, Brownson, as one said of the former, how great he is. As Lord Acton said of the latter, he is the greatest thinker in America, while he had Thoreau and Emerson for contemporaries, have discovered the purpose of formal schools to be a benevolent one. Even Shaw admitted schools did more harm than good. It can't be true. Your brain rejects the very idea, so close all discussion. It doesn't accord with my beliefs. Reject, shoot such a messenger. I tell you the truth. Schools are indeed fulfilling their purpose. But get it through to the, not your head, but to the spirit which can govern and take direction in your mind as its tool for the acquisition of truth. They are not there for dispensing truth. See Samuel Bloomfield on MIT, Brownson, and on public schooling. 2 books I've previously printed the information pertaining to this purpose from Brownson in 1850 and Bloomfield, both Bostonians, about 35 years ago, and sent to you. It must have been rejected as not matching your brain's set patterns, the utter brilliance of these men notwithstanding. Much more are they actually doing the opposite, the schools. But being trained for some discipline is fine. Nobody would abolish learning. 2 Nephi 9:28, D&C 88:78 to 88, D&C 55:4, 109, 7 and 14, 130, 18 and 19, etc. And neither am I saying much good isn't being accomplished on the campuses at times of America. Thankfully, it is. Most definitely. I'm claiming a good thing has been subverted. I'd be happy to learn from you of any outweighing benefits and any spirited rebuttal to my point. One can't defend such a ridiculous position. Just let the buyer beware. I'm saying a good thing. What begun in the Middle Ages, and a marvelous beginning it had, was from heaven. Truth. Harvard, Yale, and what was begun here, Veritas, the Harvard motto, centuries later, continued that godly tradition. Neither were the divinity schools the only truths, of course, and you could refer to what the Lord said about it in the Dr. Covenant's 88th section. All kinds of things are enjoined to become mastered and learned. Lest I forget, Joseph Smith asked Oliver to set up schools, D&C 55:4, and Brigham Young and Deseret held out a while, warning against letting the Gentiles influence in. Naive then, as we all are now, we didn't know what he was driving at, and much like Israel, desiring a king, let public schools be at last adopted. Like the nations, states around them, they didn't listen to Brigham. I credit Carl G. Mazur's noble aims, a true educator, and there will always be a place for the spirit of that great man in our universities, of course. And in Salt Lake City, in the large cemetery in the avenues, is the gravestone of Talmage, maybe, on which it is, yes, it was him, which it is said all science is in accord with revelation, very much against President Young's wishes. Oh, well, I'm sorry. That, I just said, was pertaining to the public schooling. It was against his wishes. They didn't listen to Brigham. I read Mosiah 23 myself and conclude I should homeschool. It is so dark today, the schools. It's more obvious, the problem, so easier to see to do right. But to the subject of subversion, is it possible we would be subjected to it by deceitful men? I mean, we're a good, fundamentally decent people, so why would anyone intelligent seek to undermine that? I mean, they would not, especially the famous educators, would they? I mean, look, they're famous, which means they want nothing but our well-being to promote, right? Brock Chisholm got an international award with Meade, recall, who said there is no such thing as right and wrong, which concept was what caused wars. Remember Moses 4:1-6, not one soul shall be lost. That's coming down for a note that's coming up here. And prevents children being properly taught, on the other hand, world citizenship. I guess we ought to reevaluate what the brilliant, smarter than us, surely, Lucifer said long ago. No child left behind. Oh yeah, that's the note. Not one soul shall be lost. Moses 4:1-6. Or words to that effect. I know Bush and Obama promised the same, and that every young person should be guaranteed a college degree. Now Warren in 2019 and some of the other candidates for on the Democratic Party side for the presidency said all college education should be free. Who's going to pay for it? This is the same program as the light bearer. See Lucifer in Bible Dictionary, clearly. Illuminists, such as Luciferians, all. But no, some old fogey in the church, David O., with his white hair, so old, so out of touch looking, too authoritarian, said there is no royal road to learning, that it may come accompanied with deep trials, frequent obstacles, great setbacks, and opposition. That can't be true. If it were that hard, it wouldn't be obtainable. It would be obtainable by few. Few there would be that lead such lives that find it, the truth, which should be much more easy to come by than such an authoritarian personality as Old Man McKay seems to make it. And besides, it's in the truth is eye of the beholder, as Habermas showed. It's all relative. There's no one truth for all people at all times, in all places. What's right for me may not be for you. Truth, my own, is a right. As my young neighbor, a 20-year-old in his third year, told me yesterday. He's bisexual. I listened, gained his trust as he spoke of school interests. Back on page 12, I mentioned the case of the 41-year-old man tragically being molested by both parents. Strange as it sounds to your ears, this is highly indicative of the two of them being practicing Satanists. It occurs in Salt Lake City. General Authority Glenn Pace is specifically assigned to the problem. Continuation of this footnote, page 36. Then in an inoffensive way we asked, who raised him? I did, asked this young man, wondering if the father was in this case, as in every other case I've seen, absent in some way. No, his father had left, so his mom raised him. He was very proud of his being bi, it having obviously been this learned pathology reinforced at his public school and now at college. If nothing else, the schools do teach self-esteem, so while in Japan a math student feels not so confident, yet scores high worldwide comparison-wise, in America feels great about his performance, even if at the bottom of the rankings. How did he know? Inoffensively, I asked. You were born, it was implied, bi. Oh, you just feel it. My friend, in schools and in that form of government known of as democracy, it is feelings that are appealed to rather than to objective facts, always. No independent think is allowed. No truth-seeking independently. We have a scam groupthink going of major biblical proportions, and the devil is behind it. Of course, we Frankfurt scholars know better than to believe in his existence, how utterly hopelessly puerile. It will not be gainsaid. The three epistles of John are packed with insight for me on how to avoid deception. Jude, then Revelations continues on the same theme. And Paul earlier, of course, with his warning words, knowing that in the last days perilous times shall come. He speaks of blasphemers, traitors, about which Andrew Jackson said this in 1828. Treason is an offense against sovereignty, and with sovereignty must reside the power to punish. My acquaintance, Sam Blumenfeld, says, in other words, for a group of Americans to plot the end of American independence, which our forefathers fought and died to achieve, many whose headstones I pass every morning, must be considered an act of treason. There's no other word for it. And the capture of America's public schools by the secular humanists escalates that act of treason into an act of subversion. A Lawrence masked man, Vito Palakis, was sent to Laurel Canyon to begin the hippie movement. In 1966, his 3-year-old was probably the victim of a sexual snuff film where the child is killed. The boy was subjected to pedophilic treatment by his parents and passed around to others. He was going to play the part of Lucifer, this child, in a film by Kenneth Anger. He was replaced by Bobby Cupid, boss soleel of Charles Manson, earlier grassroots fame. He later observes, does Sam Blumenfeld, yet that is exactly the stated goal of the secular humanists in Humanist Manifesto 2000. It states, the overriding need of the world community today is to develop a new planetary humanism, one that seeks to preserve human rights and enhance human freedom and dignity, but also emphasizes our commitment to humanity as a whole. The same, I'd say, as the communists. In other words, the concern of the U.S. government must now be with humanity as a whole. Although our Constitution was fashioned for Americans, we must now give it up, because it is unsuitable for the New World Order. Another excerpt from the manifesto, we should strive to end poverty and malnutrition and provide adequate health care and shelter for people everywhere on the planet. I guess I just saw the other day, Elizabeth Warren said that health care should be free in the United States for anybody from any other country. Christ said that the poor you shall have ever with you, realistically, so even he saw no human way of ending poverty. And I hope you don't take the secular humanist plan as a divine one, who elsewhere reiterated in this most recent manifesto, there is no God to save us, we must do that ourselves, and don't believe them for a minute. They sincerely desire to put an end to the sufferings of the poor. They want power and control is all. Sam Blumenfeld also says, the new world order will have to be run by liberal Democrats who believe in a planetary welfare state with its myriad of bureaucracies and regulations. Here's another excerpt. The global community needs to develop a system of international law that transcends the laws of the separate nations. Tennyson's Parliament of Man. We need to recognize that current lifestyles in the industrialized North, recall Dr. John Knowles of Mass General, who said similarly, are unsustainable. We'd have to have one or at the most two children and have to do with less. Won't you just beam with pride, my friend, as then you pay your fair share so that poor nations, which can only advance at the expense of the developed nations, are taken care of? We must forego any further advance in our standard of living so the poor nations can catch up to our standard. Sam continues, of course, this is nonsense. Our standard of living will continue to improve if the government in Washington stops trying to transform America into a socialist democracy. Then he sounds very much like I did in my earlier volume. All of this prosperity, which he was describing from the days of Edison, Ford, up to Steve Jobs and Mark Zuckerberg, is due to the creativity, although I don't like Zuckerberg, that's for sure, to the creativity of the American economy and its unlimited freedom to invent, explore, and develop new instruments based on the advances of science and the human quest for making things better. That it also creates untold wealth is why even the socialists don't want to destroy capitalism. But the socialists still want to run the world because they have the bureaucratic mindset, the itch to control other human beings. On a positive note, he says that the rise of the true Tea Party movement is an indication, which is the inarticulate feeling of Randolphians, that Americans are tired of being led by liberal utopians who don't know how to count, Keynesianism, dude, and have led our nation to the brink of bankruptcy. We may be at the threshold of a second American Revolution. Consider the words of the Spirit of God, restoring all as at first, from our hymn, aimed at restoring the basic governing principles of the Founding Fathers. Oh, I long for this day, and I believe will come. The greatness of America was built on those principles, and only their restoration will restore our nation's exceptional greatness. He concludes, an excellent way to implement the restoration of the principles of our founders is to free American education from the grasp of the secular humanists who use the taxpayer-financed public education to brainwash our youth, and to replace that abomination with Judeo-Christian oriented private and homeschooling. I believe this is possible myself. Don't underestimate him, my friend, for his simple style. I found him mentioned in a book which, mentioning to him, he dismissed humorously as that was a long time ago, or self-deprecatingly, by some liberal opponent in a debate on Face the Nation in 1965. I guess I called him when he was on the radio with Chuck Morse. These opponents, knew him for a formidable adversary even then, and he was. I have articles of his in the old 1960s American Opinion, and he was, still is, brilliant. He is the father of American homeschooling and is, I think just to say, in the minds of many Americans, America's foremost educator in the true spirit of the term. Again, his public schooling necessary is incomparable. What interesting history he uncovers on the creators of public schooling, as well as of MIT, which is unable to be contradicted. Back to Paul's prophecy, traitors, learned, but never able to come to the knowledge of the truth, because they are resistors of truth, men of corrupt minds, reprobate concerning the faith, etc. that such evil men and impostors and cheats shall wax worse and worse, deceiving and being deceived. As I opened my letter to say that there are those that will speak fair, Homer mentions fair speeches, that is, persuasively and seductively, so as to gain mass support for their false doctrines. But what is done secretly will be found out, according to Paul, shouted from the rooftops, for their folly shall be made manifest unto all men. I've wondered if future Scripture will name names, and at the day of judgment a roll call of followers. I believe technology up there will be enhanced for clear, complete exposure to the initial gasps, followed by prolonged rejoicing, praise, and singing all glory to his name of our God. Stephen Covey, borrowing from the wise teachings of David O. McKay, observes that one cannot pretend that private victory precedes public. I recall how the pundits would excuse Clinton's serial adultery. I know this would be irrelevant in your mind, a no-brainer to call a non-issue, but that's right. You have no brain if you fail to detect that he brought about by bad example massive imitation on the part of America's youth into casual sexual lowering of moral standards. Could it have been deliberate? Yet he that ruleth over men must, in fear God, or we are led to destruction. Back to Clinton. His serial adultery with the idea scientifically demonstrated with charts of the brain that one can compartmentalize in such a way as to enable a person to do evil privately, yet serve well publicly. I saw that in the paper, which is just nonsense on stilts. To thine own self be true, which is speaking here of self-mastery. And then as the night follows the day, thou canst not be untrue, thou canst not be false to any man. And I like, oh, what a goodly outside falsehood hath. And as with Bill on one's wife, even if a lesbian, to cheat on who one really is will not lead to a desirable outcome ultimately. Covey says you cannot fake being at a day 7 level when it comes time for public performance, when your skill level is at a day 1 or 2 level. Yet is Isaiah pointing to our day. Nephi said in that day, in this land, the adherents of the Lord's church would understand and treasure his words. Repeatedly warned that the leaders would try to destroy the people. Is this normal, such a thing? It's a conspiracy. Of course it's that. I'm unable to see it coming from sincere Christian spokesmen. I do well note the now grown 60s generation currently at the helm since Clinton, having imbibed the doctrines of cultural Marxism as a fit. They all too aptly fit the description of corrupters, Jeremiah's term, again in prophecy, out of a pure, fixed hatred of anything good at all, Christian or moral. I got 3 letters of yours the last couple of days in which you registered not one note of agreement. Nice weather. You'd not take notice of it a bit if coming from me. Your train has left the tracks, has jumped the tracks, going airborne over the cliff, and is headed for the rocks below. I was writing this to him 7 years ago, and like I just earlier said, he announced with great fanfare on Facebook his leaving the church. Intellectually, spiritually speaking, in the defiles of the canyon, yet you ride blissfully ignorant in momentary comfort, as it were, laughing in a way at me outside your window. I'm in a chopper having Superman with me, and we're telling you to bail out, now. I can ignore the snide remarks because there's no need to be defensive about being secure in one's testimony, as it is on such solid ground. I'll soon be finished speaking. Then I'll take a proverb in correct context, in fact, dead on, for consoling some grief over you at your obtuse way. Be wise for thyself. That helps me a lot. I hope the point of no return has not been arrived at for you, whereas Joseph Smith said of an apostate, he could be shown the sun and pointed at its existence and still say it doesn't shine. I'm not smacking you in the face so that you can in turn use the tactical excuse of secretly exulting of being offended It calls to mind your letters, indicative of deaf ears to all I say, as if containing a complete lack of insightful truth. Jacob, I read Scripture. Why? It contains the mind and opinions even of God, which is a good thing to make our own. He said it came to a point that there was nothing except an exceeding sharpness of words that would break through to his people. Actually, it's Enos, verses 22 to 23, who followed Jacob. Neither the Luddites in their time, nor Robert Owen, nor John Maynard Keynes were expressing sincerely some reforms or ideas that they hoped would improve society. They were like Korihor, who caused many to follow after them, but like him, had an agenda, and his members all of secret societies, intentions to destroy Christian society. Do you not see that you're counting me with inanities such as, to mention one, that advancing technology, implying like a Luddite that this caused a decline in employment which is not very far-seeing, Bible-thumping, otherwise illiterate employers? I detect this animus, matching the Frankfurt School's mind and opinions, which is a bad thing to make your own, are the cause of America's decline. Your preoccupation with sex, not a big deal with me, is right out of their Freud-based origins. Also, I must say, hey, you were one of them. You were supposed to be not one of their remolded, acted-upon lumps of clay being sexualized so. That was intended for the destruction of we Americanists, band of Christian-minded souls. I guess you've aspirations to be one of those doing the acting upon. So support their doctrines destructive of authority in marriage on a moral basis. Undoubtedly, or to you, your best knowledge at Chomsky, possibly a modern Sabbatean, same with Carey, for he is as Jeremiah as Nomes, Jewish as Nomes, I should say. The moles are monogamous and love their wives. The molders, I should say. See Psalm 17:14, 73:12, 3-17. As you do. It's just for the rest of us, you wouldn't want that as morality. Morally destroyed subjects are so much easier to rule as their passions form their fetters. So homosexual marriage you can promote to our destruction, while a ruler safely on horseback can crack the whip without being trampled underfoot. That is not a stretch of my imagination, this Planet of the Apes-like nightmarish scenario. I but depict accurately things as they are. I have in mind figures of the past and present who, although may escape detection by cunning, hypocrisy, and guile, are the very image I describe here. Some footnote here. You may twist this into an anti-Semitic statement, so I'd reiterate about the Sabbatean sect that it is one of the most diabolical groups known to the history of mankind. It originated on the 6th day of the 6th month of the year, 1666. That seems like it was planned that way. I stated previously my lifelong admiration of Jewish people, in whose homes I slept over as a boy, but as did the founder of the Illuminati Weishaupt, as did the Rothschild banking dynasty, as did the Institute of Marxist Research, so did the Sabbateans, of which I suspect Frank, Carey, and perhaps some prominent modern Wall Street bankers, as being descendants, began in Frankfurt. There are so many connecting threads to identify that city as the incubator of evil in modern times, you'd have to be an idiot not to take note. The Frankfurt School. Too many coincidences for that to be irrelevant and coincidental. And you are voting for them, avidly studying them, as avidly as you can, while denigrating your only hope of salvation. They are your meat and drink. That is quite plain. It's not that I've not made any sense anywhere at any time in any of these pages. It is that you are a disciple of those who, clearly, worship another God. And this is nothing new, which is why it is named at the top of the list of the 10 Commandments. Thou shalt have no other gods before me, I guess. It was a tricky thing to avoid. It was very tempting to us to be led into, and was the essence of the struggle. See Bible Dictionary, War in Heaven. There could be no neutrals. Which do I follow? If the Lord be God, follow him. Or, as those on the other side, Lucifer. I'll end on that note this chapter. It is 20 minutes past midnight of the 17th. It is the Lord's Day, and happy Father's Day to him, too. Cheaters never win and winners never cheat. I want to add to what I said above in the footnote on Sabbateanism. I can absolutely assure you there is an organized conspiratorial evil, even if, as you say, you can't see it from your window upon looking out. You've heard of the ancient Thuji sect in India, a real menace to the British colonizers of the Hashids, or assassins, of the Middle East centuries ago, and from scripture of the Gadianton robbers. And as I speculated of similar things existing in ancient Israel, from their strange, unaccountable sexual misbehavior and child sacrifice to Moloch, etc. These are not what tempts normal people. But if you are seeking after power, have brains, ambition, and for whatever reason, a hatred of God and His commandments, which He only commands for our good, you may stumble and be drawn into the ancient mysteries of the secret societies. In fact, it is the story of civilization, according to Will Durant and Ariel Durant, or of course as told by the Book of Mormon and the Pearl of Great Price. You can dismiss it, you can smile, and you can state with a clear conscience, but it is not possible, if you are candid, that homosexuality is not against the Ten Commandments, which I've addressed, I'm sure, or that Jesus never spoke about it. I hear that a lot. Nor did He about rape, arson, incest, or environmental pollution, so that it is approved, ignorant of D&C 58's declaration, greatly to the contrary, which applies to loophole seekers. Lucifer is real. Can we see it or not? Not to those who, serving him, he whispering in their ears, I've a plan, whereby you can obtain power and the praise of the world. Seek to hopefully overthrow a nation's existence, as I've well shown is happening. I see not your signs. Laugh again. And imagine you can do so all the way to the bank, arm in arm, with these comrades of yours. It is a pipe dream, huh? The users of opium. Long, interesting story there of its connection to the devilish undertaking I'm chronicling. But what is history? As I read one prominent scholar of this Marxist movement say, so deliberately, wickedly, but a construct of rulers. But on this earth is a history unfolding is discoverable by research in the aid of the Spirit, and is important to know. In Vienna, as I mentioned, Aleister Crowley met, having a number of things in common, namely the Sabbateanism. Crowley learned his sexual magic from them. See Beatles, Stones, the Laurel Canyon crowd. Also socialism, very much interest in decadent music. And of course, Benjamin Hannah Arendt's lover, satanic connections and intellectual brilliance handed to them. And I just found out this last night, Adorno and Scholem, the Jewish scholar on Sabbateanism, was also evidently homosexual or bi. But that goes with the territory of this Kabbalistic mysticism, so I should have known they were close friends and traveling companions. Yes, he's on my reading list, but in history there are no secrets if you know how to dig. But on this earth is a history unfolding, and it's discoverable, and it's important to know. And if you are if you are swayed by your study that communism, how did you put it, with that smooth sort of air of self-assurance in your voice, it's not against the law to be a destructive, immoral, dishonest, God and mankind-hating communist. But what I parenthesize are the only words we have, properly descriptive of precisely what they fervently wish as their heart's desire to do. And these things are so unlawful. That is why, until FDR, we threw the book at them. Unless you are merely saying that, thankfully, since President Roosevelt, we could do all these kinds of things. Stuart Chase, FDR's New Deal author, sounding just like you at the end of your last letter, blamed advanced technology in products, goods, not bads, in services, not plunderings, as causes of unhappiness. So recommended controls, 10-year moratoriums on invention, and such unbelievably communist Keynesian God-banishing solutions that they had to pull the book from all store shelves before his appointment to run our economy. But thanks to technology, I have it. God bless America. He lamented identically to the 1922 Comintern in Moscow, where your Frankfurt School was concocted as the evil solution, that America was too strong to violently overthrow. I swear he said this. I have his book. It cannot be denied. That unfortunately we couldn't yet bomb and sabotage industry on a large scale. Can you dismiss this as irrelevant? He helped run the country. He crippled it, so he wanted to cripple it. So it would be have to be done by the intellectuals and economists. Do listen, by the way, to the law by Bastiat. They sent Lukács and your Teddy and others implemented, satanically guided without question, judging by its sophisticated sheer brilliance. And we have the results, which you will willfully, I think, still don't see, of the silent revolution. Satan's tactics may change, as Elder Packer said in that slideshow you showed us at the family home evening 38 years ago, 45 now, as I narrate this, but his ideas and intents have not. Burke, recognizing his diabolical ways, had said of this modern manifestation of his billions of years old plan that a silent revolution in the moral world preceded the political and prepared it. I'm just using my imagination here, and I could be far off, quite far off, but in an eternal perspective, this has been since the advent of Christ 2,000 years ago, the last days, though until his actual second coming, scoffers can taunt, where is his coming? Billions have always fallen for that superstitious nonsense. But time marches on, and if we alive now are in the privileged position of the final scenes, we should be wise. We should prepare. By the way, Elder Packer spoke in 2007 to BYU students of secret combinations, as have others. Uchtdorf, for one, another one. At BYU, Idaho, Sarah saw live classes on it. I found an LDS wife and homemaker on the web last night referring to the threat of the Frankfurt School. God has to bless these fine people. They win in the end against all odds, it's really exciting. For what is done secretly will all be revealed. As I was previously saying, that Covey, borrowing from President McKay's teachings, said, one cannot pretend, that is conspire, and get away with it forever. Take a pianist. They have to pay the price to give that concert, says Covey, or it will be their incompetence found out, most embarrassingly. So with our would-be rulers who cheat and lie to the world. Going back to the title of this chapter, cheaters never win and winners never cheat. That was the motto of my Boston Latin School teacher that I had in 1968. In most cases, they actually lie for a living and have some proficiency at least there. Their falseness cannot, worlds without end, lead, however, to any desirable outcome, economically, politically, or any other way. And the longer what is really going on, say in economic policy with inflation, which is cheating the people, confiscating their currency's worth by stealth, which Keynes gloated about, is not brought to light, the more dire the consequences. I didn't mean to be bearer of bad news when I told you a couple of years ago not to be so sure you'd see a pension from an entity like the USPS. It is good you'll receive something for a while, but it's not out of the blue what measures they've taken already. They lose over $1 billion a month. This is based on principles that do not work. I lack space, suffice to say, to why insist on these false ideas for the rest of the United States. Thereby lies our total ruin. The more truth is stretched like some rubber band to the limit, the harder back it will snap. If that analogy is sufficient, well, it isn't, not doing justice to the pain and suffering ahead. I just reread your mind-boggling, astonishingly wrong-headed letters, catching what you said of Keynes' rescue of capitalism, of the Frankfurt School being no secret society. Okay, then they were their contemporary H.G. Wells' open conspiracy, and of your interpretation of the Second Amendment that not every citizen was intended to be armed, which is untrue, for they certainly were. They insisted that every man be armed. But in Keynes's and Adorno, who you said had no linkage whatever, well, they sure did, but assigned by the Fabians, as H.G. Wells, too, had a separate task, which Colonel House admired, as it better than anyone else made their doctrines popular worldwide. What a strange stew to find in the same pot you put it. To different spheres of work. Satan has in his organization called the Great and Abominable Church a department of education that would be your beloved Frankfurt-led scholars, fled scholars, fleeing here. Whether orchestrated, we shall look into, as well as his economic ministers, and like FDR, probably a whole alphabet soup of satanic agencies to carry on his works. Typically, one department knows not of the other, the work of another. Hitler was not his own man. Himmler was higher and worked with our government for, incredibly, I realize as it sounds, a plan to only come to fruition. This according to Sumner Welles, our Secretary of State, several generations hence. We are now seeing those fruits. Gage, my friend, you've no idea. Listen, I can't properly begin here to describe it all, but you're so naive. I just wrote an enigmatic footnote above. Let me clarify if I could do so briefly. For it would take a book, which fortunately has been written by a Dr. Dennis Cuddy, The Power Elite and the Secret Nazi Plan. It takes space not available here. Until I learn more, I am only able to speculate, but this much has been researched and reported of Hitler, that his mother worked as a maid, if I recall, in the home of one of the Rothschild barons. She was impregnated by the baron with this child, Adolf. So he had ties to the Sabbatean Jews that are not Jews, Revelations 2:9, and you'll recall what I wrote previously of that actual archaeological relic which the Nazis coveted, referred to in verse 13, Satan's seat, Revelations chapter 2. Rothschilds of Frankfurt, banking dynasty, another Frankfurt connection. That makes 5 major ones so far. And for influence in the earth, never mind whether for good or evil, but evil it surely was, you would look in vain elsewhere to top the Sabbateans. 1, 2 the Rothschilds, 3 Weishaupt, 4 Hitlers, 5 Frankfurt School. Google any of them, linked with a word like conspiracy. Talk about a mainspring of corruption. We have it. See D&C 123, 7-14. Hitler had not been raised by this immensely rich, refer back to Psalm 17:14 and 73:12, 3-17, also on page 48, family who set their mouths against the heavens in such a Faustian bargain as it must have included to gain so tremendous a portion of this world's goods. But he was their scion. Although he may not have been aware of it while he was a teen male prostitute, he must have resented it when he did, enraged in fact. At that early an age, he found salvation through the writings of Helena Blavatsky and Secret Society, the Fool Society. Membership followed, along with promotion and unseen backing. America's wealthy banksters, from printed photostatic copies I've seen in Sutton's books, we know contributed to his further rise. And we know that the Rothschild agents have been here since the days of Jackson, as FDR himself, impressed, confided to Colonel House. That letter is, in copy form, in the hands of Dr. Cuddy, so I'm not inventing a thing, so just sit back and learn from what you're reading, if you will put your objections aside a moment. So whether directly or indirectly, he's probably didn't even know. Thus we see that the devil will not support his own. For he was surrounded by many higher up in the power elite hierarchy, such as Himmler, for one, than he, Der Fuhrer, was himself. He was a tool of this banking dynasty, no doubt. Hitler came to the city in Germany which held incriminating origins, Jewish, of his lineage during the war, and went out of his way to have it completely leveled, for obvious reasons. I realize how incredible it all sounds, yet a certain Webster by name said, as well as Lord Byron and Mark Twain, that truth is always stranger than fiction. And note that Paul said wicked men would in the last days grow worse and more diabolically worse, both deceiving and being deceived. Now, Hitler was no dummy, but he was surrounded by, he felt, communists and grew increasingly suspicious and paranoid. I'm citing numerous other sources from memory besides Cuddy. But of course he was right in being paranoid, in that he really had advisors under him who knew more than he did. They, like Himmler, knew the war had a whole other purpose. that it wasn't even intended to be won militarily, and that the real movers and shakers, John Foster Dulles was one key player, would take care of them in another way. You've heard of Paperclip and the thousands of scientists, such as von Braun to New Jersey, many others to Texas, even Mengele to Argentina, etc., etc. Brought here by the rat line, Vatican assisting. But that's only the tip of the iceberg. But I've no more space here. Suffice to say, these were some even bigger, more important agents of the power elite, to be groomed, even given training for perfecting of language skills for whatever country they were to adopt, ranging from the Middle East to spread throughout the West, including America. The fields of banking and of heading the economies of nations were this most vital area of their interactions. Or I should say interests. Well, go read Cuddy's book. It is not coming from a man without the skill, integrity, and spiritual qualities that would be a prerequisite to successfully undertake such research. Sounds extreme? Of course, go ahead and say it. You're crazy. If this isn't extremism, paranoia, and conspiracy kook mania, nothing is. But wait, for do you know what? I am sure that countless, not just 15, as admitted, trillions of debt cannot be more rationally accounted for than by deliberate planning. The policy to destroy the holy people Daniel mentions, well, of course, this has to be it, by evil, conspiring men. And the immensity of it just frightens you to the freezing of the mind. But again, back to my first volume where Moroni said God is still a God of miracles. Footnote, nobody's able to imagine a number like 1 trillion. Don't quote me for precise accuracy, but some years ago, perhaps in a book by John F. McManus, Financial Terrorism, I read that if you want to try to visualize $1 trillion, it would be like a stack of $100 bills, flat, one upon another, which pile would extend from here to the moon. I can't remember how many times, but you get the idea. The reality that we are dead broke has to be faced. Of course, it's at the point that only a miraculous deliverance can save us, restoring our fiscal sanity. I suppose it is conceivable that we could be restored to a form of government such as the constitutional republic, which formerly we had, which brought originally our blessed, prosperous ways. I'll leave off predictions, for it is beyond the range of any capacity I have, or probably anybody's, when reckoning with trillions, such astronomically unfathomable numbers. It is for us to turn to that same God who Moroni said was and ever would be a God of miracles. He is still able, according to his own will and pleasure, to deliver us out of bondage, this financial bondage too, but it all points to hard lessons needed to be first learned through chastening and obtaining the humility to plead for his mercy. Let me respond to your plaintive-sounding plea. How I should know Adorno so well. Has he appeared to me as an angel Moroni and manifest all his mind for me especially? He is not, but if he had, I would immediately recognize, see Moses chapter 1, the difference between him, like as one who transformed himself nigh into an angel of light, and the ministering of angels experience that I told you I had once some 38 years ago. It is by 2 gifts of the Spirit that as a member of Christ's church have been given me, in modest but sufficient proportion to know, and the gift of knowledge and the gift of discernment. Comparing his characteristics to me with hundreds of others I've studied, Adorno, well, for what he is. The one is so holy as to be undeniable that God is the source. The other is, just as Moses put it, blessed be the name of my God, for his spirit hath not altogether withdrawn me from me, or else where is thy glory? I do not like the Dr. Fell. Why it is, I cannot tell, but this I know, and know it well. I do not like thee, Dr. Fell. That's what I would say of Adorno. I couldn't even say why. For it is darkness unto me, and I can judge between thee and God. And as I will show later, we can put into use the excellent formula of Moroni for aiding us in our discernment. If these verses are obscure in their meaning to you, I'd like at that time to help clarify them. Okay, for you. A lot of things can be experimented upon that are said in Scripture and proven. And Alma 32 speaks of this, of course. I'm just glad we don't have to be perfect in this life, just getting after it consistently, and we'll be all right. And where we are yet lacking, the Lord will show us. We can make up our deficiencies in time. See Philippians 3:13-15. Let's examine whether on even the most miniature scale liberal economists make sense. Thoreau, on the radio, Dennis and Callahan sports show hosts who mix in a little news commentary, the piece on how Cambridge, which you get to on the red line, appropriately enough, by train recall, wants to go one up what New York City under Bloomberg is doing for the people's good regarding sugary drinks. As a former resident of a neighboring town of Cambridge, Thoreau once said, "When I see the do-gooders coming, I head for the hills." Ridiculously, Bloomberg wants to ban soft drinks over 16 ounces. Deservedly, it generated scornful laughter at such intrusive a mentality everywhere else, but not in our ultra-liberal Warren and Chomsky country. They admired the New York mayor's noble aim of directing his people's choice of beverage for what he had determined to be their best interest. So they decided a good idea could be extended further to accomplish even more good, and she called us extremist, Warren. They're going to try to outlaw sugary drinks altogether in the People's Republic of Cambridge. Go to the restaurant, try to break the law and have a Sprite, and the drink police will have you fined, I should say. The owner of such a business would be watched, snitched on, under a system of controlling busybodies, more likely, than under a free enterprise, let the buyer choose for himself system, and threatened if in violation of this crazy law, a positive law, a perversion of law, as Paul defined it, as I mentioned earlier. Go to the movies, get your popcorn. In fact, you get a dozen candy bars if you like, which is sugar, and in their illogical world, you're fine. Take a skim milk with that popcorn, for they may imitate the town bordering themselves, Arlington, which has banned bottled water to help Mother Earth. Unless you want to get in line with a paper cup, not plastic, that's got to be banned. If the bottles are, to be consistent. Oh, by the way, they are, since straws are really in the news lately as being a threat to the environment. So this actually happened 7 years later after this was written. For the tap water in the public bathroom, go back to your seat and enjoy the show. It could be extended, but these are the tangled web they weave when first they practice to deceive us with government solutions out of the socialist mentality, the itch to control other human beings. As in Matthew 24, the Lord said, speaking of the last days, these are but the beginning of sorrows. And that is what drives them to control the larger, unfathomably complex myriad of private decisions that no one outside of God, by his invisible hand, that is to say, under freedom, can regulate, so as to brand as insane any attempt to even try to do so. But they know better than God, or as Chase said, they, now knowing providence does not intervene, these wise men must do so. Contrary to Bloom's assertion, who derived, he said, his worldview almost entirely from Adorno, truthful principles never change, worlds forever without end. And so it would be fitting to quote what the incomparable Bastiat said at the close of the law in 1850, written evidently as an antidote to Marx. It applies well for mixed-up Marxist Cambridge, to bring them out of their mad nostrums to the fresh air and of a dose of common sense. He said under the last heading, let us now try liberty. God has given to man all that is necessary for them to accomplish their destinies. See 2 Nephi 2:27 and 10:23, etc. too. He has provided a social form as well as a human form. And these social organs of persons are so constituted that they will develop themselves harmoniously in the clean air of liberty. Away then with quacks and organizers, away with their rings, chains, hooks, and pincers, away with their artificial systems, away with the whims of governmental administrators, their socialized products. Governor Patrick update. He's proposing a penny per mile charge for every mile we drive. Their centralization, their tariffs, their government schools, their state religions, their free credit, their bank monopolies, their regulations, their restrictions, their equalization by taxation, and their pious moralizations. And now that the legislators and do-gooders have so futilely inflicted so many systems upon society, may they finally end where they should have begun. May they reject all systems and try liberty, for liberty is an acknowledgement of faith in God and his works.